but his ability to play pick and roll and do some of those things. So we'll try to play to these guys' strengths, and that's the best way. If we can put them in situations where they can, do the things that they're good at doing, and obviously mitigate some of those other things, but then get them to do that collectively. And that's the part that gets a little bit challenging too, is because that collective connectivity that we're working on it every day, and we'll keep doing it and get out there and compete. That's the biggest thing to me. Let's just compete on every possession. And that's what we saw, the other night. And a team like Washington, that's what you got to have. They're 2-3 in their last 5, and they're in every game up until, the fourth quarter. And we're going to have that focused effort all the time and have that development, have part of that development, be about winning.
Well, it's a good opportunity, a couple of home games in front of fans. And, regardless of what the rest of the league is doing or not doing in terms of trying to win, I think it's very clear you're trying to win. You're trying to get in whatever postseason it looks like, and then let's start to put all these pieces together. So hopefully, folks, Tuesday, Thursday night this week, the Washington Wizards in town. Look forward to it, Coach. I'll see you down there.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right. Head coach of the Hawks, Quinn Snyder, explaining why Zach Risacher getting benched. And by the way, Kuminga needs his minutes too. So, you're the number 1 pick in the draft. You're going to have to deal with it right now.
He massaged the Risacher bit a little bit better than the article was of how good he was against Philly and how bad he was against the Heat.
Well, it was a great – who wrote that piece for the AJC? Great numbers on Zachary. Yeah. He's really – it has not been there from a guy creating his offense, and it has gone backwards. And Quinn finally just said, listen, we're trying to win. There's some pieces here. We are trying to win. And I can't wait to see Jonathan Kuminga. When we come back, there's so much to get to. Breaking news from the Braves, if you hadn't heard. Obviously, breaking news on our show. Just got announced on ESPN, the announcement by Ian Cunningham about Kirk Cousins. We'll get into that. And if you had not heard what happened with Kirby Smart and Mario Cristobal at an event last night, wow. This is about as tasty as it gets for Sports Talk Radio. We'll play you that when we come back. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This has been Inside the Atlanta Hawks, brought to you by Kumho Tire, proud partner of the Atlanta Hawks.
Now, your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Still a couple of heavy delays. We had a crash on North I-85 Beaver Ruin Road as you move into Norcross that was temporarily shut down. Everything's off to the shoulder. Still seeing some delays there. Also an accident on 285 at Glenwood Road. We're seeing some delays there still. Injury wreck on South I-75 Marietta Parkway. That's off to the shoulder. And the trouble spot we had for those traveling South I-85 at Cheshire Bridge Road. That's in the right lane. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
20% off everything? What? Zero res. That's right. If you've been waiting, because it's springtime now, maybe that ice and all the snow is gonzo, and you could take advantage of doing the whole house. What do I mean by the whole house? Clean your carpets in your entire house. Usually Zero Res does a special for 3 rooms, and it's this, and you get a free something. They never do 20% off, and they've done it for the whole month of February. So you don't have to have it done this week. You just have to book it by this week, okay? So it's 770-242-1313. Call them and say, I want 20% off everything. And if I were you, I would also schedule the air duct cleaning. The air duct cleaning. You will feel better. Listen to this cold I have now. Get everything cleared out. Allergies are on the way. You'll just feel good. Zero Res is the best. No harsh chemicals coming in. They're a local company. I can't brag on them enough. Okay? 20% off everything. ZeroResAtlanta.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. 404-793-0000, 12600 Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $74 a month with a 2-year agreement. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Getting ready to sell your house? Clean roofs, bright siding, and spotless driveways can make a massive first impression. Mention me, mention Sandra Golden when you book and save $100. WiseGuysProWash.com. Calls the Wise Guys. WiseGuysProWash.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. Enjoy 24-hour access at most clubs when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
Planet Fitness is the official fitness center of the Atlanta Hawks.
See club for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's more of the Steakhouse.
You're welcome, my friend. Yeah.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
.943 Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steak and Sandra. 9 at 9 coming up. I guess we're in the 9 at 9 because two of the big breaking news stories came in the beginning of our show about 40 minutes ago with Ian Cunningham live from the Combine. We'll mention that coming up. Sandy, haven't seen you since Thursday.
Yes. Where'd you go? Where were you?
I was in Orlando for a day, which is all you need to be in Orlando.
Oh, not the truth.
Yeah, I had a business thing I had to be at yesterday morning, so we flew out Sunday night. Mental note, don't stay near Universal Studios in the middle of a spring break if you don't want to be. They have those, I was in those hotels with a free breakfast deal in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think, did you see the Taylor Swift crowd outside of Mercedes-Benz?
That's what it was like.
It was not where you want to be as a 59-year-old man on a business trip. I mean, there was
That's funny.
There was an onslaught to the free breakfast that nothing like I've ever seen.
When there's an opportunity
Kids,
to make your own waffle, it is special.
Oh my God! And the families on top of families on top of families, and just being back in Atlanta feels like a good thing. And my poor mom up there. Did you see what's happening?
Oh my gosh!
Boston and New York. And
Providence, Rhode Island has 37 inches of snow.
Insane.
I went out and asked my husband about last night because I was like, you tell me all the time that we just don't. What does that even feel like?
I mean, it's so beyond your comprehension. My wife was up in Boston for 4 days visiting my mom. She's like, this is so beautiful. It's amazing. Feet and on top of feet of snow. I was like, yeah, it's beautiful when you live in Atlanta and you come up there. They're over it. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Anyway, lots more in the Olympics. USA Hockey's back in town. Obviously, breaking news from the Braves, breaking news from the Falcons. We did not do our 9 at 9, so why don't we do it now? And then we'll also get you the Kirby Mario Cristobal stuff from last night, which is blowing up on the internet.
Time for the 9 at 9. It's 9 things you need to know.
9 on the Steakhouse.
Brought to you by Vardy. AC heating, plumbing, and electrical. Vardy does it all. Scheduling your repairs or service is effortless at Vardy.com. Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
We'll begin with the Atlanta Braves. Chris Sale gets $27 million for 27. This year he's under an $18 million deal, so one more year, 27 for 27.
Scares the hell out of me how much pressure is on this guy at this stage of his career as the number one starter here. Obviously, with what's happened, they need Chris Sale to be Chris Sale like he's been the last couple of years. Obviously, 2 years off of the Cy Young and the Triple Crown in pitching. And then there's a team option you mentioned for 28 at $30 million, as you said. So, I mean, listen, he's a bargain if he pitches anywhere near what he's been like. So getting him locked up was a great deal. And maybe one of the greatest trades in baseball history. That trade, Boston wanted to get rid of him. They gave $16 million. And they took Vaughn Grissom, and I don't even know who else, but that's one of the great trades, certainly in the history of the Atlanta Braves.
Bo is just telling me that's the most money. Say what you said in my ear.
Highest guaranteed money they've ever paid one person for one season.
$27 million.
That's crazy.
Highest guaranteed.
Good for him. All right, spring training fun continues. They are at home today with the Detroit Tigers. Ronaldo Lopez is scheduled to start.
Yeah, we should also mention Braves Vision officially announced, which is all that matters to the consumer is you will be consuming the games almost exactly how you were previously. You'll have to have a sports package on either Charter or Fubo or YouTube TV or Comcast, but the Braves will be running their own games, and it's not even a whole network, just they'll be bringing it, what are they calling it, direct to distributor.
So that means
whoever your distributor is,
which also means it's going to be our hometown announcers, the exec, all this. It's going to look the same.
Yeah,
feel the same. Less blackouts, guys.
Well,
so that's good news.
Well, it's 140 games that they'll have direct to distributor. The rest will be on over the air on Peachtree TV and Atlanta News First, and the rest will be on the Apple, ESPN versions of whatever baseball. So you have no difference in how you're going to get your Braves. Braves just in a new business. They're selling their own product. And selling it direct to distributor.
We just had GM Ian Cunningham from our Atlanta Falcons. There's 2 news stories that is tearing up the internet right now. ESPN now has it on their crawl. Kirk Cousins officially will be released. And Ian was very forthcoming with it.
Yeah, he said he wants to do right by Kirk Cousins and his team and not play around. We will release you on the first day, but the league is...
I believe it's March 11th.
Yeah, March 11th is the date that you can announce those transactions and that Kirk Cousins will be released. And it also confirmed Kyle Pitts has been franchised or is going to be franchised by the team and that they will continue to negotiate with him. But everything from Ian said in that interview, go earn your keep, man. Just go earn it.
Yeah.
There's no long-term.
They really didn't have another choice, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I think that he did enough in this season. And listen, we are incredibly shorthanded of folks that can catch the football.
Yeah,
100%. Incredibly shorthanded. At least we know we have him. I don't know what we're doing at second, third, and fourth wide receivers. We shall see.
I'm not going to bring up Darnell Mooney because I know how that gets you upset. Wizards are here at State Farm. Don't look for Trae Young. Trae Young out. Right knee, MCL sprain, right quad contusion.
Yeah, just like Anthony Davis. Listen, the Washington Wizards have Trae Young and Anthony Davis, and they won again in the lottery badly. They got Alexander Sarr and a pretty good young team, and they ain't playing nobody that they think can make them win. Trae Young's fine, but this is how jacked up the NBA is. He doesn't have to play. He keeps saying he's injured. Anthony Davis doesn't have to play. Between that and teams outright tanking, and then your superstars just decide, I'll take the year off so we get a better draft pick. Not a good look for the NBA. Let's get some dubs against the Wizards.
Agree. If you want to go down tonight, you guys, it's at State Farm Arena.
So that's our 9 at 9. Last night, correct?
Yes.
In Gainesville, there's a Steve Spurrier event.
Steve Spurrier Award.
Yeah, it's given to best first-year coach. First-year head coach.
A whole list of
different awards.
The Football Writers Association awards. There's a handful of awards.
So there's a lot of folks down there, including Steve Spurrier, Dan Mullen, Kirby Smart, Mario Cristobal.
Kirby's there because Ellis Robinson on Ellis Island won Defensive Freshman of the Year. Studmeister.
So Kirby gets the mic first, correct?
That's right.
And you know which cut we're going to run here?
We're going to run all of them because they're that good.
So he's got Mario Cristobal in his background.
So he's sitting with Ellis Robinson and his parents. So he's sitting, he was sitting with him, and Mario's sitting right behind him. So this is what he's referring to.
We probably sponsored that trip with all the NIL money we spent, so I promise you that's a good, safe bet. But that's all right. They deserve it. Mario's right behind him, and if it had been up to him, he would have paid a lot more NIL money because it came down to us too. So I don't like you being real close to Mario right now. You know what I'm saying? He's still got another year left. Got to be careful around Mario. Sometimes he'll take your players, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Listen, you'll hear Mario in a second,
So
but
by the way,
Kirby.
they're friends. Mario and Kirby, they were together
Yeah,
at...
they're friendly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, I would just say they're friendly. But
Yeah.
he's a tough guy to be friends with, Mario Cristobal.
He is
know
not
him.
a nice person. To me, just personally,
You
I
covered
worked
him.
a lot.
I've heard a lot of people say
he's
he
not
is-
warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
He's all business. He's,
So he didn't enjoy, I'm sure. Here's Kirby's. We're going to play his next one.
Yep.
Here's
on,
more Kirby.
Spurrier, yeah.
I was talking to Mario earlier, and he came up to me and he gave me a Lane Kiffin joke. And he and Lane are very similar in a lot of ways. They're like best friends. And he came up to me. He's like, "You ought to start getting on some protein shakes. You've had too many carbs." And I said, "Well, you probably ought to spend some time with Steve Spurrier because he won more conference championships at Duke than you have at Miami." So Coach Spurrier and him got to visit some.
By the way, the comedic timing and Kirby and the stand-up.
Yeah,
he's got a career after all
He's
this.
a funny dude.
Yeah,
and
he
Kirby's
is.
got a great sense of humor. I didn't think the same for Mario Cristobal, but he was not playing around.
I thought Mario did a heck of a job.
I would say Kirby's was, in terms of cutting, about a 7 or 8. I think Mario went to about a 10. Here is his response when he got the mic a little bit later.
It's a great piece right there to watch what a player like Carson Beck could do with great coaching. You know what I mean? No, seriously, let's give it up for Kirby Smart. Let's give it up for Kirby Smart. If it wasn't for all his years of pre-NIL, we wouldn't have NIL right now. Did you reach the Robinson family, great seeing you. We leave at 9:30 on the wheel jet. We have more than one restaurant in Miami as opposed to Athens.
They went food steak.
Yeah.
Below the belt.
Interesting, though, how they recruit, because that's something they probably use. You want to be in Athens, or do you want to be... Just ask the USA hockey team, because, by the way, they were partying in Miami last night. Part of the pitch, right? We're Miami. We have all the money. We're a big-time town. You're not going to be in some podunk town like Athens. Here's more Mario Cristobal taking his shots at Georgia.
You got to give a guy like Kirby credit. You know what I mean? When you have all that time to sit at home watching us play on TV throughout the playoffs, if you don't take care of business, but congratulations on the SEC and the championship. That's awesome. We were 5-0 against the SEC. I don't know what you were, but
there's Kirby laughing. Here we got some more Mario.
One more about the swamp. Yeah, it's good.
I never felt so welcome in enemy territory. Except last year at the Swamp, 41-17. That was meant for that guy. The Georgia guy. Can we all say screw Georgia? Screw Georgia.
All right, so there they are.
First of all, everybody's
Back and
lubed
forth.
up and ready for it. They sounded like they're having a good old time.
Yeah, I just say I think there were maybe in one other Mario Kart going after Kirby, but it is what it is, man. I mean, that's one of those sets. I didn't even know that thing existed, and obviously you learn what the format is. So that must be a format where you come after each other, right?
Yeah. Dan Mullen did shtick. Chris Doering got up as a player and did shtick.
Dan Mullen had a good line. He said, John Summerall, the new coach, he could probably win this award next year if he just wins 8 games the way things are going here. Basically talking about how bad Florida is, right?
He's not wrong.
Yeah. So
Dan Mullen looks good, looks thin. So good for those crazy kids having a good old time.
All right. Lots to get into when we come back. Thoughts, sights, and sounds from USA. One person has simply taken their career late in life and put himself on the Mount Rushmore in the history of this profession. Who is it?
Mike Bell. Oh, sorry.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, 2 o'clock on Tuesday. What are you doing? I know where I'm going to be. You need to be there, too, because Kevin Stefanski, the new head coach of our Let's Buy the Show, live from the Combine. Make sure you tune in to find out the latest on what he's thinking and where this organization is headed. It starts at 2 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Still seeing quite a backup, at least a 2.5 mile delay. Southbound 285 at Glenwood Road. Injury wreck there, it's still blocking that left lane. Solid delays, very heavy back beyond Memorial Drive. Also a crash remains along southbound I-75 Marietta Parkway. They're trying to get that off to the shoulder. Southbound Georgia 400 at McFarland Road. Injury wreck there, that's in the right lane, so that's just now starting to stack up. I'm Laura Houston with Odyssey, Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelce. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kelce. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kelce. Download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kelce. Trade on anything.
More and more people are putting their house up for sale. The first call that you need to make after you decide, like, yeah, we're going to do this is wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, known them a long time. They are a small, big company. They're the largest in Atlanta, but started out from Wes. And now his fiance, they run that office, and they are awesome. They know how to do it from going door to door with the right kind of brushes because they use those soft brushes. And why is that even a big deal? When you get some fly-by-night guy that does your pro washing, your paint's going to be chipped. Those shingles, all of it gets damaged because you get careless. Those soft bristles are key. So listen, I'm going to tell you to call around and get estimates. You can get an estimate over the phone because they can pull up your address right on the old computer. Tell them I sent you. You're going to get $100 off, and you don't even have to be home when they come clean. And come clean. Shutters, windows, driveway, walkway up to your house, your front door, your roof, your port. You get it? All the furniture outside, they do it all. Great, great local company. I cannot brag on them enough. And a lot of you guys, especially last year when I started talking about them, were like, wow, they were amazing. Trust me. Just trust me on this. WiseGuysProWash.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone.
Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lease a new 2026 K4 LXS for $249 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees during the President's Day sales event.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2026 K4 LXS 4D 2.0 liter MPI FWD IVT 24,635 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end is $15,766.40. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year. Access wear and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 3/2/26. Limited inventory available.
Start your spring cleaning early and get an insanely clean home with Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Take 20% off standard cleaning services when you mention Sandra. You can always book online. It's so easy. ZeroResAtlanta.com. Mention Sandra.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight against the Washington Wizards, and it will be the first time that the Hawks will take on their Eastern Conference rivals since trading Trae Young to them back in January. But the star point guard will not play tonight. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock on 92.9 The Game with tip-off at 7:30. The NFL Combine continues in Indianapolis today with general managers and head coaches taking the podium. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning, while head coach Kevin Stefanski will join Dukes and Bell at 4 o'clock. I'm Garrett Chapman.
Back to more of the fastest and most fun 2 hours in radio.
It's the Steakhouse.
Yeah, let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
10:04, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Busy first hour. Steak Shapiro, Sandra Golden. Thanks so much for being with us. We are the biggest, baddest signal on the planet, 92.9. We also got our Odyssey app. We also have our YouTube channel. And we also just found out we're number one again. So great to be number one. Great to be sitting on top of the heap. There should be a throne in there for Mike Conti. He keeps hammering away. And congratulations to the whole radio station. Another number one for, I think it was January. So we're thrilled to be here this morning. Ian Cunningham joined us earlier. Two news-breaking moments, I guess, announcing officially Kyle Pitts is the franchise, and Kirk Cousins will be released as soon as the league calendar starts on March 11th. And then, of course, the Braves making news of Chris Sale and a few other things going on. So great day to be here as we think about the USA hockey team videos that are circulating with their trip to Miami. And I always think about this when you're in Milan or somewhere else in the Olympics. And even when you win a championship in another city, even just for your home city, you don't really know the impact until you get and you land, right? I mean, in Milan, way more Canadian fans for that game. A lot of anti-USA sentiment, clearly overseas, not surprising. We knew that was going to happen. The crowd at the game was something like 2-1 Canada. Absolutely wanted USA to lose. So I don't think you have a full breadth of how big this was in America till you hit your native soil in Miami. And then they'll find out over the next rest of their lives, really. So they're in Miami last night. Have you seen those videos of them at 11? If you don't know what 11 is, it's the number one grossing club, restaurant, strip club in America. It is a 24-hour club in Miami with a 5-star restaurant, with a strip club, with a nightclub. It never closes. It's as big as it gets. And last night, the entire group of USA players singing the Star Spangled Banner in the nightclub with the lights down, and the whole place singing it, and then just one scene after another. They're in USA jerseys. I think Jack Hughes was in an Eruzione jersey, or somebody was. I mean, they are living their best life. They have been getting after it. What did Rusty say? They're on one now, right?
They're on one for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and no question that, this galvanized our country on a Sunday morning when, I talked about this yesterday. This is a weird time of year. Basketball is in their 58th game of the year in the NBA. Absolute dog days of the NBA in terms of significance. College basketball is 2 weeks away from the conference tournament into March Madness. So college basketball will be front and center for 4 full weeks, including with all these SEC tournaments, Big East tournament, ACC, but not for another 2 weeks.
Right.
And then Masters is around the corner, the pinnacle of golf. But, I mean, now great race was over
NASCAR?
the weekend.
Oh, my God. Atlanta got a fabulous race, and the standings are Michael Jordan 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Bubba Wallace is 2, and Tyler Reddick is 1. So I love it for everybody down there.
But for the most part, this was a perfect time.
Yeah.
NBC with an Olympics that has been through the roof, has built momentum as the Olympics always does. The scuttlebutt, the day-to-day conversation grows. Figure skating, curling. It started with what's our girl's name who just flipped on the mountain there?
Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsey Vonn. So that was early, and then it just gained momentum, and then everyone's like, U.S. Canada. And then you wake up, set my alarm. First thing on Sunday, I wanted to take in every bit of it, and it was just a spectacular 3 hours to be a sports fan and to be an American. It was just spectacular.
Yeah, and the folks that don't watch hockey all the time, and I'm one of them, I used to watch it. But it doesn't translate. Mike Conti had the perfect tweet. This doesn't translate. This is not what hockey is on a nightly basis, unfortunately. For when we are so vested with not only our country, but the best players in the world were on the ice.
Yeah, I love Brian Boucher. I think he said it. This is the fastest he's ever seen on a rink in his life,
right?
In terms of what was going on. That he has never seen so much speed on a hockey rink ever watching the USA and Canada. I mean, no question that Canada, from a skill set, speed, scoring perspective, is if not superior, but ahead of the United States, even with Sidney Crosby not playing, which is why that first goal was so crucial for the U.S., and then they were hanging on for dear life. You go to 3-on-3. Some folks don't like it.
Yeah, but what happened in the second period when Connor
with
got so peppered, and I believe at one point it was 36-17.
Yeah,
outshot in the second period, y'all. So for that to happen was just miraculous. I thought this is unheralded.
Yeah, I was so nervous going into that overtime. I'm just like, this is going to remind me of last year's, what was it? Four Nations when you get beat late. It's reminding me of 2010. I think it was Crosby's goal in Vancouver, the famous goal that Canadians win in overtime to beat Americans. I said, we're going to have to go through this again. And I just almost could not believe it and that's what you needed. Just find a way to get one home. Jack Hughes, the story of Jack Hughes and his brother and his mom who works on behalf of USA Women's Hockey. And yes, he is Jewish, so all the members of the tribe celebrating like crazy as well. I guess his mom's Jewish, dad's not, but that was a huge,
And Ellen Weinberg is a super stud athlete herself who played in the 92 World Champions, is a consultant for Women's USA Hockey.
Yep.
She has 3 brothers in the NHL. 3. 2 of them play for the Devils. His younger brother, Lucas, also plays for the Devils.
Yeah, I mean, like saying that
Jack is dating Tate McRae. You can't write
Tate
this
McRae?
stuff. Oh, my God. She is it.
Yeah.
Pull up Tate McRae during the commercial.
But what is she, an actress, influencer?
She's a singer. She's from Canada. She's gorgeous. She is the hot, young, fabulous
So
thing.
he was the number
Tate
one
McRae, right?
He was the number one pick in the draft.
Yep.
It's just an unbelievable story. And then I would say this, and we'll just play the whole thing for you, because I was thinking this. I've been thinking about this for 2 weeks, that Mike Tirico, who unfortunately didn't have a great Super Bowl to call, but did a brilliant job, him and Collinsworth, which is the gold standard. I mean, forget about Aikman or Buck or Herb Street or whatever. The gold standard is Chris Collinsworth and Mike Tirico. He calls the Super Bowl. Next thing you know, you turn on your TVs in Milan the next day. He hosts flawlessly, impeccably, great grace, style, knowledge. The pregame was phenomenal. Him with Gretzky, Eruzione, just setting the tone. He just is so
Eddie
freaking
Olczyk,
talented.
by the way,
Eddie
is as good as
Olczyk
it
with
gets,
Kenny
too.
Albert.
Yes.
Yeah, those guys
but Eddie
are awesome.
would come over and do the mid-period with so good.
I mean, it's just perfect journalism. Journalism! And here is Mike Tirico. Now, again, the final moment of the Olympic Games in Milan, the final athletic moment was a overtime goal by the United States to capture their 12th, the most gold medals in USA history. And then this guy, who I would say now is the pantheon of the greatest broadcasters ever. And I think he surpassed Costas, who did the Olympics for years. But Tirico's good at everything. He's just good at everything. Yeah. And this is him getting on there, kind of deep breath, setting the scene. It's been about 40 minutes of post-game since.
Because of a drought that almost lasted the half century, those teams are revered. They are held on to forever. And what happened today doesn't take away from the greatness of those teams or the meaning that those teams have in U.S. hockey. But what you saw today was the build of a generation, inspired perhaps by that team that lost in 2010 in Vancouver to the Sidney Crosby golden goal in overtime. Or the team where TJ Oshie had all those shootout goals in 2014. That's when these guys were doing what you're doing, watching on TV. And they were young, and they were living the dream. So for all the young people out there, not just the hockey, but all the Olympics you've watched, those dreams are formed now. Go chase them and go get them. Because our country loves sports, and it brings us together unlike anything else. And if you didn't know that, if you haven't been watching the last 2 weeks, you saw it in Team USA Hockey, winning the gold over their arch rival Canada here in Milan to wrap up these 25th Olympic Winter Games.
I can't even believe it's like the Beatles writing a perfect song.
You think it was written or off the cuff?
Oh, off the cuff, no question. Yeah. That is extemporaneous. Let's try to wrap it up. Let's try to coalesce our thoughts. And we do this every day in radio, and we don't always do it well, but we are used to, speaking live, which is why the big joke used to be when we were asked to come on TV, do CNN or Fox News or ESPN. It's like, you guys going to be okay? We're going to be rolling for 5 minutes. Like, dude, we've done 10,000 hours of talking off the cuff, right. But not like that. Not wrapping up with millions and millions of people trying to encapsulate not only the Olympic Games, but what sports can mean and the notion of young people and living a dream, and then referencing previous Olympic Games, why it was so important. I think it was 58 seconds, Bo. Is that what it was? That was 58 seconds of perfect broadcasting. That should be held out for any young person that ever thinks about what it sounds like to be natural and speak off the cuff and bring the gravitas of the moment to life. I mean, I've heard it once or twice. Listening to it again, that was just brilliant. Yeah. That was friggin' brilliant. Not a stutter, not a stumble, not an overly, flowery try to say, I'm going to have my moment. They're like, hey, Tariqa, we got about a minute or two left. You want to wrap it up? I guarantee you that's what it was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because he hasn't had time to write anything. It's moving so fast. He's like, now we're going to the ice, and now we're going here, and now we're going to have to preview the closing ceremonies.
And he's flawless. He is flawless.
So.
And every transition, so good. I missed it even last night. I just thought it was just a great couple of weeks.
My wife was so into it for 2 weeks, and now she'll go back to not listening to us again. Damn it. We'll come back. Lots on the way, including what do you think's happening at the Combine? Ian Cunningham shared some thoughts on Sports Radio 92.9.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Saturday, Atlanta United faces San Jose Earthquakes.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The Spurs beat the Pistons last night in a matchup of NBA Finals contenders, but I don't really see it that way as far as both those teams winning an NBA championship. I don't like either team to win the title this season. Detroit just doesn't have the scoring outside of star point guard Cade Cunningham, and San Antonio doesn't have the experience. You need to lose before you win. So while both teams have had great seasons, I don't like San Antonio or Detroit to win it all this year. I'm Nick Costos.
Spring savings start early at Lowe's. Get a Cobalt 24-volt Max leaf blower for just $99. It's powerful, lightweight, and ready to go. Plus, get 4 bags of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Don't wait. Get everything you need to start on your spring projects today. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/4. Soil offer excludes Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial.
John Foyt Associates, you know what these guys do? They win cases time and again. They've been doing it for years. Not some of those fly-by-night folks that throw up in town and think all of a sudden they're going to try to rule the ATL. I've seen restaurants do it. I've seen other businesses like, you don't know our city, man. You don't understand our peeps. John Foyt does, and John Foyt wins. JohnFoyt.com, 404-400-4000, 404-400-4000. You have an automobile, motorcycle, or truck wreck, you go to the guy that's been winning, and you go to the guy that's Atlanta through and through. John Foyt, go to JohnFoyt.com. He is the strong arm.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
This report is brought to you by Ken Nugent Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Georgia homeowners, this is Ray from Window Comfort, and to kick off 2026, we're doing something no window company in this state has ever done before. We're paying homeowners real cash to upgrade their windows. Not a tax credit, not a mail-in rebate, actual money. For a limited time, you'll get $100 cash back for every window you replace with Window Comfort. 10 windows, that's $1,000 back in your pocket. 20 windows, that's $2,000. And this is important. This is not a discount on the windows. This is cash back in addition to all of our current promotions, including buy two, get two, free installation, and no payments till 2028. So yes, we're literally paying you to improve your home, lower your energy bills, and boost your property value. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. Go to windowcomfort.com and schedule your free no-pressure estimate today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city in Peachtree style.
Alexander Walker, nothing but net from the corner.
February 26th, the Hawks host the Wizards at State Farm Arena for the Black History Month game.
Jalen Johnson's going to cruise home and windmills it.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, all grit, no let up. February 26th, Black History Month game. Hawks versus Wizards, fueled by Georgia Natural Gas. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Atlanta Braves have reportedly agreed to an extension with ace Chris Sale. The deal is worth a reported $27 million with a club option for $30 million in 2028. This agreement will make the 36-year-old the highest-paid Braves player ever in terms of average annual value. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning live from the NFL Combine, and he confirmed that tight end Kyle Pitts would receive the franchise tag from the team. He also confirmed that quarterback Kirk Cousins will be released on the first day of the league year. I'm Garrett Chapman.
The show just hits different. It's the Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's 10:23. Coming up in 5 minutes, the breaking news Ian Cunningham shared with us an hour and 20 minutes ago that has gone all over the intranet. We didn't do much. We just let him break it, but we'll take the credit for it because Mike Conti and the team set it up, and the interview that he could do was at 9 a.m., so we finally get something.
Yes!
We finally
USA! USA!
No, this isn't the same thing, but Carl and Mike, they get Raheem every week, or Arthur, or all the Andy and Randy. They're like a cavalcade of getting all the big guests, and we sit here like, we'll have a short order cook from Waffle House come in, which I like. To me, that's a better interview than almost anything.
Well, when you bypassed the whole, when Ian's like, well, yeah, we all went to dinner last night, and then I was like, here we go. And you didn't.
I felt like it was one of those interviews where we had to be a journalist.
Journalist!
Let me just say this. We're talking in the break about USA Hockey. And, it's just so amazing because in 1980, nobody worried about this. 1990, this is not a political statement, but listen, by not making a political statement, it's funny. The other day I was talking about how this, I don't know, somebody in the internet said something about how the Liberals were rooting for Canada and they must be upset. And it was in my thread, and I said, like, dude, can you just allow this to not have anything to do with politics? I'm pretty sure the Dems, the Libs, or the right-wing Trumpers, I think everybody was rooting for USA. And what was the response? That proves your politics right there. Just as
I know you can't.
He goes, just by commenting on me saying that the Dems and the Libs, I was like, you can't win. But USA Hockey, the State of the Union tonight, it just feels like you're going from 11 last night. Like, they have games on Wednesday, right?
Yes, and this was a big deal that they were away from their team.
Yes.
The team's still
and the NHL hates they're losing their players and worried about injury and all that stuff. So this is not a political statement. My opinion, getting invited to the White House is absolutely part of the process. Hopefully the USA win. Well, the USA women turned it down. So, but again, Trump made the joke after the game. Whatever you think about all that, and they declined to go to the White House. But showing up at the State of the Union, it's kind of a stronger political statement. I don't even think you need to go there because I think there's games on Wednesday, and it just puts you in the middle of that. In a different way, puts you in the middle of that politics. So
I just think it was, and I don't know if you've been out with your friends, you've had way too many, and you're like, yeah, tomorrow we should totally all do that, and then it's drunk.
Or somebody
plans.
asks you to do something.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God, let's plan a dinner, and we're gonna and drunk vacate. None of it ever happens.
Or you regret that you said yes.
Yes.
It just feels. Here's the other thing. It's pretty boring, and Trump talks so long. Like, they're going to be, if they're going to be sitting there, because a lot of times, the president will point up to certain honored guests.
I just have a feeling one by one, they're going to fall off today because those teams are going to be like, you're adorable. Gold medal in your locker.
Yeah.
You need to be why aren't you even on the practice squad rink today?
Listen, one chance to win a gold medal and be asked to the White House. I would hope for them. Maybe they'll get paraded around prior.
And then get out. Yeah.
Because you got to stand up and sit down a lot. It's
You're
tiring.
Right. It's like Catholic
church. It's like it's a lot of up and down.
Yeah.
Anyways, so that's some of all kinds of things, in the sports world happening.
Let me also just say something, the elephant in the room, as the female in the room, if I may. So just giving my 30-second diatribe. When they're on that phone call and Trump says, I'm going to invite the women to, or else I'll be impeached, and then they all have a big laugh. I have come to terms a long time ago, like you were, ladies, listen up. Remember in second grade, and the boys are all in the corner, and they're like, get away from us! It's still the same. That doesn't mean it's good, bad, or indifferent, but sometimes the men like to go over there and pick and scratch and fart and burp and tell dirty jokes. Just as we girls, we like to be over here and get up. We're going to talk about your outfit, and it's okay. It's okay sometimes. There doesn't need to be this big declaration and heels in the sand. I get both sides. I wish that he wouldn't have put it like that. I wish he would have said, I've already called the girls, and there wasn't a big laughter. I think half of that hockey team was wasted out of their minds, and I don't know that they heard. But I will speak for the Hughes, and she just spoke on Good Morning America, Today's show, their mother, Ellen, who was like, these two have not only been training with these women, like, do you know they've been training on the ice together? So I just think they're giggly and silly. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
That's a great statement. Another great statement is our president should not have said that. But again, he's talking off the cuff, stream of consciousness, kind of trying to get a laugh.
I don't know that
I
he
got
knows
to invite
that's
the
on
girls.
speaker and there's being
I don't
filmed.
even know they could barely hear.
I agree.
It's the awkward laugh of a powerful person making a joke.
But
of like, he's going to say something and we're going to laugh. We don't even know exactly what he said. What do you want them to do? Like raise their hand and say, "Hold on a second. That's not fair. You shouldn't say." Like, what do you want them to do? They're sitting in a locker room
and they're
pounding
pounding beers, pounding.
Yeah, I mean, this notion.
And I gotta just say, like, Steak, it's so. I don't know. I think you and I are such good friends. When you and we're all together and the boys and they're like, "Oh, Sandra's going home. Bye. You're gonna go have a great time." And I know I'm like, yeah, it's kind of guys' night. I never get sensitive Sue about it. Do you know? I think it's all okay. Is that do you see what I'm trying to say? Like guys and gals, we're all together all the time,
but I don't even think there was anything about those men that was condescending women. Other than the president saying, which was somewhat condescending,
but
or totally condescending. But
you're heel turning as fans on.
Something
that really didn't happen.
I don't think 99.9%. Absolutely don't blame USA Men's for 1 second.
I hope that's true.
Kelly Key got herself in trouble on Barstool. She called them pathetic losers.
I don't even know who she is. I'm sorry.
And she's probably the most unknown person on Barstool.
Oh, okay.
So Portnoy went after her because she said they're pathetic losers, the USA Men, for not sticking up for those girls. Like, that's most of us. And the problem today is that if you get on, which we have to be on X social, we have to be on Twitter. You'll believe that we are so divided. Like there is just two vitriolic, angry sides of America. Yeah. And the reality is most of us like, dude, I got a lot of things to worry about today. I got to try to figure out how to pay college tuition or try to get my 10,000 steps in or not get laid off over at UPS or one of these places. Like
I didn't know you were working at UPS. Yeah. Is that what you do? Or is that where you were yesterday? Oh, okay. His training and he does come in with suits on a lot. Good for you. Side hustle.
So
good for you.
My point is,
good for you.
My point is that I think that most folks are not living, what you see on social. But the problem is that's what's put in front of you. So you think everybody is a lunatic one way or another.
Right.
And most of us like, okay, yeah, that probably wasn't a great thing to say, but whatever. Like, I'm not going to spend 2 seconds, getting myself worked up about the men or the women or even the president. Like, dude, let's just move on. Let's appreciate the gold medal. The women don't want to go there. Okay. They're no less Americans.
What you should be doing as Americans is going to the betting tomorrow night and take like whoever those guys are hungover and be like, what's that over under or whatever on goals? Because they're a hot mess university.
Maybe
right
go
now.
whenever Hollenbuck's in goal next.
Right.
Folks need to understand this too, and then we'll get to the Ian Cunningham stuff after the break. So Hollenbuck is not only the goalie of the year, which is I don't know what the awards are. They get the Vezina Award or whatever it is as goalie of the year, and then there's MVP. He's the MVP of the National Hockey League. He's the MVP of the NHL. He was pulled 3 different times in a series last year for Winnipeg. 3 times. That's like, Anthony Edwards getting benched by the Timberwolves multiple times in the playoffs. Benched. Like, you pulled the number 1 goalie in the world 3 times. Like, he needed a moment. That was embarrassment. That just happened a few months ago. So that part of the story. Then there's Austin Matthews, the greatest American-born player, I guess, from Arizona, that is now going to Toronto.
He's a captain at Toronto.
Captain.
Mm-hmm.
And the same with, we talked about our goalie, going to Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm. And by the way,
and they're salty. The Canadians are salty.
Go read up on Connor because his story, he is a bass fisherman from Texas, y'all. He was like, oh, okay, hockey. Like, you will love his whole story. He was just underwhelming his whole career. And there's a 4 or 5 minute stuff that's out there that you will absolutely love these kids.
Yeah. So, listen, I'm just glad that we got this little gift in the sports world and the sports talk world, just a little gem that we got.
And the Alyssa Liu
in late February.
In the skating, the women's ice skater, for her to go out and do what she did, she was not predicted to be a favorite, y'all.
Really?
The Japanese girl was the 5-time favorite, not even close. And then Alyssa Liu just went out and she's like, I'm going to dye my hair. and just do my thing. And she was
like the Mike Tirico we played earlier. That was a perfect.
She's just full of joy.
Set.
She's full of joy.
She was so on her game. She was so on her game.
Yeah.
The Olympics were awesome.
I miss it.
Have you seen
Although the voice is back, so there's
Have you seen the LA promo that came out with
LA? No.
Kate Hudson, NBC, doing the Beach Boys song, previewing the LA Olympics. We're 2 summers away from LA, so that's part of it as well. Also, if you're considering I think going to Mexico for World Cup, you may want to just look into that for a second. You know where that all that blank is blowing up like crazy?
Literally.
That's right near, and I forget which city. They're hosting 4 World Cup games.
They were hosting 4.
Yeah. I mean,
Very
is it Puerto
serious.
Vallarta?
Yes,
Where is that in Mexico?
Yes, yeah.
I hate when they're setting buses on fire right in the middle of my pina colada at 1:00. That is not what I bargained for.
Awful.
I'm going to talk to my travel agent and say, I don't know. But anyway, they got to figure that out too. We come back. Ian Cunningham tells us why Kyle Pitts will be a Falcon next year. Sports Radio 92.9.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. Between taking care of the kids and working a full-time job, fixing up our house and keeping it clean for showings and open houses was overwhelming. I didn't know when I would find the time to do it all. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer saved us time and gave us peace of mind. We went to their website, filled out a quick form, and received a call within seconds. The entire process was quick and easy. We sold our home for a lot more than we bought it for. With over 11,000 5-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. Their guaranteed offer allowed us to focus on what mattered most, taking care of our family. I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. If you're preparing to move, check out Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey sports fans, it's John Smoltz. You watched me pitch for more than 2 decades, and you probably remember some of those long nights on the mound. What you didn't see was the wear and tear piling up on my shoulders, my knees, my elbow, and now, years later, I still feel it. Joint pain doesn't just hit an athlete. It hits all of us. Whether it's a day on the job, a round of golf, or just chasing the kids around the yard, pain gets in the way. Here's what I know. Nobody wants surgery, the downtime, the rehab, and the worry if it'll work. That's a tough call. That's why I chose QC Kinetics here in Atlanta. The regenerative treatments use your own body's healing power to help calm the inflammation, repair the damage, and restore your joints naturally. No surgery, no harmful drugs, just real relief. I'm not about to sit out the rest of my life on the bench. QC Kinetics help me, and they can help you get back into the game too.
QC Kinetics. Call today for your free consultation. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5 the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lease a new 2026 K4 LXS for $249 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees during the President's Day sales event.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2026 K4 LXS 4D 2.0 liter MPI FWD IVT 24,635 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end is $15,766.40. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year. Excess wear and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 3/2/26. Limited inventory available.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
He got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
I'm going to recommend this.
The Steakhouse.
Yes!
Awesome! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
10:41, Steak and Sandra. We got 3 straight days together, so you know what happens. Rusty rolls in on a Friday. He's not a hockey fan, but boy, was he all over our Steakhouse thread watching that hockey like crazy. He'll be here Friday. Thanks to Mark Zinno for helping out yesterday. Ian Cunningham coming up here. Some breaking news that he shared on our program earlier. Also, 3 strikes is coming up as well.
John Foy, big game of the night. Let's go Hawks. Hawks at home, hosting Washington Wizards without Trae Young. He won't play all year long?
No.
All year, he's not playing.
He got a contusion like here in Atlanta that kept him out a few games, and then they knew they were going to trade him, so they really didn't want to play him because you don't want to mess getting a real injury, and then you can't trade him. And then I think somebody said to me, someone from the Hawks, I think, said, yeah, he's not going to play all year. I go, dude, the league's never going to let him do that. He's fine. Not going to let him just sit for the year. And then Conte's like, no, he won't play.
He must not like this.
No.
He doesn't want to not be playing.
That's what you would assume with anybody, but no, he wants to be on a better team, and they think losing more games gives them a chance at this ridiculous draft that's coming up, and that if they end up in the draft lottery and get Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer or one of these guys, the kid from BYU, so that they're they're doing their own tank version.
Is he traveling with the team?
So
is he going to be there tonight?
That's a great question.
I hope he's there.
I don't know. I mean, it was just here. Is it one of the weirdest moments? I was sitting just by chance because my buddy Andrew had gotten tickets for me and my son behind the basket on the night that Trae Young was traded. He was sitting literally 10 feet from us when it broke on everybody's phone, and Trae is just over there. And the next thing you know, he starts hugging people and high-fiving them and everything else. I mean, it was surreal.
You saw it in real time.
Yeah, in real time watching him. And there'll be a phenomenal tribute. It will not be tonight. It'll be when he is in uniform, I would imagine, for the Wizards next year. Well, they'll do the trade tribute or whatever. And maybe, who knows if he gets his number retired. How many years was he here? 7? Is that enough? I'm not sure. Probably not. I don't know. Anyways, they're in town tonight.
That is a great question. Does Trae Young get his number retired with the Atlanta Hawks?
So
what do you think about that?
No, I think he won't, because if it's Ring of Honor, different from number retired. The Hawks don't do a Ring of Honor. Ring of Honor, I don't even know if NFL teams even retire numbers, do they? I don't even know. But Ring of Honor, a lot more players in the mix. When you literally retire a number, you know what I mean? And how many Hawks players' numbers are retired, if you want to check on that? I will also say that the Risa Shea benching, the Kuminga, the new pieces now that the Hawks are trying to incorporate, McCallum now starting. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff around the Atlanta Hawks. The league is definitely talking about them. It'd be nice if the Bucks started losing. They've been playing well without Giannis, but Pelicans are doing their part. 5 in history: Bob Pettit, Dominique Wilkins. Oh, let me say, would I know the other guys?
Yeah.
It's not Kevin Willis. It's not Doc Rivers. Pete Maravich. Right.
Pete Maravich is one.
And who are the other two?
Dikembe.
Oh, Dikembe.
And Lou Hudson.
Okay, sweet Lou Hudson. All right, let me give you our 3 strikes, and we'll play some Ian Cunningham. Favorite NBA or college 6th man, because that's what Risa Shea is now. He's a 6th man. Favorite NBA or college 6th man. Now, they could be a 6th man until they started, but they could have been a 6th man for years. Lou Williams was that for years. Jamal Crawford was that. Andrew Toney, Vinnie Johnson, Kevin McHale, just some names. You give me a college one, even better. What was your worst vacation? Where and why? What was your worst vacation? Where and why? Yeah, Mexico's got some issues of late. If you were vacation in Puerto Vallarta, the cartel started blowing all kinds of stuff up.
It's awful.
So that's probably not where you want to be, sitting by the pool. And last speech or toast that you made. The last time you had a speech or a toast that you were responsible for. If you didn't hear Mario Cristobal and Kirby Smart last night going after each other at this event, they both had the mic, and you'll hear it all day long on the radio station. I can promise you Andy and Randy will play it, and Dukes and Bell, and then we got Hawks tonight. 404-726-0929. 404-726-0929. Favorite NBA or college 6th man. What was your worst vacation, where and why? And the last speech or toast that you made. 60th birthday back home in Boston 5 weeks ago. My old roommate from college, one of my best friends, I wrote a lengthy poem the plane.
What's lengthy?
I don't know, like 2 pages.
Wow.
Went back from meeting him in college and just obliterated him. Just obliterated him. Teplo, my buddy Teplo.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the last toast I made.
Did you do a good job? You killed it?
It was because
Kirby's a stand-up comic. He can absolutely do the circuit.
You'll hear more of that coming up. All right, let's hear some Ian Cunningham. Earlier this morning, right out of the gate, he had some breaking news.
Our plan is to put the franchise tag on Kyle. That should get done today. Obviously had some really good conversations with Kyle and David, his rep. Confident that was the right move for us right now, and look forward to seeing how that plays out.
All right. Absolutely the right move. Listen, we can't start losing pieces with our offense because Tyler Algier is not going to be back. We don't have a second wide receiver. I assume we're going to – is Darnell Mooney? I don't know.
He's still here.
They're going to cut him, or I wouldn't count on him as far as I could throw him.
Mike Johnson – this morning was talking about value for what you're paying Darnell Mooney.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Don't get
Make
upset.
him a third of.
Okay, so let's just talk Kyle Pitts quickly in terms of franchise. He's going to $16 million, and they have until July 15th. Are you okay with $11 million a year for 4 years. I believe Josh from The Athletic threw that out there.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't think he's not taking that deal. Bo, he's not taking $44 million, is he, over 4 years? Huh?
That would not be very smart on his part.
So the deal is he either decides on that by July 15th or he takes the franchise tags and he frees it.
Yeah.
And it's a win-win for the Falcons,
Play
right?
for your
They
dinner.
can tag him again next year if they wanted. The pay's going to go up.
Okay. And he doesn't, if the tag is what I understand, to make sure I'm correct, the franchise tag is a good thing for your cap this year.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
And it's the average of the top five?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Here,
16.3 is the last number I saw.
Here's the more explaining. I don't know if I asked him whether he's worried about Kyle's attitude after most guys don't want to be tagged, or what he thought of evaluating him.
Obviously a talented player coming out 5 years ago. Had a really good rookie year. Actually, I was with Chicago when he was actually injured at Mercedes-Benz. Obviously, he was trying to come back from those injuries, and then he put together a really nice season last year. And ultimately what it comes down to is, you get this job on a little bit short notice. You have to make some decisions. This is a way for us to use the mechanisms that are provided by the league to allow ourselves a little bit more time to evaluate, right? We didn't want him to go into free agency next week. We're not in the business of letting go, really good players. And again, it just buys us a little bit more time to make some decisions and to evaluate the roster and him as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons and NFL ownership usually has, the ball in their court, meaning, it favors the league. You don't have guaranteed contracts. You release guys if they don't take pay cuts. I mean, it's night and day from the NBA and Major League Baseball. It's night and day. Advantage goes to the team, as is the case here. Also, what I loved about Ian Cunningham, and I would talk to Connie about it, I saw some people online, everybody knows what's going to happen with Kirk Cousins. Just say it. Everybody knows that you were going to Kyle Pitts franchise. It was going to get announced. Just say it. You don't have to play patty cake here. And he comes out and just tells you once and for all, very clearly, the plan with Kirk Cousins.
I've had a good conversation with Kirk the other day, and then Mike, his representation as well. I let him know that, our plan would be to release him the first day of the league year. Obviously, the contract structure allowed for that to occur. Again, out of respect for Kirk and for Michael, felt like that was the best decision, and the timing was right to let them know that our intentions and our plan, so that they can put a plan together for themselves. I feel like we owe that to him. I owe that to Kirk and his rep to be able to have that clarity moving forward.
Class act. I liked his response completely. And that was not news to Kirk. They already knew that. And now we can move forward. And who's going to be the starting quarterback when we kick off the season?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Penix can talk all he wants about his goal to be there opening day. You have to go under worst case scenario. He's not ready. You don't rush him back. He could get injured again. Why would he get injured? Because he's been injured 3 out of 5 years for season ending. I don't know what you do at that position. I heard Joe Flacco. That doesn't excite me, but who's going to excite me? No, nobody's going to excite me.
Malik Willis, they named as the #1 free agent yesterday.
He's going to clean up. He's going to clean up. I think Mac Jones is going to do it. No, I mean, we don't have it. Mac Jones, no. I mean, we have a rookie quarterback that if he's good, a rookie contract that if he's good, will be in good shape for a few years, but we don't know. So then you're in a really funky place. It's not an easy answer. 404-726-0929. I mean, come on, we're pouring our heart and soul out today, and we just want full phone lines for this. I mean, come on. We interviewed Ian Cunningham. We had Quinn Snyder on. I have a lot to say about the Hawks and this roster, how it's coming together, and what we're going to learn in the next 25 games. So we didn't ask you. So 404-726-0929. 404-726-0929. I meant to ask you before the show ends. Last I saw you were headed to Johnny's Hideaway, not at 11 a.m., but pretty close. Your birthday was at 5:30.
I had a happy hour at Johnny's Hideaway, which is why I'm sick. I got the Johnny's flu.
What do you learn about going to Johnny's at 5:30 as opposed to like 1 a.m. or 12 midnight?
It's more interesting than you can imagine with people
Are there
watching
people
that have
in
been
there?
there since 2. Yeah, these are the regulars. I met a lot of people.
They serve a lunch that they can't really tell people because it's not part of their deal. I shouldn't have said that. I mean, there are people in there getting a lunch and then they're getting
There
after
was not a seat at the bar at 5 o'clock when I got
Seriously.
there. It was super fun.
All over 60, 70 years old that time of day.
It's a mixed color, crowd, age, all of it.
For happy hour.
For happy hour.
Looks like you girls got after it.
We had a
good.
wonderful time. It's my favorite new thing to do is be home by 8.
Yeah. That's an old person thing. We get
and look
it.
at me sick. I can't do it anymore. I used to could run with the big dogs, and now I'm just lame.
All right, 404-726-0929. Let's play some Three Strikes. We've got some great questions. We've got a couple of minutes left. Let's do it.
So what's your take?
I'm very upset.
It's time for you to sound off with 3 strikes.
Bring it the on!
Brought to you by Renter's Warehouse. Visit rwatlanta.com or call 404-622-2322 today for your free home rental price analysis on The Steakhouse.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, Justin, let me ask you a question, brother. Your favorite sixth man in the NBA or college?
I got to go with Lemon Pepper Lou.
The worst vacation, where and why?
It's not like it's kind of a where, but it's more of a time. Beach trips in the fall. I run into hurricanes every time.
Oh, right.
The last speech or toast that you made?
I was 39 years old, and I made a speech at my grandmother's funeral. It was, I wanted to do it. It was offhand, not prepared, and it went great.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy. Eric in Roswell. Eric, you're on Sports Radio 92.9. Favorite NBA or college sixth man?
Yeah, I hate to be repetitive, but you got to go Lemon Pepper Lou there as well.
Made a career out of it. I got a whole list of guys, but I'm not going to bore you with them right now.
Jamal Crawford is mine.
I'll bore you with it tomorrow with more basketball talk. Hey, what was your worst vacation? Where and why?
I got to be honest. The boys did a good job setting everything up, but I absolutely despised my bachelor party. It was on a cruise to the Bahamas. I don't remember anything, and I went through withdrawals for about a week after. It was miserable.
Oh,
Never doing it again.
Very honest. Like that. Last speech or toast that you made?
It was at my best buddy's wedding. He was my best man. I was his best man.
How did you do? Scale of 1 to 10.
I did well. The microphone went out on me halfway through, so I kind of had to put some air in my chest and say with my chest. But they are getting a divorce now, so there's that.
That's a beautiful
I'm
story.
sure there's some guys with a track record like, dude, you don't want me to be your best man.
That's great.
I'm 0 for 3. Hey, we're back tomorrow. Thank you, Bo. Thanks, Ian Cunningham, Quinn Snyder, who joined us. Thanks for making the Steakhouse part of your day. Bye.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle coming up on a Tuesday. Now that the Falcons have franchise tagged Kyle Pitts, what is next for them as their big offseason continues? I'll tell you. Starting at 6 on 92.9 The Game.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog's the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. Playing is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more, and they've got all the teams and all of your favorite players. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Go to Underdog right now. Have you downloaded the app? If you have not, download it today. Use my promo code DUKES, DUKES, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES. Get in on all of the action right now on Underdog. I'm having so much fun following the NBA. They've got, again, all of your favorite sports, but you've got to download the app today. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay, but an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from The Game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Book online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
we're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, guys, let's talk about John Foy and Associates, best in the business. What he does, you know what he does. He's personal injury attorney, and he has been at the top of his game for years. That's why I want to hear about all these other personal injury attorneys, even trying to come to the state of Georgia and talk about all the things they're going to get done for us. Dude, are you serious? John Foy does it, has done it, has the track record. Look at the scoreboard, brother. Look at the scoreboard. 404. 400-4000. 404-400-4000. JohnFoy.com. He is the strong arm.
This report is brought to you by Ken Nugent Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kalshi. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score!
WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
The NFL confirmed today that the Detroit Lions will play in Munich, Germany as part of the international initiative to grow the game abroad. The Falcons will also play an international game in 2026, but have yet to receive their designated venue. The Atlanta Braves topped the Baltimore Orioles yesterday in Game 3 of spring training. Ronaldo Lopez will make his first start today for the team in nearly 11 months. I'm Garrett Chapman.
One of those things, couple of guys
Andy Randy.
having discussion.
It's the Midday Show.
Starring my firstborn son, Andrew Stephen Bunker as Andy.
And my son, my baby boy, Randy McMichael.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Morning, welcome in Sports Radio 92.9 The Game Midday Show with Andy and Randy with you here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it as always. Good morning to you, Randy. How are you?
What's happening, man? All good. Andy Bunker on a Tuesday here in the A as it is combine season. Obviously, we'll talk about what Ian Cunningham said to Shestakin a little while ago. The Braves got another game. Ronaldo Lopez, GP just said in 11 months. It seemed like it's been longer than that since Ronaldo Lopez pitched for some reason.
I think he made one start last year, right?
It's like it's been longer than that, bro.
Yeah.
It's like it's been longer than that. So he gets his shot today. Are the other good guys going today? Is the lineup out yet?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see when they announce it.
Yeah, the other good guys going out today. Trae Young's back in town.
He is.
So,
physically.
If you're going to the game, just, give yourself time because it's going to be like a 47-minute tribute video.
Well, let me ask you this because I don't know. He's probably not playing, right? Maybe he'll play. I don't know. He hasn't played since he got traded there.
Right.
Does he travel with them?
Yeah.
Okay, so he'll be there. Okay.
Yeah, he's here.
All right, so he'll be here.
Yeah.
Okay, so even if he doesn't play, you could do a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be here.
Okay.
No. He ain't missing. He's not missing a trip back to Atlanta.
I think he wants to play.
Of course he wants to play.
They got 2 games.
Of course he wants to play.
They got 2 games. You know, I mean, there's 25 games left, whatever.
Right.
He hasn't played in 100 games. He doesn't have to play the rest of the year. Let him play one night.
Yeah.
And let it be Thursday because I'm going Thursday.
He wants to play. Let's not get that twisted. He wants to play in this game.
He played here before they traded him, so he's doing okay physically.
Yeah,
I guess he's more hurt there.
But I mean, we understand what they're doing last night. I saw the funniest thing this morning, and it was like we were talking about the whole tanking thing, and I was like, the Sacramento Kings snapped a 16-game losing streak. Goodness,
I know,
gracious,
I know,
16,
and they have
they got Russ and DeRozan and
the Levine. I know he's hurt.
But 16
Sabonis,
games?
they've missed, a lot of these guys have missed time, but I know, they have guys. I know
16 games.
They're old. I know it's insane. It's insane. It went away real quick there in Sacramento.
Yeah, man, that beam is faded.
No, there's no more beam.
That beam
it's just a flashlight.
Yeah, that beam is faded.
It's just one guy outside with a flashlight,
man.
and it's low on batteries at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Trey will play tonight or Thursday. I hope he does. It'd be cool. I mean, even if he doesn't, you give him a little tribute, and I'm sure he'll wave at the crowd and all that. Because the way that it went down at the end was odd, right? He got traded in-game, left, came back, okay. No one really acknowledged it, and then now you are where you are.
Yeah.
So, hopefully he gets an opportunity to get a little cheers tonight. Obviously had a lot of good moments here. Not as many as we hoped, and the last couple of years were a bummer, so that's why he's not here anymore. But also the Hawks hopefully could beat the Wizards a couple times, because another benefit of playing teams that are actively trying to lose.
You can win these games.
It's funny how many, it's just such a testament to the tanking in the NBA, but it feels like every third game you're playing a team that's losing on purpose, right? Yeah. Which is, again, what I always say about the NBA. If you just have a competent roster and you give effort, you should be able to be somewhere between 45 and 50 wins.
Yeah, because
you're half the league is
they want to lose.
A lot of your games are against teams that are trying to lose.
Yeah, man.
So hopefully they can beat them tonight and beat them Thursday. Maybe Trey plays, maybe he won't. One thing we do know is that Kirk Cousins won't play for the Falcons anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to get cut when the league year starts. Ian Cunningham confirmed that to the Steakhouse earlier this morning. There was a follow-up question at the podium as to whether or not they'd be interested in bringing him back. Said no. So there we go. The book is closed on the Kirk Cousins era. And boy, was it a fun one.
Yeah, man, it was a fun ride. It was a fun ride from the...
What a ride.
It started with the announcement of them signing Kirk Cousins and the amount...
That was the most fun part.
The amount of money they were going to give him bidding against themselves. Well, you're still in your spades beginning phase, right? Playing spades and everything.
Still beginning, yeah.
Yeah. Bidding against yourself
Being
and
that
stuff
I've never played.
like that. Yeah.
I'm still learning.
Yeah. I guess they were too. Bid against yourself for that. But nothing surprising at all. We already knew they were going to cut him. Not surprised that they're not going to bring him back. It was always a possibility they could, but we kept saying it, and we mentioned it yesterday. Like, it's this color, it's this town, it's that building. He don't want to be back in there.
Yeah.
No matter how close or whatever he had with Kevin Stefanski, he don't want to be here.
Yeah, and I also think that it's probably a good idea for them to not want him to be here either.
Yeah,
no offense.
Yeah.
I'm not commenting on the guy. I'm
he's
just commenting
he's not
on
a bad dude.
He's a fine guy. It's just the player that he is right now isn't what this franchise should be striving for. If Michael Penix isn't going to be the quarterback next year, then there needs to be somebody in here that, at least from an age standpoint, could be the next guy. I know that's hard, but that does give a little bit more credence to some of the reporting over the last 48 hours. That's what the Falcons are going to be looking for, right?
Yeah.
Bringing back Kirk Cousins wouldn't be that.
No.
Bringing back Kirk Cousins would be a bridge at this. Now, when they signed him 2 years ago, he was supposed to be the future.
Yes.
And injuries and the Penix thing and all, just bungled and mismanaged and unfortunate and all that in every way, shape, and form, which is why everybody involved in it is gone.
Yeah.
Outside of Penix, because obviously he wouldn't be. But yeah, it doesn't make sense for the future of this franchise to have him back, even if it is to be the bridge to Penix. So good. Look, I wish it would have gone better. I wish he would have stayed healthy, because they were 6-3 when he was, and it would have been cool to see them make the playoffs that first year, and who knows what it could have been otherwise. But it went the way that it went, and if you're turning the page, then turn the page.
Yep.
So kudos to the Falcons for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think now it goes back to, they're going to bring in a quarterback, a veteran quarterback. What caliber of veteran is it? We all understand that you look around the league, there's going to be places where Kirk can go. He probably can go back to Minnesota and get to a position with J.J. McCarthy. Now, does he want to be in that situation where I want an automatic, guaranteed starting spot? Or because there's going to be places out there, and there probably won't be, well, he just came from the Falcons squad. I can't say if they'll be good or bad. But, I think that, Kurt, and they keep saying they did him a favor and everything. No, he did you a favor because him and his agent got with you all this offseason, restructured the contract so you can release him and not have that big cap hit. So we understand that. Now, you're moving on, and now it's about what's here now. And right now you have an injured young quarterback, and that's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's all you have right now. And so you got to go out there and scour the market. What again? The value and the status of the quarterback you bring in says a lot to me. It really, really does. And so you got time for all those different things, but they're going to bring in a veteran guy, a guy that we probably know is not going to be like who or nothing like that. It'll be a name guy, but it's just a fact of they're like Jameis would be perfect. That would be a perfect, but the Giants aren't letting him go. And so you look at other options. Geno, I don't think the Raiders are going to let Geno go. I think when you're talking about bringing the number 1 overall pick, you want, and then he knows the head coach. He coached him in Seattle, so I mean that's a familiarity right there. So you're looking at. I find it hard to believe that Joe Flacco's coming here.
No, that wouldn't make sense. That'd be the same thing as Kirk Cousins, except older.
I have a hard time believing that's going to be the.
I mean, it would be the same thing, except for there's no negative history, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that wouldn't be what we're talking about. No. You're talking about a guy that would also, it would be a veteran, but could also maybe be the guy if he has to be this year.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's a short list of people.
Yeah, it is.
There's not that many quarterbacks that are even that are going to be free agents. I know you could potentially trade for Mac Jones, but I don't think that they're going to do that.
No.
I don't think that they'd be giving up assets to do that. And Ian Cunningham said this morning as well that this 5 draft picks is the last time they're going to have 5 draft picks.
Well, I mean,
they're not going to have 5. They're not going to do that again. They're not going to be mortgaging futures for current, and that would be what Mac Jones would be.
And it's easy to say that now because you're not in a win now mode like the last regime was.
Are they not?
They have time. Meaning, you know what I mean? Like, they won't get fired next year.
Yeah, it's not the same as Raheem because Fontenot was here.
Yeah.
Everybody's new at the same time. So, there's a little bit more leash.
But no, we know that he's and we understand where he came from and all the stuff that he's talking about, Ian Cunningham. You value your picks. You do. And, they don't have the one because of, trading away for James Pierce, which at the time before all the incident that happened earlier this year was a great pick because you got what you needed out of that pick and that player. Now it's
Now
you
have neither.
Now you have neither of them. So now you're in a position where you got to find a way to maneuver and things like that, and try to get you some more picks this year, next year, and try to build out this team. We talked about yesterday. You still have a core in this. You still have a nice solid core. Your offensive line is pretty much solid. You do still have some young defensive players. Now you got to add a lot to that defensive line, in my opinion, especially the interior. And I know Kirk Cousins is going to be cut on the league year, but there's other veterans that you might want to look at. And then all of a sudden, there's also other veterans that you might want to resign. We already know that Kyle Pitts is going to get the franchise tag. Okay, so that's one thing. And them, how I took what he said, I didn't hear what he said. I just read what he said. It seemed to me like they're not intending on extending Kyle Pitts.
No, honestly, it almost sounded, he didn't say this, but just sort of reading between the lines, Kyle could be a trade candidate.
Yes.
Like you can franchise tag him and still trade him this offseason.
That's what
if you're trying to accumulate more draft picks.
Yeah.
That would be a very much, we're not necessarily focused on winning in 26. Yeah. We're trying to build this thing, which they have to try to do both.
They got to do both, yeah.
Yeah, but that's, we kind of did all the, because we got the franchise tag news yesterday during the show, what it could mean in various different directions. That's kind of the one stone we didn't uncover. That's a possibility as well.
Yeah,
like they could trade him.
Yeah, to me, it just didn't sound like they were trying to say that work something out long term with them. I didn't see that part about it.
It's almost a prove it, or maybe we're not even planning on having him.
And so there's certain ways to get there. So I mean, the first part of business is done. And now, you got the combine and all those different things, the league year, free agency, signing your guys or whatever you want to do as far as that. But, yeah, I mean, that one thing that I don't even call it a dark cloud because Kirk Cousins is not a bad person or anything like that. I just think that you got that out the way, so that's less questions you have to ask this offseason about him. Now, the dark cloud is your quarterback position still.
Yeah. Like Kirk Cousins isn't a bad guy, but Kirk Cousins' situation
was no longer.
It's no longer the Kirk Cousins situation, but the 2 years of the Kirk Cousins quarterback situation was a bad era. I mean, it just was. And unfortunately, moving on from him doesn't mean the bad era is over. It means he's gone, and you have maybe a little bit more money this offseason, a lot more money than if you would have kept him, but that was never going to happen. And so now, again, it's so hard to say much more about what the Falcons can be in 26 than they have a gigantic question mark at the most important position in sports.
Yep.
So anything beyond that is just, of course it matters. Of course it matters. But anything beyond that, it just pales in comparison to the need to get that thing right. And it's so hard to get that right because of the situation that they're in.
Yeah, man.
Like, it's just such a, I don't know. I think we did this one of the Thursday or Friday that you were out a couple weeks ago. Like the worst situations at quarterback in the NFL. Like, the Falcons are one of them.
Yep.
I mean, it just is. And unfortunately, they tried so hard to never be in this situation again. That's why they did Kirk and Penix in the same offseason.
Yep.
And it backfired so significantly in ways that they couldn't have predicted. And some, I guess they could have. I mean, Penix getting hurt is not all that surprising given his history. But, yeah, now you're here. I mean, he's coming off of a major injury, having started 12 games in his career going into year 3 with an entirely new regime. And you don't know who's backing him up or starting if he can't go week 1.
Yep. And that is.
But other than that,
there are things
are great. All right. And the rookie that you drafted that had double-digit sacks for the first time in a decade is facing 5 felonies. But other than that, things are going great.
Yeah. Still got Bijan.
That's true. You do. All right. We'll come back. We'll tell you what's trending here to kick off the show on a Tuesday. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tonight as our Hawks take on the Washington Wizards.
Tip off at 7:30. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys are likely to place the franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, but if it were up to me, I would trade Pickens after franchise tagging him. Dallas already is paying wide receiver CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Dallas traded Micah Parsons because the cap was getting too heavy on a few select players. The defense needs to be rebuilt. If I'm Dallas, I'm franchising George Pickens and trading him for assets to rebuild the defense. I'm Nick Custos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Hey, Andy Bunker here. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right. Prize Picks is now giving you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss the chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. All you have to do is use promo code 929 to get that $50 lineup bonus just for playing your first $5 lineup. That's code 929 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win the $5 lineup to get the bonus. Plus, with the new social feeds feature, you can share your prize picks with your friends and even follow prize picks partners like me to tail or fade your picks with just one click. If you're following me, you definitely want to fade my picks. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code 929 when you do to get that $50 lineup bonus. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a Smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What to say? Oh. Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fixer Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 929thegame.com/rules.
ShowcaseAtlanta.com is a city-led hub connecting you to resources tied to major events like the World Cup. Businesses can apply for programs and opportunities, access capital and financing information, get technical assistance and business readiness support, prepare to be event ready, and gain visibility through the vendor directory. Residents come out to the Workforce Expo March 5th and 6th from 10 till 2 at the Georgia World Congress Center. Come meet employers preparing and hiring now. Businesses and residents register for free at ShowcaseAtlanta.com. Click the Workforce Expo link at the top of the page.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
Atlanta Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning live from the NFL Combine, and he confirmed that tight end Kyle Pitts will receive the franchise tag from the team. He also confirmed that quarterback Kirk Cousins will be released on the first day of the league year. In the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are set to take on the Washington Wizards tonight at State Farm Arena. Coverage on 92.9 The Game starts at 7 o'clock with tip-off at 7:30. I'm Garrett Chapman.
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for what's trending.
A look at the top trending headlines of the day.
Oh my God. Brought to you by Zero Res. Book an appointment today with Zero Res, Atlanta's best carpet cleaning service.
I've had a good conversation with Kirk the other day, and then Mike, his representation as well. I let him know that, our plan would be to release him the first day of the league year. Obviously, the contract structure allowed for that to occur. Again, out of respect for Kirk and for Michael, felt like that was the best decision, and the timing was right to let them know that our intentions and our plan, so
Matt Ryan is there.
that they can put a plan together for themselves. I feel like we owe that to him. I owe that to Kirk and his rep to be able to have that clarity moving forward.
So that's Ian Cunningham, Falcons general manager, from the Steakhouse this morning, breaking that news. I mean, we kind of knew that was going to happen, but to make it official, and it's still, a couple weeks away from when they had to do that. I like that they went to the Combine ahead of a couple of these stories, right? We knew they were going to franchise tag Kyle Pitts, but why drag your feet and wait? Announce it before so you can talk about it today. You know what you're going to do with Kirk Cousins. There's no reason to play coy about it. Announce it today, talk about it, and move forward. And that's, it doesn't really mean anything one way or the other because we knew it was all going to happen. But, credit to them for at least doing it so they can talk about it and not announcing it like next week when they're not having media availability. You know what I mean?
Get out the way. Just go ahead. No,
Exactly.
I don't want to say get out the way. Just, you know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Answer some questions about it and move on.
And
Like
just
it's not.
and move the hell on. And now you can start looking forward to the future of what you got to do to put together a winner here in Atlanta, which has been a long time.
Right. Because how you handle this
That says a lot about you.
It does, but it also has nothing to do with what's going to happen in the season.
Not a damn
right?
thing.
And I do think that at times in the past, the Falcons have gotten a little cute about when they announce this and how they handle that, as if it has anything to do with the football product. It's like, well, we'll bury it on a Saturday. Who cares? Everyone knows that it happened. I guess you not answering questions about it for a month, maybe we'll forget or what? No, get ahead of it. Act like grown-ups about it, and credit to them for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, everybody kind of figured, especially us here, kind of knew that the writing was on the wall. We all knew when Kurt restructured the deal the way he did, it was going to be released. We understood that there was a possibility that they probably wasn't going to bring him back, more or less just to have that act. I'm pretty sure when they put in this stipulation of all these different things to restructure his contract, it was said, probably mutually agreed, that he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Okay, now, I love what he said about the Kyle Pitts thing. It was such a quick turnaround because he just got here, Ian Cunningham. Now it's like, okay, I don't know where Kyle fits here, but you know what? I'm not going to figure out yet. I'm going to put this tag on him so we can evaluate him and all those different things. Sounds good. No, you're going to do something with that. I don't think, because it puts it out there, it wasn't, in my opinion, wasn't saying that he's the long-term future here. That's not the way I took it. I took it as we're going to tag him so he can't go in the free agent market.
Right.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, and I'm sure if Kyle and his representation agree to a deal that's small, they'll probably get it. But why would Kyle do that?
Why would he do that?
He views himself and should view himself as a guy that could, on an open market, get a ton of money. And so,
because he will.
Yeah. And so now the options are kind of one more kind of contract, big time prove it year, and hopefully it works out, or you trade him before you get there. And that's sort of a chip that the Falcons could play as well. I think either way, this is the smart way to play it from a Falcons perspective, because you either want to have the guy or get something for him.
Right.
The last thing you want to do
let him go for
is
nothing.
let him go. And again, I know that they didn't draft him 4th overall, but the franchise did. So that was at one point the value that they placed on him. So you got to at least get something. You've got something from him, obviously, in the 5 years that he's been here. But unfortunately, because the team hadn't been good enough, they haven't been in the playoffs yet. So hopefully that all changes. You said you saw that Matt Ryan's at the Combine?
Yeah, they were saying the full contingency of the guys. Not a smaller, like 10 people are there, but they did say that Kevin Stefanski, Matt Ryan, coordinators, probably come in and out with the position of the specific position of that day is probably going to be there. Like the D-line's going, the D-line coach will be there. No reason to have the offensive line coach there.
Right.
So they'll probably keep it like that. But, because we talked about it yesterday, would he be there at the Combine? I thought, if you're just the president, what you here for? You hired these guys, now let them do their job. But hey, to each his own.
I guess technically the Combine is on the grass.
It is.
Or the turf.
On the turf, or
But
whatever.
he's in
it
charge
is.
of that part.
So we'll go on from there and let it be.
Okay.
Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be.
Chris Sale got some new money. Here he is talking about it.
It was kind of weird. It was like he said what he said, I said what I said, and we kind of looked at each other and like, are we serious? You know, and then I called BB and was like, hey, call Alex, figure something out. You know, we made our pitch, they made their pitch, and then we kind of met in the middle. I mean, I feel like this was like a week. It was relatively easy. So, you know, just very thankful for it, though. Appreciative of, obviously, you know, BB and you know, my agency taking care of it, and, you know, Alex and you know, the Braves' willingness to get this done.
Hey, that's how you negotiate. Hey, Chris, you want some more money? Yeah. What y'all thinking about? This. How about
serious?
this?
You serious, Chris?
How about this? Okay, how about this? Okay, I'll tell you what. Let me call my guy. Y'all talk about this, and then we'll... Hold on. Hey, call Alex. Anthopoulos, man. Yeah. He just came to me and said that they want to offer me a deal.
Yeah, we were joking about a contract extension. Call him. I don't think he's joking.
Yeah, work on that right now, man. But yeah, I mean, good for him. Good for Chris. Good for the Braves to get something done with him.
Yeah.
As he is still an elite pitcher in this league, and he's your front guy. And you go ahead and take care of him and do all the things that you need to do right there. So, yeah, I mean, just a great, and it's a good deal, too. And I think that's the biggest thing about it. It's a good deal. It's a lot of money.
It's the most
that Alex
single
has ever given out.
season money the Braves have ever paid a player.
Yes.
Which is kind of crazy.
Yes.
And that'll be next year when Chris Sale has $27 million.
Yes.
And then the year after that is a $30 million team option.
Yes.
That's crazy to say in this baseball.
Yes.
Where, you know, you got guys that aren't nearly as good as Chris Sale. They're going to make a lot more money than that this coming season.
So it's still kind of a Braves
It's
deal.
still a savvy deal.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still a savvy deal.
Yes.
But that's, I mean, you know, you got to do savvy deals if you're going to continue to have a bunch of good players on your team and you don't have the Dodgers pocketbooks.
Yes.
And maybe the Braves got a little bit more to add to their pocketbooks as well.
Yeah, man.
With the multi-platform Braves Vision.
Braves Vision
is what it's being called, which is a fine name, I suppose.
Braves Vision.
But that's all right. Braves Vision is going to be your new local TV home for Atlanta Braves baseball. And based on the announcement, it sounds like whatever cable provider you already have, probably the Braves are going to be available on that, whether it's Comcast or Spectrum or whatever. Like whatever it is, yeah, probably be available on that. We'll see.
Xfinity.
Comcast. But like we'll see. We'll see. They haven't announced which ones
I ain't got time
yet.
to be downloading them on
So
the damn app.
hopefully, I mean, I got Fubo, so
You know
hopefully.
what I'm
Now, if you don't have any of those, you can watch it on Braves.tv for a fee that they also haven't announced yet. So we don't. So all the details and the money part of it aren't readily available. But
I mean, just it is. They just announced they probably have a soft opening next week or something like that.
I think you announce it, and obviously a lot of this stuff is still being negotiated because it is really complicated.
Yes.
But 140 games or so, because all the national TV games won't be available on Braves TV.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were going that route, if you're going I'm gonna pay for it, I'm gonna watch that. I don't care about all the other stuff that comes with a cable provider or whatever. This is all I care about. I want Braves baseball.
Mm-hmm.
How much are you willing to pay for 140 Braves games?
How much you said? How much is Randy willing to pay?
Like, what's a reasonable cost for 140 Braves games? Because I really don't know.
I don't.
I have
I'll
no
tell
idea.
You this. I'll tell you this. I ain't. Whoa. 140 games. 25 cents a game.
No, you can't get a wing for 25 cents.
I know.
How you can get a baseball game for cheaper than a wing?
I don't know, because you're telling me that I have to get just a single channel added to my provider.
No, it's just an app.
Or an app.
Yeah, you just Braves.tv.
I'll pay $20.
For the whole thing?
Why not? Is that too much?
A month or the whole season?
For all 100, well, that would be great.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to get it
So
for
what
that
you saying,
little.
like $15 a month or something like that?
I don't know. I mean,
how much I pay for Netflix? I pay $20 a month for Netflix.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
We'll take that over. That'd be 120 for 6 months.
Okay. Yeah, why not?
I would think it would be at least $1 a game, wouldn't it?
I think like 100. What's the season? 5 months. Like
Yeah.
I would pay 20 a month.
Okay.
If I don't get it, like $100 for the season or 20 a month.
They also maybe will do like, hey, new offer deal or something like that. It's like $99.99 for the season or something like that.
You gonna kick rocks.
Well,
are Wednesday day games cheaper than Friday night games?
Well, but if you already have cable, obviously it doesn't matter. But some people are just everything's a la carte.
But that's
right?
I get your point. But I'm saying if I got to pay $99 a month to watch $99 a year to watch the Braves, I'll find another way to watch the Braves. I can't do it. Sorry. Yeah. You know, I ain't frugal, but I ain't dumb.
Right. But I mean, just think of all we pay. We probably pay. How much do you think you pay a month in all the stuff? You know,
I refuse to say.
I know, but you know, it's so much money, right?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah.
I looked into that the other day, and I was like, dude, I gotta cancel.
But the
some
thing
of
about
these.
it is, that's more
like I don't like all these subscriptions that much.
Exactly. But I've done a better job of doing that. You know, as far as getting rid of all these these apps and channels that I don't use because again,
do I really need Apple TV Plus?
I had everything.
I know, me too.
Yeah,
because you sign up for it, and then you just keep it.
Yeah,
and then it just re-ups, and then it's like, oh my god, I paid that much money last month for all this stuff.
Yes,
and all I watched was a couple games on ESPN and like the football games.
Yeah,
we got to do something about that.
Yeah, man. But I mean, again, I think that. Because it always starts low and goes up. Because you're going to start low to see what the interest is and everything like that, and then they'll sneak in that little $1 here.
Well, that's what it'll be. It'll be on your cable provider this year, next year, whatever. But at some point, it'll probably be all right. If you want to keep it, you got to pay extra for the sports package or whatever it is, because that's what they always do to get you. And then there will be, if you don't want to pay any money for any of it, there will be games that are available over air. Like if you have a saddle or antenna, you will be able to watch.
Because I have,
and again, they haven't announced how many of those.
I don't have FanDuel.
I'm going to guess about 5.
I don't have FanDuel anymore, but I have the FanDuel
10?
app. So yeah, I have the FanDuel app. I don't have the apps on the TV, not necessarily on the cable box anymore. Because that time she wouldn't just took away all my stuff one time. But yeah,
cancel that.
Cancel that.
Oh yeah, I just
she was just in there just canceling stuff.
Because I upgraded during the football season for Red Zone on Fubo. I got a downgrade. Got to go back down.
Oh, until football season?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because I don't need whatever else comes with it, the surfing channel.
Yeah.
I don't need that. I'm not watching that.
You never know.
All right, Mike Conti's going to join us next. Get his thoughts on, I guess, Trey returning, but probably not playing over the next couple of games for the Hawks. And Atlanta United's opening match as well. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. With over 11,000 5-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. If you're preparing to move, check out Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Window Comfort and windowcomfort.com. Attention, Georgia homeowners. Fall, actually winter. Basically, crazy weather is here. It's hot one day, it's cold the other day, it was freezing this morning, it was 80 degrees on Friday. If your windows aren't keeping that weather outside, you're paying more for it. And if you don't have factory direct windows, like what Window Comfort offers, you probably paid more for them as well. Window Comfort windows, custom built in Georgia for Georgia weather, engineered for the weather that we face all year round, and they're installed in just one day by the Window Comfort in-house experts. So the people that you deal with from the beginning are going to be the people that you deal with on install to the very end, backed by a double lifetime warranty that even covers the next homeowner as well. So when you sell your house, you're going to be able to pass on the warranty on the windows. 35% energy savings guarantee. That means at the end of the first year, if your energy bill isn't lowered by 35%, they'll make up the difference. So beat the cold or heat and save this year. It only takes 30 seconds to see if your home qualifies and to schedule your free no-pressure estimate. Go to windowcomfort.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city.
Jalen. Down the lane. Tomahawk that baby.
March 1st, the Atlanta Hawks host the Trailblazers at State Farm Arena for Next Gen Night.
Dundon to a Conwood with the throwdown.
And the Nikhil pokes it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, no let up. Hawks versus Trailblazers. Next Gen Night. Presented by Novellus. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
Look on your roof. You see that black streak? That's not dirt, y'all. You know what it is? It's an airborne fungus that feeds on your shingles. That's right. I said fungus. Ew. I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash, so I had my roof treated to get rid of that nasty junk, and they use this soft wash, never high pressure, and it safely removes that organic buildup and protects the shingles. That's a big deal. You know why? Because you need a multi-year roof treatment warranty for your insurance. It's real simple. Log on, get a free estimate, wiseguysprowash.com. Mention me, get $100 off.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
This is Sven Budin. He's Andy's cousin from Sweden. And you are listening to Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game. Yeah!
All right, 20 minutes away from an NFL No Huddle. We'll get back in a little bit more to what Ian Cunningham had to say to the Steakhouse earlier this morning and some of his follow-up commentary from the Combine as well. I know that Kevin Stefanski is going to be on with Dukes and Bell this afternoon, the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, also from the Combine. So we'll look forward to that. We'll get to Mike Conti now, though. Mike Conti joins us in studio at 11:40 on Tuesdays to talk a whole bunch of different stuff. How are you,
Lots
Mike?
of stuff. Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. I guess we'll just start with this, even though probably he's not going to play. But Trae Young is in town, probably.
It's only one thing I'm wondering.
What are you wondering?
Do you get a tribute video?
How could you not?
And how long?
Well, the length will probably be the length of that first time out where they always play their tribute videos. You know, when they played the Mike Muscala tribute video, they did it there. Right. When they did the...
Doesn't it just seem like it should be a little different than those
like
guys?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Like before the game?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Like, you did a tribute video for Dwight Howard when he came back with the Wizards, and they found a couple rebounds he had, and they made a tribute video out of it. It's got to be more than that tonight, right?
I would think so.
But then again, he's not playing.
Right.
So do you wait until he's playing to do the tribute video, or is the fact that he's going to be on the bench with them enough of a reason? And then if he's on the bench, what's that going to be like? Is he going to be low key, or is it? I don't know. It's going to be weird. But I think he's going to be there. I'd be surprised if he's not. I don't think he's going to play. I'd be incredibly surprised if he does. But how do the Hawks do this? How do they play it tonight? And what kind of tribute, if anything, do they have planned for Trae? That's what I want to know. That's my big question. Other than that, this game
should be a win.
Whatever.
Yeah, the Wizards are losing on purpose, so hopefully you can beat them.
Yeah, hopefully. But, it wasn't easy against the Nets the other night.
Or the Jazz.
Yeah, they played their
weeks
food.
ago.
All right, Mike. I said yesterday I was going to make something out of it till it had to be something. Zachary Risacher not in the starting lineup. Something or
no? It's definitely something.
Meaning,
you don't do it unless there's a compelling reason to do it. Right. I think. Look, if you look at Risacher's usage, especially in clutch, especially in second halves, he was the starter, but not playing starters minutes in second halves and in clutch. So the writing was kind of already on the wall. Now, the move to the bench really doesn't change a whole lot as far as his usage in those moments, but hopefully, and I think maybe you saw it a little bit on Sunday, maybe just a teeny bit. And again, you're playing against the Nets, so take it with a grain of salt, but you hope maybe it creates a little bit more favorable matchup for him early in games. And maybe that's something that can get him going a little bit. Risacher has been such an enigma to me because guys, like I'll come into you and I'll tell you, like, wow, I think this guy could be really good. Like he looks fluid and graceful and reminds me of Julius Erving, and he can do this, and that. And then, there'll be other moments where you wonder what happened. Like, what's going on with him? What's happened? So obviously they've made the judgment now that this is what's best for Zachary. Mm-hmm. As I've told you guys in the last couple of weeks, I think some of the moves that the Hawks have made prior to the trade deadline this year have really called into question, at least from my perspective, on what Zachary Risacher's future is with the Hawks, because you don't make some of the moves that the Hawks have made with like Risacher being like this bedrock keystone of what you're trying to build around. So we'll have to see how this plays out. The Hawks will look no different in clutch and at end of games as a result of this. Mm-hmm. They are going to look different at the beginning of games, and hopefully it's something that can at least create some better matchups for Risacher and get him going from there.
It also kind of gives a little bit of a clearer vision as to what it might look like when Kuminga's healthy. Because I remember when they made the trade, like my initial reaction was, "This is not good news for Zachary Risacher." Me too. Because they're very similar, like roles in a lineup. And then for it to kind of go like this, and then before Kuminga's even available, he's not in the lineup anymore.
The timing's not that off, because I think Kuminga's going to play tonight.
Sure.
I know they've upgraded him to questionable. Okay. I have a pretty good feeling he's going to play tonight.
Soon.
Yeah, yes, if not tonight, maybe Thursday. So it's coming, and I don't think it's a coincidence that this move was made on Sunday. I don't you're at the point where it looks like Kuminga's coming back, and we've talked about it extensively. Like, Kuminga is going to impact Risacher's usage and his minutes. And by the way, that's okay. I want to see what you've got now with Kuminga. And I'm sure the Hawks want to make a judgment on whether or not he's someone they're going to want to bring back this offseason. So I don't read a whole lot into the timing of this other than they felt like Kuminga was coming back, and now was the time to do it.
Mike, you were up in Cincinnati with United. I mean, it's hard to find the good with the loss. But what was good about it? How much good did you see in that match?
A couple of the new guys I thought played pretty well. Like Baez came in and on very limited training with his new team, I thought fit in really, really well right away on the left side. Played well. Thomas Jakob, I thought, made a couple really, really nice plays. So encouraging to see. Again, they haven't made a lot of changes, but the changes they have made felt pretty positively about that. Defensively, I thought they actually did okay. You give up 2 goals late, but Cincinnati was already playing in their 6th game. Atlanta United, because they're in the CONCACAF Champions Cup, they had a longer preseason. Atlanta United got a really bad break, and I want to be really, really clear. I'm not saying this is an excuse or anything, but I just think it's part of the context. Atlanta United, Tata told us that he wanted to use last Saturday, not this past Saturday, but the one before, as a full 90-minute dress rehearsal for everyone to get one kind of, bit of fitness as a full dress rehearsal in Dallas, and they had to stop the game, I think 6 minutes into it due to severe weather, and they never restarted it. So you lost your dress rehearsal. Seattle's coming in like a boxer who's warmed up in the locker room and's got a good sweat on him. And I thought Atlanta United in the last 10 minutes, their legs just completely betrayed them, if you will. I don't know what the right saying is for that, but Cincinnati was more fit than Atlanta United at the end of the game, and that's why he gave up the 2 goals. But against a really good team for 80 minutes, you were shutting him out. Mm-hmm. Good sign. Bad sign is nothing looked any better to me in the attack for Atlanta United than it did last year, and they obviously had real problems there. So your best scoring opportunity came 6 minutes into the game on a shot from outside the 18.
Right.
I was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah,
but it's only one game. It's only one game.
Yeah. First 10 minutes they had the ball and they were attacking and looked like, maybe, but then after that it kind of wasn't much there, unfortunately. But it's early. Hopefully they can get it together. Nice that Ian Cunningham made some news
Thank
this
you,
morning on the
Ian.
radio
Thank
station.
you, Falcons. Appreciate that.
Stuff that we kind of thought was going to happen, but they made it official that they're going to move on from Kirk Cousins. They also doubled down in the scrum later, saying that they're also not going to re-sign him in free agency. What did you think of the news of the day?
The biggest revelation by Ian was that they're going to do it on the start of the league year, day 1 of the league year. I know there was a little bit of confusion as to whether or not it would be like a post-June 1st designation or anything like that. So now we know a little bit better just the salary mechanics and how the guarantees play out and bonuses and everything like that. That's probably the biggest piece of news of what Ian revealed with the Kirk Cousins thing. But I think we all kind of knew that this was not going to continue. And, also the confirmation that they're franchising Kyle Pitts. So we're starting to get a little more definition on where these guys are going to go in the offseason. And now we can maybe look at free agency through a slightly different lens because we're not guessing on all these things anymore. I think this is a very, very critical week for Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan, Kevin Stefanski, not just in evaluating the college talent at the Combine, which is a big, big part of everything, but the whole league is in one place right now. Discussions are going to take place. There's going to be an exchange of ideas and any framework, any groundwork for what you're going to do in free agency, and then even, I don't know, potentially with trades, but in free agency, the groundwork really starts to get laid this week, on top of all the evaluation you're doing with the players in the Combine. So we probably won't find out about any of it until we start to see who's being signed and who's being released. But those talks are, I'm sure, very much underway today up in Indianapolis, and I'm sure Matt and Ian and all of them are locked into that.
Matt, what does it say, Mike, about the caliber quarterback they signed? Because they're going to have to sign a quarterback this offseason. What does it say, what caliber, as far as who they pick as their thought process going forward with Michael?
Yeah, I mean, without knowing exactly how much they're going to have budgeted to sign that other quarterback, let's just make an assumption that, they're not going to be throwing huge money at it. You're probably looking at that Tyler Huntley, Malik Willis type of tier. And I'm not saying those two in particular, but that tier of quarterback and that money tier is probably where you're going. I'm sure they're going into this season hoping that Penix will be available, if not week 1, shortly thereafter. And I'm just based on everything they've said, I feel like they still want to see what they've got with Penix.
Agree.
So if that's the mindset, you're not going to go out and overpay for a veteran quarterback on a multi-year deal that's going to handcuff you salary cap-wise in the way that Kirk Cousins did. You're probably looking at a 1-year rental. And I don't know if they have the type of money that even puts you in like that C.J. Stroud. I definitely don't think C.J. Stroud, nor why would C.J. Stroud or Kyler Murray, why would they take a 1-year deal?
No.
Why would they do that? They don't have to. The market for them doesn't require them to do it. So I think you're looking for a solid backup who has started games and has experience, who can manage you to the point where you can tread water until Penix is all the way back, and then you see what you've got with Penix. That would be my guess as to what they're going to look at.
Yeah, I think so too. I just think that's the situation they're in, plus with draft picks and money, and he's only in his 3rd year and all that kind of stuff. It's not a great situation to be in, but that's the situation that they're in.
No, and I'm not ready to fully throw in the towel on him yet.
No.
I don't. I think that's too premature. And again, with a new head coach, a new OC, maybe they've unlocked something that has not yet been unlocked. But the problem is, and Arthur Blank said this all the way back in January with me, you can't, if you're a Falcons fan, you can't be expected to be patient for too much longer.
Correct.
I get the frustration, and I get the owner's frustration. Like, you've been patient for a long time, and you want to start seeing outcomes and results. So I hate to say it, but the quarterback situation is such that right now you're going to have to be a little more patient, at least initially, in this upcoming 2026 season. And that is much easier said than done if you're a fan who's been frustrated for these last 8 years.
Did you get a chance to watch the hockey? I know you were stranded in Cincinnati.
Yes, we got stranded in Cincinnati, and it worked out where we could watch the entire game on the bus before we got on the airplane. And it was awesome. I had a great time watching it. It's a huge, huge achievement for Team USA, and it was a great game. Canada played great. Canada probably, frankly, deserved to win. I thought they were the better team, especially in the last two periods, but they didn't. Yeah. And the reason why is Connor Hellebuck, and that's hockey.
Yes.
That's the saying. That's hockey. That is hockey. You run into a hot goaltender, and that can happen, and I'm glad we had Hellebuck because that could have been a 3-1, 4-1 game in regulation if not for the goaltending. So great job by him, and really, really, I can't wait to see the TV numbers. I can't wait to see just how many people were locked into it, because I was on the edge of my seat for 3 hours. And I think a lot of people who don't ordinarily watch hockey are probably in that boat too, because just on social media, I had a lot of interactions with people who I don't usually interact with about hockey. So
any Mad Canadians?
Oh, yeah. They're all, yeah. You know what's weird? Like, Canadians are such wonderful, polite people.
They are.
But boy, have you beat them at hockey?
Yeah, except when their hockey team loses.
Yeah, different side of them.
And then
comes
but
out.
the problem is they are still so polite. They were unfamiliar with the levels to which that American sports Twitter will go to very quickly.
Yeah.
They were like, we should have beat you guys. They were like, yeah. And we stole Gretzky's daughter from you, too.
Yeah.
And they're like, what?
Yeah.
Well, you guys are gloves off already?
Already,
They were like,
yeah.
we're not playing by your nice Canadian rules, all right? We're going to say some really nasty stuff about all your favorite people. And we won at your sport.
Yeah.
Well, the funniest thing of all was the captain for Team USA was Austin Matthews, who plays for the Toronto Maple
They
Leafs.
hate him now, Mike.
Well,
Not anymore, he
the
doesn't.
Maple Leafs tweeted out a graphic, hey, congratulations, Austin Matthews.
I wondered
the
how that would go.
replies were
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
This is why Canada hates the Maple Leafs, was pretty much the common.
Well, like, what can the Jets do with Hellebuck? Like, he was the star of the Olympics, but they play in Winnipeg. Like,
You know what the sad thing is? Those are the old Thrashers.
Yep.
he could have been a Thrasher.
He could have been a Thrasher, could have been here in Atlanta.
And then we could have
But no.
celebrated him properly.
That's right.
Instead, he lives in Winnipeg,
Yeah.
which I'm sure is nice. Mike, thank you.
Appreciate it, Mike.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to an NFL No Huddle to kick off the noon hour. Thanks for being with us. First hour of the show, as always, brought to you by Bobby Jones Golf Course. Atlanta Golf Open to everyone. Visit BobbyJonesGC.com. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, 2 o'clock on Tuesday, what are you doing? I know where I'm going to be. You need to be there, too, because Kevin Stefanski, the new head coach of our Atlanta Falcons, stops by the show live from the Combine. Make sure you tune in to find out the latest on what he's thinking and where this organization is headed. It starts at 2 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Over 1 million people travel for business every day. That's over 400 million trips a year. And it seems like half of them come through the Atlanta airport. Imagine you're on a business trip and you spend all your time doing something else. That misses the purpose. That's exactly how many of us live. We chase experiences, comfort, and success, and yet forget the real reason why we're here. So why are we here? The Bible says we're alive for the praise of God's glory. Here's the truth. Life isn't about you. It's all about Jesus. Life is more than just existing or chasing after trivial things. It's about trusting the one who made us, who gave his life for us and rose victoriously from the grave. Your time on earth is a temporary trip. Before it ends, think about your purpose. Don't waste this journey. Live for what matters. Live for Jesus. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Hi, everyone. Andy Bunker here. As a longtime Spectrum Internet customer, I can tell you Spectrum is the real deal. My home is covered with fast, reliable, fiber-powered internet with plenty of speed for streaming, watching sports. They even covered me when I worked from home for 1.5 years. From my own experience, Spectrum has always been super dependable. And best of all, it's available at a price that actually makes sense. Switch today and see what Spectrum can do for you. Go to Spectrum.com and learn more. Spectrum Internet is powered by fiber and delivered to the home via HFC.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. Hey guys, this is Bo Morgan, and I've told you how easy it is to play on Underdog. All you do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Here's how you play. I'll give you a little breakdown. You just say, this week on Underdog, I'm looking at this game, and I'm going to select this player to go higher or lower on this stat. It could be a rebound. It could be a steal. It could be points. So download the app today and use the promo code BEAU, B-E-A-U, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code BEAU. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kelsey. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kelsey. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Come on here, dominate these boys. This is our house.
We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCTC Atlanta, WCTC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
The Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight against the Washington Wizards, and it will be the first time that the Hawks will take on their Eastern Conference rivals since trading Trae Young to them back in January. But the star point guard will not play tonight. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock on 92.9 The Game with tip-off at 7:30. The NFL Combine continues in Indianapolis today with general managers and head coaches taking the podium. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning, while head coach Kevin Stefanski will join Dukes and Bell at 4 o'clock. I'm Garrett Chapman.
Hey, what's up, Atlanta? It's your boy Decatur Slim. And every day from 11 to 2, I'm listening to Andy and Randy, Atlanta's #1 midday radio show. You better know it.
Hour number 2 here on a Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Midday show with Andy and Randy. Noon hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. We'll get into an NFL no huddle in just a couple of minutes from right now as the Falcons brain trust has descended on Indy. They've arrived and they have taken to microphones and talked into them. Ian Cunningham obviously was on with the Steakhouse earlier today. We'll get back into some of what he had to say. I know Kevin Stefanski, the Falcons head coach, is going to be on with Dukes and Bell this afternoon as well. And everybody else is up there in Indy too. So a lot of news will be talked about this week as the Combine will get underway later. We'll get to the back page with Bo coming up at 12:40 as well. And our Atlanta Drive guys, they won the first one and lost the second one. But Lucas Glover is supposed to be on with us today at 12:40, unless Jack Nicklaus calls.
Unless Jack calls again.
In which case, go hang out with Jack. Totally fine with me. Understood. I do want to ask him what he did with Jack Nicklaus yesterday, though, because he was supposed to be on with us at 12:40, you know? And then he was like, I got to go hang out with the Golden Bear. I wonder what it was. Lunch?
I'm not mad.
No, look, if Jack Nicklaus called right now and was like, hey, let's go hang out, I'd be like, Abe, can you do the rest of the show?
And I would be like, have fun.
Yeah.
No, I would not be like that. I say, no, I'm coming.
And Randy's coming too.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
Me and Randy are going to have lunch with Jack Nicklaus.
Yeah, man. Eddie, I watched a lot of this game last night. The Spurs.
Me too. What a good game.
What a good game. First of all, I watched the NBC broadcast where they're doing the intros. God, how I missed the Detroit Pistons intro guy, the PA guy. I was just like, Phillips. But yeah, the Spurs are a problem.
Yep,
and the reason why I say that is because they got a shot blocker down there where they pressed Cade 90 feet. Mm-hmm. Like as soon as he took the ball in, they were on him. Castle and them were on him. And then they were able, and Wemby just, like, if he blocked 6, but he altered like 12. You know, they are, I mean, the biggest thing is their outside shooter. They were hitting last night. That's and I remember like earlier, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the Detroit, and I was like, I like Detroit. Do they got a secondary playmaker other than Cade?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think
that's going to be the problem because I mean they did a really good job. Now, do I think he's going to miss 21 shots again? No, but he's right.
Well, if Wemby's in his face,
you know what I'm saying?
Or if Steph Castle's harassing it, or whoever, somebody like that. But no, I'm with you. I agree. I think Detroit and both of them are kind of, you know, they're, I won't say ahead of schedule, but they're young, right? They're both young and building and ascending where they are right now. I mean, if you're a fan of either one of those teams, you got to love where they're both at. I mean, the Spurs are 41-16. The Pistons are 42-14. We talk about this every year in the NBA. You got to win 40 before you lose 20 to sort of be a championship contending team. That was the Pat Riley rule from years ago. Both of those teams have, and I think there's only one or two other teams in the NBA that will.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Thunder and maybe the Celtics or something like that. So there's really not that many teams that you view as like bona fide championship contending teams. And those two teams that played last night are.
Yeah.
And I give the nod to the Spurs. Obviously, they won last night by 10. I will say, you know, in the context of kind of where we're at right now with Zachary Risache, it's frustrating to watch Steph Castle be such a baller.
Yep.
Because
he was there.
Yeah. And it was a pretty easy.
Where's he from, Andy?
He's from around here.
Yeah.
And he was, you know,
he was really
played
good.
in college, won
he
a
was
national
really
championship.
good.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
And we saw we didn't see Zachary.
No, we
saw this guy.
No, I know, and it's like, all right, you could have the
we saw
you
this
could have
guy.
the local guy who balled in college, and people would really be excited to have here, or the random foreign guy who may have an upside. And they went that option. And it's also like one of those things where like you can do hindsight. We do this with the NFL draft all the time.
All the time.
I mean, we were talking about that leading into it. I was like, I don't know, just take Steph Castle. He looks like the most talented guy.
Yep.
Like, you know. But anyway, They didn't.
No.
That guy's a star.
Yeah, man.
Steph Castle's a
he's
star.
a good player. And I heard somebody say this, and it was so funny to me because it's so true. Like, and I'm starting, and it's about a month ago when I heard this. I'm starting to hate the word two-way player. Because I'm starting to hate that phrase.
How come?
Because your ass should be a two-way player.
Right, you mean like you're playing?
Yeah.
It's not football.
Yeah, you know
We're
what
not
I'm
talking
saying?
about Travis Hunter.
And that's what they were basing it on. And I was like, you know what?
That's a great point.
You know what? You're right.
I thought you were going to say because no one actually plays defense,
Yeah.
but you're saying because you're supposed to.
Yeah, I was like, you know what?
Yeah, that's true. We're giving credit for stuff you're supposed to do.
Yeah, you know what? You're supposed to.
Steph Castle does bust his ass on defense.
Some do it
though.
better than others.
Sure,
I
yeah,
understand
some guys
that.
are actually
I was
good
like,
at it,
you
but
know
yeah.
what?
Everyone's supposed to be
Yeah,
a two-way player.
I thought about that. I heard it like a month ago.
That's a great
I was
point.
like, you know what?
Yeah.
You might be right on. You might be on to something right there, man.
Whoever said that's correct.
It was pretty funny.
And they got a bunch of them on that team, though.
Yeah,
Like,
dog.
they got guys.
They got guys that get up opinion.
They like to play defense.
Yeah.
They got good talent. They got talent coming off the bench with Dylan Harper,
I
too.
know
They're good.
we're going to get NFL no, but I thought about this because we were talking about the whole tanking thing, right? And you go back to let's go back to like the last 4 NBA champions.
All right. Hang on, let me look up the last 4
NBA
NBA champions.
Pull up the last 4 for me because I know obviously the pace. I mean, obviously
Obviously
the Thunder,
yeah.
the Celtics.
The Celtics, yeah.
Who else are we missing?
Nuggets,
and Warriors.
Okay, of those 4, who tanked?
Thunder.
Yeah. So what would you look at it from a standpoint?
The Thunder, the funny thing about the Thunder, though, is so much of this was built on the tank that they did, like, in Seattle.
Yes.
They tanked
okay.
in
Yeah,
Seattle.
they did.
And they've found a way to turn the KD, Westbrook, Harden drafts into, like, good teams for decades.
Right.
Like, and again, they did it again for a little while
But my
once
question,
they got
and
Shaq.
you look at where Boston is. Boston, that wasn't really a tank. That was a fleece.
No, they've never tanked.
That was a fleece job by Danny Ainge to get those picks up for Jaylen Brown and those guys. When you look at Denver, I mean, obviously nobody knew how good Jokic was, but they were always been a solid type franchise, right?
Yeah. That was just really good scouting.
Yeah.
I mean, because they got Jamal Murray, and it wasn't like, I know he was a lottery pick, but he wasn't a top 5 pick.
Right.
And they got Michael Porter Jr. like late in the lottery because he had that back issue, and he was so good there. So, yeah, no, I mean, you're right. And the Warriors, same thing. Like, I mean, I guess they kind of tanked way back in like late Monta Ellis, like when Baron Davis was hurt, and like after that when they got Steph and those guys. But even those guys, none of those guys were top 5 picks. I mean, I think Steph was 7. And the Wolves passed on him twice to take Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn. Clay was 11. Draymond was somewhere around there too.
Round.
Yeah, right. So I mean, no. That's just elite team building.
Okay. All right,
Well, they kind of had that tank year accidentally.
Right, when everybody got hurt.
When everybody got hurt.
When everybody got hurt and
nothing
KD
came
left.
of
It
that.
wasn't-
Yeah, nothing came of that.
Yeah, Weissman turned into a bust.
Weissman turned to a bust.
Yeah.
Overall, no. But I mean, there was the second overall pick out of nowhere.
And Kuminga was the 7th overall pick.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a couple bad years because of injuries in the midst
You know,
of
they
all
picked
of that.
14th that same year.
And who'd they pick?
A guy I've never heard of. Moses Moody?
Oh, Moses Moody, he's still there. Still there, coming off the bench, running the floor. But yeah, no, you're right about that, Randy. Teams that tank don't often go on to win championships. The Bucks didn't tank their way to Giannis. They got him 16th because the Hawks fired a guy. And he went over there and told him about him. The Lakers didn't tank. They just signed LeBron.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, like, these things.
The Raptors didn't tank. They turned DeRozan into Kawhi, which that is still one of the weirdest one-off championships of all time.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, the tanking part of it, man, it's just one of those, it's just a miserable being. Utah tanked and got, the young kid that they're still tanking again. What's his name? How am I drawing a blank from Louisville?
Oh, I don't know.
What the shooting guard?
Donovan Mitchell?
No, from Rutgers this past year.
Oh, Harper? I don't know. I'm
Anyway,
not sure. Sorry.
But you get this guy.
Ace Bailey or
Ace
Harper?
Bailey. Ace Bailey.
Right, Ace Bailey.
You go
got
get
it.
Ace Bailey. All right. He don't want to go there, but yet you get him there. You got nice pieces, but then all of a sudden you're going to take again to get another young player.
Maybe.
Exactly.
If the ping pong ball's bouncing.
It's just a weird thing.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, that's why, if the only way to get rid of it, because we did all the little suggestions, right, that Adam Silver has thrown out there. The only thing that will get rid of tanking, now it's going to bring a whole boatload of other problems with it, probably.
Because it is.
But the only way that they would undo tanking is to get rid of the draft. If you didn't have a draft, people wouldn't tank.
And the way,
because the reason you tank is to get ping pong balls.
The way and the path that old Adam Silver is on right now, he might do it.
He might.
He might.
He really, really wants tanking to go away.
Yes.
Like that seems to be the number one priority of the league, which I get. I mean, it definitely is bad that a third of the league is losing on purpose and everyone knows about it. It's also, to me, like the thing that's worse than that though, because it's been going on for a long time. And maybe it's a little bit more egregious. Certainly gambling is making people care more about it, making them care more about it. But the biggest problem is that it's the only thing that inspires people to talk about the NBA.
Yes.
Like you and I talk about the games. We watched the game last night. That was a fun game between two good teams. We talk about the Hawks, obviously, but we'll happily talk about the games and the playoffs and stuff when that comes around. But like on the radio station that we work for, the NBA conversation has never been more popular in the last 6 months than it has been in the last 2 weeks because everyone wants to talk about tanking. There's no, and that's bad. That's bad for the league.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're looking at it.
That's the biggest problem.
The biggest thing with the ratings are all down and all that other stuff. That was the start of the season. But this is an issue because it's always been around, but you didn't have that many teams doing it.
Right.
And that's the biggest issue right now is that. And I think more or less, because I remember, I think Mike was on last week and I was like, well, there's always been tanking, but now it's so blatant. But then I was like, yeah, it's blatant. But is it because how many more teams are doing it? Because it ain't no more blatant than when it was 3 teams. Kind of knew that when it was 3 or 4 teams.
I do feel like it's a little bit earlier, and it's just been, and my problem with it is it's just accepted. Like, it has happened for so long now, and so publicly. I know it's gone on for a really long time, but I don't think it's been made popular since, like, the Sixers, right? Like, the Sixers in the process really made it like okay, this is what they're doing. Everybody knows it. They're going to do it for years, and hopefully it works. And because that was about 15 years ago, right? They kind of started that. Embiid's been in the league for 10 years, right? And they had drafts before that didn't work out. So, I mean,
Mike Carroll.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the process started 10, 15 years ago, but that's a generation of sports fans that now, when their team is kind of in the middle or on the bottom third, hopes their team will do it.
Yes.
Like that's the thing that bothers me about it is it's become so accepted that fans openly and actively want their teams to do it. Like that sucks. You hope the season is lost on purpose? What?
NBA season too damn long for that.
Are we serious?
This is a long season.
We can't that is so anti. And again, I get it because that's the strategy, and it gets you a good player sometimes, and occasionally it works at a championship level, but not very often.
Well, I would love to know the percentages of it working.
Of it working in terms of. Well, like, look at the Pistons right now. It's working, but like they haven't won a championship yet, right? I mean, the Spurs, a couple times, it's worked. And they tanked to get Duncan,
and it always works when they go get the big because they go get generation big. You ain't got Duncan. Had David Robinson on the roster.
I would say Cleveland tanked when they got LeBron way back in the day.
Oh, were they just bad? They were really bad.
They were really bad for a really long time.
They were really bad.
With this current group, the Cavs, I don't know, but again, like. It sucks when they've made it so acceptable that we're like, yeah, I hope my team's bad for a couple years. Like, you see how crazy that sounds?
Yes.
Like, it's not good. And that to me, that's the biggest problem that the league has is that it's the only thing that inspires people to talk about it outside of people that really, really care about basketball, and everybody talks about it. Like it's one of the things over the last 6 months that I could think of sports wise, where you could ask anybody like, hey, what's the solution to tanking? And someone will have a thorough fix. Like, yeah, what do you think the Falcons should do at quarterback? I don't know. What do you think the NBA should do about tanking? Look at my 5-point PowerPoint presentation that I can tell you all the things I think are wrong with the NBA. When's the last time you watched a game that wasn't the Hawks? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's the thing that people know the NBA for. That's a problem when that's your identity. All right, we didn't do any NFL stuff. We'll do it on the other side. Thanks for being with us. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Saturday, Atlanta United faces San Jose Earthquakes.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says he can't guarantee star wide receiver A.J. Brown will be on the team next season. And if I'm the Buffalo Bills or the New England Patriots or another team that needs a number one receiver, I'm calling the Philadelphia Eagles right now. I think Philly needs to move A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown will be an asset to another team. New England, Buffalo, and others need to call the Eagles today. I'm Nick Costos.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation
brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air. This is Steve. How can I help you?
Hi, I know it's late, but my furnace just died on us.
Don't worry at all. We have over 300 technicians throughout Metro Atlanta and Macon, so we can get to furnaces fast.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like you have a reliable protection plan.
Yeah.
Perfect. This service call is no charge, and so's the repair.
Thank you so much.
Get fast and fair price furnace repair. Go to ReliableAir.com.
Reliable Air is always just right.
At Wade Ford, discover great prices, flexible finance options, and our top trade-in values. For a limited time, get $50 off service. Plus, with our mobile service, an expert technician will come to you. Visit Wade Ford today or online at wadeford.com. Wade Ford, Atlanta's Ford dealer, where your satisfaction drives everything we do.
Receive $50 off your total parts and service bill of $250 or more. Not valid on previous service purchases. Must mention offer at time of service purchase. All financing on approved credit expires 3/31/26.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by firsts because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Hi, everyone. Andy Bunker here. As a longtime Spectrum Internet customer, I can tell you Spectrum is the real deal. My home is covered with fast, reliable, fiber-powered internet with plenty of speed for streaming, watching sports. They even covered me when I worked from home for a year and a half. From my own experience, Spectrum has always been super dependable. And best of all, it's available at a price that actually makes sense. Switch today and see what Spectrum can do for you. Go to Spectrum.com and learn more. Spectrum Internet is powered by fiber and delivered to the home via HFC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Mostly sunny and 29 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
This report is brought to you by D. Geller & Son. Visit us in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs or dgeller.com. Why is D. Geller & Son so picky? They live, work, and play right here in Metro Atlanta. So when it comes to getting your best diamond, they have to get it right. Come see the D. Geller & Son difference for yourself with showrooms in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs. Online at dgeller.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
The Atlanta Braves have reportedly agreed to an extension with ace Chris Sale. The deal is worth a reported $27 million with a club option for $30 million in 2028. This agreement will make the 36-year-old the highest paid Braves player ever in terms of average annual value. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning live from the NFL Combine, and he confirmed that tight end Kyle Pitts would receive the franchise tag from the team. He also confirmed that quarterback Kirk Cousins will be released on the first day of the league year. I'm Garrett Chapman.
And now, an actual Andy and Randy listener. There's actually a few out there.
Welcome back to the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. Andy Bunker, Randy McMichael, two brothers from another mother.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, midday show with Andy and Randy with you here Tuesday afternoon. This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com, get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Get to the back page with Bo coming up in 15 minutes. We'll get back into some of what we heard from Ian Cunningham as well as some other news and notes from around the NFL in just a few minutes as well.
Well, I know that Falcons don't have only quarterback on the roster is Michael Penix.
Yep.
Yeah, because Easton Stick is a free agent. I'm looking at just possible free agents.
And they waived Emery.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay. So you look at some of these quarterbacks, Bunk, and I went back to a name that Mike said, and you look at Tyler Huntley. Played under Kevin Stefanski, that type of quarterback.
Pro Bowler.
Yeah, Pro Bowler, dude. Snoop. But then there's other guys. Okay, Russell's there. Marcus Mariota, been there, done that.
I know that's the problem with a lot of the names is they've already been here.
Zach Wilson. No, Tyrod. Okay, there's one. Tyrod.
You know I love Tyrod.
Okay, get you one.
Get you one.
Jimmy G.
Okay.
Okay. Who else we got on here?
Kenny Pickett. You say that one already?
Pickett. Case Keenum. No.
Malik Willis, obviously.
Malik's going to get too much money.
Yep.
That's the only ones there's a whole lot of them here, but
yeah, and there's guys that may become free agents in the next couple weeks, just like Kirk Cousins isn't currently a free agent, but he will be when the Falcons cut him at the beginning of the league year. But none of those names are inspiring, although Sam Darnold wasn't exactly the most inspiring name in the world 2 years ago either.
True.
And now he's a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, and so
same thing with when the Bucks signed Baker was kind of he was moving his way around the league at that point, and he's found a home there. When the Colts signed Daniel Jones, we kind of laughed and we were like, well, all right,
they're about to sign him to a multi-year deal.
That's nothing that Richardson needs to worry about, and then it was, and now they're going to sign him to a multi-year deal. So who knows? I don't know. I mean, you just have to hope that if that's what happens, you have to hope that Ian Cunningham and these guys can identify Zach Wilson as the next Sam
They're going to have
Darnold.
to get one of these guys.
Because that's what it is.
One of these guys are going to be on the roster.
The guy they sign is not going to make you excited.
No.
Now, that doesn't mean that he's not going to turn into one of those.
We just read off is going to be here.
Oh, the guy they sign is going to be hey, maybe it'll work with this guy like it did there.
Yes.
Second chance, third chance type guy. Because, there's no point in going younger than that because you need somebody who's played a little bit because he's probably going to have to play a little bit. There's no point in going way older than that because you might might need him to play a lot.
I'm in the Tyrod Taylor. Randy raises his hands for Tyrod Taylor.
All right.
Tyrod Taylor become the Atlanta Falcons Ferry Bridge quarterback.
Okay, and that's in the case. Let me just clarify this.
Yes.
That's in the case that Penix can't go week 1.
Yes.
And you need a guy to go a couple weeks.
Yes. I think Michael Penix is going to be ready.
But
you need a guy like
right.
Tyrod.
And then if Penix is ready week 1 and gets hurt again or something like that.
Yes.
But that's not, you're bringing someone in to compete with Michael Penix to potentially be the starting quarterback. Because Tyrod's not doing that.
Tyrod's not.
Tyrod's been in the NFL for
but
a decade.
but on this list, there's nobody here.
Yeah, I mean,
who?
You're right,
Yeah.
but like you could sign one of these guys and have them compete.
Like
I don't know
like
that
Jimmy
would
Garoppolo?
be. Yeah, but I don't think that would be a good idea.
No,
Jimmy Garoppolo. No, he's old. Like
Yeah.
I'm
But
talking
that's
about
what
like
I'm saying. Zach Wilson,
Zach,
he's still
right?
young.
Like Zach Wilson
That
or
age?
Kenny Pickett or somebody
those
like
kind
that.
of guys?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
But don't get confused as to thinking that I'm saying this is a good idea,
Right.
Or like that.
Right.
That's what they need to be doing. I'm not standing on my chair saying that Kenny Pickett is the next Sam Darnold. I'm not doing that. But also, no one was saying that Sam Darnold is going to do what he did 2 years ago, right? But that's just the type of guy that they're going to have to sign, I think, unless I'm way off base on it, and they're going to get a veteran because they know it's just a bridge, or they're going or whatever. But their best bet and prayer has to be that Michael Penix is healthy and is good.
Yeah,
because otherwise
it don't matter.
Otherwise, you hope you find the next Sam Darnold, which isn't going to happen probably because we have one
very rarely
example
that
of
happen.
it. And then Geno and Baker kind of like there's a few second chance, third chance quarterbacks that are succeeding in the NFL over the last handful of years.
I think a lot of that, Andy, has to do obviously because these kids have talent.
Right.
Like Sam Darnold had the physical ability to be a quarterback.
Sure, he just needed to go kind of learn some stuff from Shanahan and then get a good opportunity.
And get in the right situation.
Right.
And he's had 3 really good back-to-back situations when you look at him going to San Fran, him going to Minnesota, him going to Seattle.
Right.
You know, those are been really, really good situations.
Right.
For
He
him.
was with Shanahan and that group, and then he was with O'Connell, who I think is a really smart coach and gets a lot out of quarterbacks. And then he was with Kubiak, who's got a head coaching job after 1 year. So
That's why I don't think Kubiak. That's why we were talking about other quarterbacks as far as Geno and those guys. If I'm Vegas, I'm keeping Geno because the familiarity, and you're going to have a young ass quarterback.
Yeah, no, I think that's a smart move to keep him. And you draft Mendoza and hope Mendoza turns into the future of your franchise. But who knows? I did see, we were talking about this yesterday. Mel Kiper had his first mock draft out today, and Ty Simpson was in the first round. So kind of like the Jackson Dart kind of thing, like late first round, right in that mid-20s range. He's going to be that guy.
The league is
this year.
starved for quarterback. We understand that. And, he's a guy, that has a lot of ability. But that's why I was like, are we sure? We know Mendoza's going to be the number 1 overall pick. It's going to be Vegas, though. Is he good enough for somebody to like, okay, we want the number 1 pick?
For his sake, I hope so. Because he's got a better chance of succeeding someplace else than he does in Vegas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Tom Brady's there.
It's true.
Yeah.
He is.
What do you mean? Tom Brady's there.
But that's okay. It doesn't matter. He's different. He's got more say now than he did back then. But yeah, I'm sure that franchise that's been poisoned at its root for the last 15 years will be fine all of a sudden. But yeah, no, that's a big part of it though, is situation, right? Well, that's the other thing. Is this a good situation? Like, is the Falcons situation a good one for a quarterback right now? Like, Stefanski has had some success developing some guys.
Yeah, but you look at it from this standpoint, and you look, because a lot of times you look at quarterback, you look at what's around them player-wise and all those different things. In my opinion, the Falcons have 3 top 10-ish of their position skill players. Drake, obviously Bijan, and Kyle.
Right.
Now, you got to add other stuff in there, still, right there.
Right.
But, like, when you talk about the number 2 guy, Kyle is supposed to be that guy. You have a number 2 guy, so you need to find a guy like that. Like, I don't think Moody's going to be here because it makes more sense to release him and get that money. You could find somebody cheaper than that right there.
Yeah, they talked about that today, and they didn't give an answer on it as far as Mooney. They're evaluating that. I would assume they'll probably move on. But again, like, even with him, they got nothing. Like, without him, I mean,
I still think it was a disadvantage for him, and we talked about it over and over again. Coming into the league hurt, coming into the season as banged up as it was, not getting enough time, reps, all those different things. It worked against him.
Oh, without question, without question. And then, I mean, he was hobbled for however long and then didn't have training camp and all that. But, like, if you don't have him, then, again, that's sort of where I get back to with a lot of this stuff, too, is obviously we're going to talk a lot about the quarterback because it's the NFL and the Falcons have a big question mark there. But, like, they got a bunch of question marks. Like, they got a bunch of spots right now. Obviously, Drake London's really good, but behind Drake, there's nothing.
There's nothing.
We don't even know if Kyle's going to be on the team.
Right.
We know that they franchise tagged him, but they could trade him. Who knows? But, say he is. Hopefully he is. They also had that for the last couple of years and still, you know what I mean? Then couldn't even get above 500. So that's why, when I ask about is it a good situation, I don't know. It hasn't been. It hasn't. They've had 5 different quarterbacks in 5 years.
Yeah. So but that's when you have that many quarterbacks in that many years, you are where you are. That is the one position that needs to be stable because I'm gonna say you can work your way around it but I think that once you get that position right, it's easier to make decisions around them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about receiver, I'm talking about everything.
Oh yeah, no, I mean a good to great quarterback makes up for everything, but there's just when you look at the franchises that have the quarterback carousel that the Falcons have found themselves in since the end of the Matt Ryan era, I mean, they tend to be not good organizations, right? I mean, I would say the Steelers are still a good organization, and they've been in the same situation, but
they've opened arms to Aaron Rodgers coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, okay,
right? Because again,
there's nothing else out there.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that's where they've been since Ben Roethlisberger. But very similar, actually, to where the Falcons have been. Just Tomlin's a better coach than the Falcons have had, so they've been able to at least make the playoffs.
Right, and they're better team. They got better.
Yeah, they've got better talent at other spots too. I just think when we talk about who's the guy you bring in, the situation that exists here, and that includes Michael Penix, has something to do with it because guys are going to look at other spots and be like, well, I can go there and start. Or I can go there and compete. Or I can go there and I know I'm the backup. I don't know that it's very clear what the role is for a quarterback that you bring into this organization. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But I think that's why I always go back to the caliber of it. Because what are you selling them on? What are you selling? Especially, what are you selling on? What are you selling to a quarterback who has options?
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Are you telling me? You're telling me right now. I'm coming here
because everybody wants to play.
Because everyone wants to play. Exactly. Nobody. I mean, there are people that will come in and be like, okay, I understand that. When Michael Penix is healthy, he's going to be the guy.
I think Mariota is at the point of his career now where he's a backup and he knows it.
Yes.
But he was already here.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Can't do that again, Ken. We already did that.
No. Hey guys, Thursday, March 5th, join Sports Radio 99 The Game for a full day of fun at Bobby Jones Golf Course over in Buckhead. We'll be broadcasting live all day. Starting at 9 a.m. all the way to 6 p.m. You can join all the fun with buckets of range balls on sale for $9.29. And then when you're done, make sure you guys come over to Boone's because that's where we will be at for beer flights, also for $9.29. That's a full day of fun at Bobby Jones Golf Course in Buckhead. That's next Thursday here on Sports Radio 99 The Game.
Can you believe they like the endorsements we're doing for them so much they named their bar after my dog?
I know, man.
Can you believe that? Isn't that cool?
Why is it called Boone's? I know obviously because of Boone, but
I don't know. I should know that.
No, you shouldn't.
Probably some famous person. My dog.
Daniel
Boone, yeah. Daniel Boone. All right, we'll come back. Back page with Bo next. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Lakers were embarrassed by the Celtics on Sunday night, and if you believe in bounce-back spots, this is a great opportunity for them. Lakers are hosting the Magic, who are playing their 4th game in 6 days since the All-Star break ended. Orlando's been a mediocre squad for most of the season, and they're under 500 on the road. The last 4 times the Lakers lost by double digits, they responded with a double-digit win. I think that trend continues. I'm laying the points with LA. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL every weekend right here. Get more at retireatlradio.com. And Matt, what makes you and the team, what makes you different?
You come to us, you come to the Vincent Financial Group for money management, and yet maybe you're a really conservative investor. Our fee is not going to change whether or not we're shooting for a 20% rate of return or a 5% rate of return. This is one of the better use cases for a no-fee growth annuity, because on those no-fee growth annuity contracts, if you get the right ones and if you're working with the right people, you won't pay an advisory fee on those dollars, and yet you are getting exactly what you want, which is a vehicle that has more safety to it. So for those people in the retirement window looking for a way to take some risk off the table but not have to pay a fee to do it, a no-fee growth annuity can be a phenomenal complement to a portfolio. If you want to have that conversation around, what your mix of assets should be, we'd love to have that conversation with you. You can go to retireatlradio.com. Right there on the homepage, you can book a 30-minute discovery call with us. We can have this conversation. We would love to do it.
Again, that's retireatlradio.com. Or make the call today. We have a representative standing by right now. 404-977-4224. That's 404-977-4224. That initial consultation with Aaron Vincent, Matthew Decker, the team at the Vincent Financial Group to discuss your financial future is no cost, no obligation. 404-977-4224 or online at retireatlradio.com. And join us for Retire ATL every weekend right here. And it's all powered by the Vincent Financial Group.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Prize Picks, encouraging you to download the Prize Picks app today. When you do, be sure to use promo code 929. That's going to get you $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code 929 on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win that $5 play to get the bonus. It's that easy. It's also really easy to use. All you have to do is make 2 to 6 player stat projections, decide whether or not you think that player is going to have more or less than the number projected. And if you're right, you're in the money. And Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So be sure to download the Prize Picks app today and get that $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Again, you need to use promo code 929 on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Forget something for your project? We've got you. At HomeDepot.com, get fast, free delivery on millions of items for whatever you're working on, same day or next day. We bring what you need, and you bring it to life. Get fast, free delivery only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select in-stock items by 4 p.m., subject to availability.
Hi there, I'm Chris Womack, Chairman, President, and CEO of Southern Company. We are so thrilled for Season 2 of the TGL Golf League and are proud to continue our partnership with Arthur Blank and the Atlanta Drive Golf Club, the reigning TGL champions. This collaboration reflects our commitment to growing the game of golf, to fostering opportunity, access, and innovation. Together, we're excited to inspire the next generation of golfers and make a positive impact in our communities. At Southern Company, we're driven by good energy.
This is the Atlanta Drive Report, brought to you by Southern Company, official partner of Atlanta Drive Golf Club, and by the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, shout out to the Atlanta Drive for winning the first match last night. Couldn't get it done in the second one, though, so their playoff fate is still up in the air. If they won both of them, and we talked to Ben Helmrath yesterday, if they won both of them, that they were guaranteed a playoff spot. Unfortunately, they split the doubleheader last night, and so we still don't know if they're going to be able to make it into the TGL playoffs and defend the championship that they won last year. I know people probably saw the highlight, if you watched any Sports Center or anything this morning, of Justin Thomas hitting that super low, like, stinger driver on that weird hole that they have where you have to keep it low underneath the cliff or whatever. That's pretty cool. And then Rory chunked one into the water. That was pretty fun to watch.
Dude.
He was very unhappy about it.
He was very upset about that.
Yes.
He was very, very, very,
And then he drained a 30-footer, but was still mad because I guess it was for bogey.
Yeah, the competitiveness of golfers never ceases to amaze. We were watching this TV. We found Mark Zeno's lookalike.
Yeah. Who is that?
That's Hafley, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like him.
He looks a lot like
Just
Zeno.
like Mark
Yeah,
Zeno.
for sure.
Yeah.
He even kind of had like when he's listening.
The face and look at the face maneuvers and everything.
Like his listening scowl is very similar to Zeno's.
Yes.
Kind of like
it's very much on.
It's like, what's he mad about? Oh, he's not mad.
He's
okay,
not
he just
mad.
kind of looks mad.
Yeah, he just
All
looks
right.
mad.
Yeah. And then sometimes he is mad, but not always. Not always mad. Sometimes he's in a great mood. He just kind of looks like it. Some people have like resting certain types of faces. He has a resting mad face.
Resting mad face. I like
some
that.
people have like
resting. Yeah, I heard that part.
resting B face.
Yeah.
What kind of resting face do you think you have?
Oh man, I never thought about that.
You haven't?
I don't think my face rests. I think it's one. I think it's a. It's a ever moving.
It's a hard working face.
It's an ever moving face. Yeah,
that's true. You have a very reactionary face. Like you know what you're thinking based on. Like you're always going to have your facial expression.
Yeah.
Your face doesn't rest. That's a good point.
Yeah. Something else to find out.
This mic is.
It's over to whooping your ass.
It was collapsing.
Yeah, man.
They put it upside down now.
I'm kind of liking this mic this way better too.
Do you?
Yeah, because I'm kind of liking this a little bit better because I can still sit the way I want to sit.
We can see your active face.
Yeah, man.
Trying to smile.
Look good for the camera.
Yeah, it does. It looks good. There was somebody, I don't remember who it was that we were talking about in local sports that had kind of like resting confused face. And they weren't a dumb person or confused.
Yeah.
They just looked confused all the time.
Oh, I can't remember that.
It's like, Raheem. Raheem always on the sideline. He's a smart guy.
Yes,
and
very talented.
knew what was
Very
going
talented.
on. But he just had like it was resting like, what's going on face, which isn't good. You don't want to have that face. You want to
Especially when your teams lose. Because everybody judges everything up.
Well,
He's out looking. Oh, you know why they're losing? Because his pants legs are up.
Yeah.
Oh, he's always
He's looking at the Halo board.
Oh God.
They did when they would pan over to him though. He always looked like, what's he thinking about? Well, he's probably thinking about what to do on third down, probably, or something.
Could be. He wasn't thinking about anything else, but
Anyway, all right, let's get to the back page with Bo.
Bringing you the stories that didn't make the cut anywhere else in the show.
There you go.
It's the back page with Bo Johnson on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Hello, Bo.
Lots of stars, maybe all the stars in the building last night from Monday Night Raw. And I'm not talking about just in the Odyssey suite. Lil Yachty, 2
were you in there?
Chainz. Oh, I was there, yeah.
Nice.
It was fun. It was a good show. Lil Yachty, 2 Chainz, Dwight Howard, Jermaine Dupri, Bow Wow. Even Offset was in the building, and Offset chose to not interfere, but he stuck up for my boy Javon Evans when he was wrestling Kofi Kingston of the New Day.
Grayson Waller getting into it with Offset here at ringside. Hey, he doesn't belong here. He doesn't. And Offset, look out! Just sent Waller over our table. He just offset the entire complexion of this match. O.J. Cutter!
Offset throws Grayson Waller. I think he was trying to go through the announce table. He ended up kind of going over the announce table. But hey, Offset getting involved last night in a WWE match, so you know those things are fun.
Is that that's Joe Tessitore on the call, right?
No, that was Michael Cole.
Oh, okay, somebody different. Okay, I thought he does some
Joe
wrestling
Test.
stuff.
Joe Test does mostly pay-per-views these days and some Friday Night
Got it.
SmackDown.
Got it. Okay. Well, good. Glad Offset got involved.
You was in the Odyssey Suite, Mo?
Yeah.
Sweet. Good for you, Mo.
So it was a pretty cool trivia. So AJ Styles from Gainesville, been wrestling for 21 years, retired earlier in the year, last month actually. So it was determined by WWE that at this show in Atlanta, they were going to do a tribute to AJ Styles. And I'm telling you, every wrestler that AJ Styles has ever come in contact with, whether it be New Japan, TNA, everybody was in the building. And at the end of the show, they all kind of came out. And AJ was actually in the ring himself. He laid down his jacket, his leather jacket. He took off his gloves, laid his gloves down. Then the Undertaker's music hits, and the Undertaker comes to the ring in his Harley, grabs the mic and speaks to AJ.
We want Pickens here. Think the world of him. Want him here.
I know the Undertaker was still out there doing stuff.
Had no clue.
He definitely is not talking about George Pickens either. Here's the Undertaker.
You just gonna leave your stuff here and leave? But me and you, we got unfinished business. AJ, did you ever hear the phrase, if you see me coming, you're already gone? I changed that phrase a little bit because if you see me coming, that means you're going. AJ, it is my esteemed honor to inform you that you are the newest inductee in the 2026 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
So that's pretty cool. 2026 Hall of Fame ceremony will be held WrestleMania weekend. You don't normally see a wrestler retire and then get inducted in that very same year. They haven't even said or announced that John Cena is going to be in the 2026 class. As of yet, it's just Stephanie McMahon and AJ Styles. So congratulations on AJ Styles and a great career. We actually even saw a torn pec happen last night. So get well soon, Bronson Reed. And that was actually a legit injury. You got to see kind of what happens in WWE when a legit injury happens, and they have to kind of
work around,
make a way through it, because he was going to be the winner of that match. At least that's what everybody thought. So what a fun event. It was a great time last night.
I'm glad that that they put their legends in the Hall of Fame and don't make them wait.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I think it's a
Okay.
no-brainer that John Cena's going to get in this class, too.
I would think so.
On the first ballot.
I would have thought
Yeah,
the
he
same
was
thing
first
about
ballot even.
Belichick,
Yeah, I thought
too.
the same thing with
You know?
Bill Belichick also.
But who could know?
WWE probably doesn't need to rethink their Hall of Fame voting.
No.
So two people that might want to get up into a WWE or a wrestling ring is Kirby Smart and Mario Cristobal, who were together last night at a Steve Spurrier event. Apparently Steve Spurrier does this thing every year where he gives an award to some people. So both Georgia players and Miami players were introduced or getting awards. So a microphone was given to both Kirby and Mario. Here's a snippet of that.
I was talking to Mario earlier, and he came up to me and he gave me a Lane Kiffin joke. And he and Lane are very similar in a lot of ways. They're like best friends. And he came up to me and he's like, "You ought to start getting on some protein shakes. You've had too many carbs." And I said, "Well, you probably ought to spend some time with Steve Spurrier because he won more conference championships at Duke than you have in Miami." So Coach Spurrier and him got to visit some.
Damn.
They had some good lines for each other.
Yeah.
That was pretty
There
fun.
was some back and forth there.
Cristobal
That
had
was
some good
absolutely. It was
stuff.
like it was almost like it was a roast of each other.
Yeah, it was very funny. They both had good lines in that event, which great. I mean, Kirby's good at that.
Yeah, Kirby got some wit about him.
Yeah.
He has a little bit of wit about him.
So Spotify has come out and said that every pro-America song after USA won the gold medal in hockey, including Freebird, which I don't know if that's a pro-America song, but they were using it kind of as their free
people
theme
kinda,
song.
yeah.
And Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA have jumped over 100% in downloads, which makes a lot of sense after events like this happen. So congratulations if you have a pro-America song out there. Even
Yeah, if you wrote one of those, you're probably
Yeah, man.
probably having a good 24 to 48 hours.
America F Yeah by Geek Music has actually shown a 350% increase.
That,
So,
and then all the
America F
clips
Yeah.
of like various different shows where they make fun of Canada. Like there's a clip from Parks and Rec where Ron Swanson sent a letter to Canada and it just said "blank you, Canada."
Oh man!
So where do I send it?
They're very upset.
Canada.
They're very upset right now. And it's funny because the damn algorithm gets you every daggone time. Yeah, man. Like they like their sports shows is like, don't fuss with those, and they don't call us United States. They call us states. Don't fuss with those states people. Okay?
States people.
Yes.
There you go.
That's what the dude was calling us. Right? They'll forget about this on Wednesday.
And he's right about
And he's
that.
absolutely
Yeah.
right.
It's
I
like,
saw a pretty funny meme where it's
They'll
like, "Careful,
forget about
Canada."
this on
yeah,
Wednesday.
people will move on to something else. Not to say
Yeah.
that the
They
moment
started
wasn't amazing.
Dude, they
but-
started talking about ratings here in the States for everything. They don't care about it.
Yeah. Now, I mean, we talked about it yesterday.
How
Like,
salty can you be?
when you start talking about stuff like that, it's like when you're mad at your rival in college football and you start talking about, GPAs and admission standards and stuff like that. That means you've lost. When you're not talking about the game that happened and you're talking about other stuff, that means you've lost. And they lost, and they know that. And they're right. We'll move on to football probably, like we have.
The next
And-
time the Olympics roll around, we'll take something else from Canada.
Yeah, then we'll watch hockey again then when it comes back. So there you
So
go.
from hockey to skiing, here's Lindsey Vaughn on her injuries.
Basically, I had a complex tibia fracture. I also fractured my fibular head, my tibial plateau, just kind of everything was in pieces. And the reason why it was so complex was because I had compartment syndrome. And compartment syndrome is when you have so much trauma to one area of your body that there's too much blood and it gets stuck.
Mm-hmm. So Lindsay would go on to say how she almost lost her leg in this incident, but it was able to be saved. Now, our area trauma expert, Abe Gordon, believes that Lindsey Vaughn, it might be full of it, or at least kind of over-dramatizing the whole losing of the leg thing.
I mean,
Care to defend
would you
your
like a
stance,
response?
I mean, we don't need to do that, do we? Like,
Please,
she broke her leg and her career's over. You know, if the X-ray
career was over either way.
Right, but probably hurt, pretty sad. Would have been cool if she would have completed the thing without her
Would've been awesome.
without her ACL, and
Yeah.
unfortunately she couldn't. But if the X-ray that I saw on Twitter was
Pretty
real,
nasty.
and I assume it was, I mean,
Yes.
that was
Absolutely
disgusting.
really
The
bad.
post-surgery
Her
with
leg
all
was
the screws in it
was
yeah.
in pieces.
It's really, really bad.
Yeah, and her and Tiger were together for a
long
while.
time.
Back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, long time.
Tiger almost had his leg amputated
Yeah.
after
Car
he
wreck.
had that car wreck too. So I don't know. Maybe that'll reunite them. You never
Nah,
know. They can
nah,
bond
nah.
over
They
the
rehab it.
over the
Well,
rehab.
Tiger's, yeah, Tiger's probably done rehabbing his leg.
He's maybe close.
Or he's
talking about it. He didn't discount Augusta. He said it's possible that he might play at Augusta this year.
Speaking of
Hope that he does.
careers being over, so we already know about Floyd fighting Tyson in April. So now it's official, I guess,
Yeah.
coming on Netflix in September. Floyd versus Pacquiao 2.
In the sphere.
Goodness gracious alive.
In the sphere.
Do we
Oh.
really need, in the sphere
Yeah.
of all places. Do
Dude,
we,
That is cool that it's in the sphere.
That
It
thing
is.
is going to make so much money.
Right.
But what are they going to do with the walls of the sphere, though? Like,
I don't know.
Maybe show. I mean,
have they ever done a live sporting event at the sphere yet?
Yes. God, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think. Didn't Dana do a UFC?
Yeah,
fight
UFC
there?
was.
Oh, they did,
That's
okay.
what I thought.
Okay.
It cost $300 million to put on. I think.
But I'm just telling you right now, that money, it's gonna make so much money because of the Philippines.
right. So the answer to the question is
Yes.
why would they do this? Is that
Money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they were too old when they fought 11 years ago.
Correct.
So now it's
Yes.
like
Yeah.
At least it's on Netflix. We're not going to have to pay for it, unless minus what you're just paying for Netflix.
right.
Maybe they make that part. No, it's the dates are off. Maybe they can make that part of the Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey fight. Maybe they throw a couple other retirees on there, and let's just have an old fogies getting in the
Or they could
octagon
just
circle.
do-
Get Chuck and Tito back together.
Why not?
They do concerts there, right?
Yes.
Just do a concert at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like you can, if it's not very fun to watch, you can watch, listen
Floyd
to the
Pacquiao
music.
fight and
yeah.
a concert broke out.
Yeah.
That's gonna be so
Like
much.
REM can perform, and they're fighting over there, or something like that. Or I don't know who performs
Pink
there.
Floyd Mayweather mashup.
Pink Floyd Mayweather. There you go. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the big story of the day to kick off the 1 o'clock hour. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, 2 o'clock on Tuesday, what are you doing? I know where I'm going to be. You need to be there, too, because Kevin Stefanski, the new head coach of our Atlanta Falcons, stops by the show live from the Combine. Make sure you tune in to find out the latest on what he's thinking and where this organization is headed. It starts at 2 on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from The Game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Look online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Hi, everyone. Andy Bunker here. As a longtime Spectrum Internet customer, I can tell you Spectrum is the real deal. My home is covered with fast, reliable, fiber-powered internet with plenty of speed for streaming, watching sports. They even covered me when I worked from home for a year and a half. From my own experience, Spectrum has always been super dependable. And best of all, it's available at a price that actually makes sense. Switch today and see what Spectrum can do for you. Go to Spectrum.com and learn more. Spectrum Internet is powered by fiber and delivered to the home via HFC.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning. One heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at Lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kelsey. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kelsey. Download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength! WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
The NFL confirmed today that the Detroit Lions will play in Munich, Germany as part of the international initiative to grow the game abroad. The Falcons will also play an international game in 2026, but have yet to receive their designated venue. The Atlanta Braves topped the Baltimore Orioles yesterday in Game 3 of spring training. Ronaldo Lopez will make his first start today for the team in nearly 11 months. I'm Garrett Chapman.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
Welcome back to the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. These two are good enough for television, but they look a lot better on radio.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Woo! Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. My bad.
Yeah, I was like, oh, what a God.
I didn't mean to chuckle before the woo.
Yeah, gotta get used to that.
Disrespect the woo.
Still gotta get used to that.
Final hour of the show here on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy. Brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Book an appointment for a convenient time at reliableair.com. We will get to Brandon Adams in about 20 minutes. That's why I was chuckling, because we've been talking a little bit the last couple of days about like the Twitter interactions between the American sports fan, most specifically like the SEC football fan and the Canadian hockey fan.
Right.
And BA was in those streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having some fun at the expense of the Canadians over the last couple of days. So you probably ask him about that, about how much pleasure he takes in making fun of the loser in this case, and we'll talk to him about college football as well.
Yeah, man.
We'll get to an AMA at 1:40.
You think we'll talk to him about this TI 50 beef, because it's
I don't know that DA is going to have much to say about
that.
that.
It's really strange. It's really strange because like 50 just keep taking shots at him, and he got the right one because TI ain't going though. TI ain't gonna back down.
What is 50's like? What is he saying about TI?
He's taking more shots at his family.
His family,
Yeah,
okay, got it.
More than anything.
Got it.
But it's just weird because I'm like, then you see the young boy, the young Tip's son. Like, I understand there's no love like a son's love for his mama.
Sure.
And I understand you feel like you come to the defense.
Right.
Let your grown man, let your daddy handle it. Yeah, you just sit over there because you're messing with a grown man over there. So let your papa, who is a grown man, handle that. And then we'll just go from there and everything. But it's just like, okay. Now it's getting to a point where, all right, what's the end game in this?
Versus content creation.
What is Versus going to do? 50's not a rapper no more.
I don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah, what is it going to do?
It's going to make somebody some money?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know who.
50 ain't a rapper no more.
Yeah, no, but this is what it is.
This is what
right?
it is.
We talk. It's like the podcasters that talk bad about each other and then go on each other's podcasts.
Yeah, just let it. No, this is personal now. Let's get a little personal.
Well, hopefully it doesn't get anything bad.
But I like to, because Tip came out with another song last night. I said, oh hell.
Yeah, he was talking about 50 Cent in it.
Yeah, man. But
which is like, I don't know. I don't know all the details of it, and I don't honestly. I don't care to.
Man do grown man.
But the verses, that's not a good idea for 50 Cent. Like T.I. has
but
so many more.
He does, but I'm just saying, like,
and I'm just I just love T.I.
I'm a big fan
and
of both.
I like 50's
I'm a bigger
music,
fan,
but I love T.I.'s music.
I love Tip, and I like 50.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But like, just let it ride. Let's go on about your business. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Move on.
Now, I will say this, because you're right. 50 Cent doesn't really make music anymore, and that's probably for the best.
Yes.
We're good.
Yes.
Right
He fell off.
We're good on that.
He fell off.
T.I.'s new song's awesome.
Yes. And then the new one.
I have not heard it. I tried to find it.
Yeah.
Where I couldn't find it
It's on there.
On where?
Just find a clip. Just go on his Instagram and just play it.
And this is the
new one that was dropped last
the
night.
50 Cent.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't find that one.
Yeah.
But the one that he's released on that new album that's coming out.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yes, it does.
Like,
it does. Him and Pharrell.
Yeah. I mean,
it looks
getting them back together.
Jonathan Kuminga looks like he's probably going to play tonight, Andy.
That's awesome.
Looks like he's going to play tonight. So.
That's great.
Yeah, but Trey's not going to play.
Yeah, well, Trey doesn't play for us.
Yeah. I just want because that was the one thing when he got Trey, we're like, oh, he's going to come back and drop 50.
Yep.
Well, got to wait.
And I think, honestly, if they let him play tonight or on Thursday, he probably could go off. Mm-hmm. But that would also be them admitting that he's healthy enough to play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They don't want that. They don't want to do that.
They're trying to shut him down and lose as many games as they can and contribute to the thing that everyone's mad about the NBA for right now, which is tanking, right? Now, that's awesome that Kuminga would play, though, because we talk about the things you're looking for in the Hawks season in the final 20-plus games. They've cleared the way for him, too, because Risa Shea didn't start. I think of the 115 games or so that Risa Shea's played in his career so far, he's only not started twice.
Yeah.
And last game was one of them.
Yeah.
And Quinn Snyder had some pretty clear comments about, his play and where he's at last week. And he just, he hasn't looked, he hasn't developed, he hasn't found his way in year two. And at a certain point, the Hawks are trying to win games.
Yeah.
So you got to put.
They're not tanking.
No, and if CJ McCollum gives you a better lineup on the court, he does. Again, I think that's kind of a comment on where you're at right now too, which is why you need to get Kuminga out there and see if there's anything in him that you can go forward with. Because like CJ McCollum in your starting lineup isn't the plan either.
No.
So if Kuminga can come in and be anything near what the Warriors thought they were getting in him a couple of years ago, that's great. That's a young guy you can go forward with. Right now, it seems like Risa Shea's future, at least for the remainder of this season, and who knows beyond that, is as a role player off the bench.
I would love to hear him come back as that role.
Who?
CJ.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Zachary Risa Shea.
Oh,
the number one pick from last
I'm talking
year.
about CJ. The thing with Zachary is, and it's just how sports go, especially in the NBA. Let's give up on it real quick. I saw the craziest thing.
I'm not giving up on it.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that's what I saw the craziest thing, Bunk. They usually, this kid, he has a little podcast, whatever, and he does these little snippets of so-and-so how many players were drafted before this guy. And he did Shea the other day, and did all the kids that were drafted that were out of high school before Shea, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at it, and then he would give a recap of their, and it was out of the 13, I think it was, at least 10 of them were all in the 2018 draft, and then I didn't know none of them because they were in the second round. So I'm like, when the hell? That's why I was going to talk about the short thing, because you're telling me that do they have, how in the NFL they have the draft evaluation. They tell you first, second, third round. Do they have that in the NBA?
Yeah.
And they still don't care.
Yeah, guys come out. Maybe NIL keep them in a little bit longer.
Why not?
I don't know. I will say this, and I don't know that this is maybe a one-off, whatever. But there's a lot of talent in college basketball this year.
Yes.
Like there's actually games that are. There was like Kansas played Houston last night.
Yes.
There's future NBA players in that game, and Peterson played the whole game, and so people probably won't talk about it today because he actually played the whole game. But they won. Kansas won that game last night against Houston, and Houston's a good team, and they got a guy that's probably going to be a top 5 pick on their team too. But there's a lot of good players in college right now, which is why so many teams are tanking for this draft,
right?
Because there's so many guys that they think could be franchise changers coming out, but. Yeah, it's true. I mean, but that's what you got to do, right? I mean, you take a flyer on a young guy that's completely unproven. You hope he develops fast enough to justify giving him a big contract, and then he becomes your franchise guy.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, you can't wait.
Out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know Zachary Risa Shea was the number 1 draft pick last year, but you're trying to win games right now, and he can't play. Like, he's not helping you win. So he's got to come off the bench. Right?
Yeah. That's where it's looking right now. So. But this is what the solution kind of worked itself way out.
Yeah, and that's why when they got Kuminga, the immediate reaction that we had was this is, you start putting pieces together. It's like, well, this isn't good for Risa Shea, who's already kind of not playing well. But again, like, you could try to justify the pick and prove yourself right and be stubborn, or you could be like, all right, maybe he'll come along later, but he's not doing it right now. And we're trying to win games. We're trying to get out of the play-in round if you can help it. All right, let's get to the big story of the day. Kick off the 1 o'clock hour. Brought to you by QC Kinetics, non-surgical treatment for joint pain.
I've had a good conversation with Kirk the other day, and then Mike, his representation as well. I let him know that, our plan would be to release him the first day of the league year. Obviously, the contract structure allowed for that to occur. Again, out of respect for Kirk and for Michael, felt like that was the best decision, and the timing was right to let them know that our intentions and our plans.
Yeah, no surprise at all. That's Ian Cunningham saying that, basically what we all knew.
Yeah. Why do you think that they would do it and announce it now as opposed to wait? Because they don't have to.
Probably was asked.
Huh?
Probably was asked. Probably was asked.
Oh, but they could have done what they did with Mooney.
They could have, but what sense does it make?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What sense did it make?
I think it might be a little bit of a...
Because one of the things where I don't think he would have let it, like a State of the Union, here, State of the Falcons or something like that. It was like he was asked about it.
But he knew he was going to be asked about it, and they planned on...
And that could have been something, as you mentioned, about the whole Kyle Pitts thing. Well, why now?
Yeah.
Because you're going to be asked about it.
I think there's a couple reasons. Yes, you're going to be asked about it. You better have a... Like, those are pretty obvious ones, right? Like
that's that too cute thing you talking about.
If the whole like build, firing, restructuring, retooling, whatever you want to call it, new front office and coaching staff is about a unified vision, and they spent the last 3 weeks together, and then the first time they talk, they don't know what they're doing with Kyle Pitts or Kirk Cousins. That doesn't sound like a unified vision, right?
Right.
Like, you have to be. That's all pretty obvious stuff. We know what you're going to do. Be honest about it, and good for them for doing it. I also think there's a little bit maybe of a benefit, especially with the Kyle part of it, is that now all the general managers in football are in one place.
Yes.
And they know now what you're going to do with Kyle Pitts as far as the franchise tag goes. And if people are interested in Kyle Pitts, you can have those conversations.
Oh, there's no doubt.
They're going
about
to dinner tonight,
There's no. It's amazing what gets done in Elmo's over that nasty ass cocktail. So I don't care what nobody says. It's nasty.
Is it nasty or just overrated?
Overrated.
Okay.
I say overrated.
Okay.
It ain't that good either. But anyway, but yeah, it's going to be that, Andy. And then you look at it from, does Ian maybe drop a nugget? Hey, you want to give us something for Kirk?
Right.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
now, that would be a different kind of cocktail, I think, that you'd have to have somebody do that.
Yeah, but
dude, if he can get somebody to trade for Kirk Cousins. That's what I said about Fontenot last year. It was like, if he can find a way to trade this man, all is forgiven.
Yes.
All the draft stuff, whatever, it's all good.
Yeah.
And he couldn't.
No, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, though. But I just laugh at, because you got to go with, when you're up there, again, they're united. Matt Ryan is up there. Yes, Kevin, and obviously Ian's there, and then the coordinators, and then I guess assuming whatever position coach it is that day is there, and all those different things. So they're trying to get all this worked out. But I think that these are two of the most major things that they've done, that they have remaining in the offseason, before the offseason starts. Because the offseason technically isn't, until free agency start. These were the two big things. It was what you do with Kyle Pitts, and what are they going to do with Kirk Cousins? Well, we kind of knew what they were going to do with both of them. And so now that that's out the way, and you got to answer no more questions about that. Now you can go on and move. They're getting asked questions about Michael Penix, which, you know what? Okay. Well, all I can answer about is that he's doing his rehab. We really like where he is with his rehab. The James Pierce thing, well, we can't really talk about it because it's an ongoing criminal investigation. You got that out the way. Now you go.
Yeah, I also think because of those two things too, with the most important thing in the franchise is the quarterback, and they don't really know. I mean, they know they want him to get healthy and play, but it's so early in his rehab still to be committing to anything as far as when he's ready and what it's going to look like and all that. And then obviously the James Pierce Jr. situation as well, which you can't talk about.
Right.
Maybe that's also why you come out and have something to say about Kirk and Kyle too.
Right.
You know what I mean? We can't have no comment on all of it.
You know what I mean? We can't just.
I understand why you can't say much about Penix and why you can't say anything about James Pierce Jr. But like, if it's like, all right, what about Kyle? Well, we're gonna. What are we doing?
Right.
Why are you guys even up there?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the one thing you did not want coming out of the combine from this regime is nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Or we'll see. Or we're still working on that. Give us something.
Give us something. All right.
Something.
We're cutting Kirk. All right.
Yeah.
Got us something.
Give us something. Yeah, you just can't
Franchise and Kyle.
You can't go up there still evaluating the situation.
Right. Because that's not a very unified vision, right?
That's not good at all.
That's a blurry vision right there.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. Yeah, we're still evaluating that.
Kevin Stefanski will be on with Dukes and Bell this afternoon as well. Like Ian Cunningham was on with the Steakhouse. If you missed that interview, you can hear that either on the podcast or on 92.9 The Game Steakhouse page. Stefanski will be on with the boys this afternoon as well. We'll let you hear, obviously, some of that tomorrow during the show. But Combine gets set to get underway, like from a drills perspective and all that on Thursday. But yeah, man, all the general. I also like I know it's not the be all end all, but I like the front office and coaches all being there. You know, in the past, not everybody's gone. I like you just go.
Well, I mean, we talked. We know that the Rams aren't there. We know Jacksonville's not there.
Yeah, I know you don't have to, but I especially a new regime. Get up there,
mingle.
Yeah, mingle. Rub some elbows. Do that kind of stuff. Whatever else you need to do. Hobnob. What else are you doing? Anyway, Brandon Adams is going to join us next. We'll talk some Georgia football with him. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tonight as our Hawks take on the Portland Trailblazers.
Tip-off at 6. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The NFL Competition Committee is discussing the possibility of authorizing replay officials to throw flags for specific penalties. On one hand, that would be fair. On the other hand, I don't want more replays to waste more time with officials looking at the monitor during a game. The best idea, I think, is just letting the officials call it in real time. I'm Chris Black.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, 16-ounce packages of 80% lean Kroger brand ground beef are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Thanks for calling Reliable.
Yeah, hi. I've got a puddle in my shower, and now my kitchen sink is backing up. I don't get it.
Sounds like a clogged drain.
The shower drain can clog the kitchen?
Oh, yeah, but don't worry. Reliable plumbers can clear any drain same day for only $89.
Wow.
We'll even run our sewer camera for free, or if it's super tough, blast it with a hydro jetter.
Amazing.
Book a Reliable plumber online at reliableair.com to clean out your clogs today. Because when it comes to plumbing, we're fast, fair, and always reliable.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. Enjoy 24-hour access at most clubs when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
Planet Fitness is the official fitness center of the Atlanta Hawks.
See club for details.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country.
With over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Brought to you by Kelce. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kelce. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kelce. Download the Kelce app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kelce. Trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The NFL confirmed today that the Detroit Lions will play in Munich, Germany as part of the international initiative to grow the game abroad. The Falcons will also play an international game in 2026, but have yet to receive their designated venue. The Atlanta Braves topped the Baltimore Orioles yesterday in Game 3 of spring training. Ronaldo Lopez will make his first start today for the team in nearly 11 months. I'm Garrett Chapman.
And now, here's another Andy and Randy listener.
Welcome back to Andy and Randy, two knuckleheads that actually know what they're talking about.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
20 minutes away from the AMA here to wrap things up on a Tuesday afternoon. Phone lines will be open at 404-726-0929. You can ask us anything that you want. Tuesdays at 1:20 means Brandon Adams joins the show, host of the Dog Nation Daily Podcast. Follow him on Twitter for all your Georgia news and Canadian slander at Dog Nation Daily.
We're going to start calling him TMB8. Troublemaking BA.
Yeah, he's like the Joe Patrick of hockey.
This is a great week to be an American. It's always a great week to be American, but specifically this week, just feels like that red and white and blue is just popping a little bit extra bright right now.
Can I just read some of the good action from Sunday morning?
By all
from
means,
esteemed hockey analyst Brandon Adams.
That's right, newly minted.
After the win, here are the terms of surrender. Canadian bacon is now banned.
Yes.
And the 1992 World Series is nullified.
Seems only fair. And by the way, if that's all we're asking for, I feel like that's pretty gracious in all things equal.
Imagine not being able to score with a two-man advantage in a sport you invented.
Yes. Which is basically the biggest moment of the game.
It was. Alexa play Freebird. I think Bo had that in his segment earlier. The back page, a lot of people were listening to Freebird on Sunday.
A lot.
And on and on and on. Well done.
I had a good time. It was a lot of fun. Look, people know I'm a college football obsessive. Our season is the shortest of all the seasons. Therefore, our off season is the longest off season. You just need a small handful of things to help pass that time. And when a big sporting event like this pops up, I don't want to say out of nowhere. I mean, people follow the Olympics, but I don't really follow the Olympics. So when this thing falls in my lap on a Sunday morning, man, it's great.
Did you know anything that was going on other than the goals?
I didn't know anybody's name. I mean, I know who Connor McDavid is.
Right.
People are saying he's Arch Manning on skates. I know who Connor McDavid is. Not living up to the hype, and
I was like, what?
I was like, that is a bit of a
what?
That's a bit offensive to Connor McDavid.
But I mean, he didn't win, which makes him very much like Arch Manning.
So these are people that only got
it.
I've only seen him play one game.
Yeah.
The best player in the world. For 5 years.
Oh, that's what I said. What?
but I would say that Connor McDavid is probably the only hockey player. No disrespect to the Hughes brothers and obviously the tremendous goalie, but I didn't know their name going into this.
Sure.
Kachuk brothers, I know, because they're the ones that got in the fight.
Yes.
And their dad was in the NHL in the 90s, and that's just a fun name to say.
Yeah,
man. Kachuk.
But it was
just
funny.
Be careful how you say it.
But it was funny because they got, like Monk, like I said, they got introduced into the college football.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And you're a major part of that,
Well, listen, college football is a rivalry sport. So we bring our rivalry template into this U.S. versus Canada thing. So we may not know much about hockey. I mean, I don't even like ice with my bourbon, much less my sports. So we may not know much about hockey, but we know a lot about rivalries.
Right.
So all you got to tell me is whose side of the rivalry I'm on, and then everything else just sort of takes care of itself.
Yeah, we know a lot about picking up on the 3 or 4 things that are going to make you the most mad.
Oh, yeah.
And just going in on them.
Yeah, your reaction tells me all I need to know. It's like,
found it.
If the reaction's strong enough, that means I'm over the target, which is really all I need to know.
Yeah, all right. Found the thing that I need to pick at. I'm going to continue to do it. I mean, look, like you mentioned, it is the off season of college football. We can talk about Kirby's stand-up routine and all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to ask you this, and I haven't really hashed out this question that well, so help me out if I meander. The NBA tanking, what's wrong with the game, kind of off the court conversation that's dominated the last couple of weeks feels a little bit to me like the college football realignment, NIL kind of conversation. The difference being that college football flat out gets away with it because the product is so good on Saturdays. Is that the thing that's saving all of this right now as it relates to college football with everything that's happening in the sport?
I think this is more connected than you probably even realize, because a lot of the college football executives, I've heard them say this out loud, some of it's public, they view the NBA as their target, because the way this gets talked about is, well, college football is actually the second most popular sport in terms of overall TV viewership.
It is.
But the NBA's media rights package is about twice as much as what college ball is. So you have this inverse between NBA makes a lot more money, college ball draws a lot more eyeballs. And so college football says, we want to be the NBA. We want the money they're getting. But if you look at the NBA right now, and I don't follow the league as closely as y'all do, but if you look at the reaction the league's drawing right now because of all the targeting and because of some of the load management stuff and things like this, you've got this incredibly lucrative league that it seems like even the hardcore fans of the league aren't really liking. College football is the opposite. A lot of people say, well, college ball from a media rights standpoint is a little undervalued, maybe didn't have the most shrewd negotiation to get the most money possible, but the games themselves are still beloved. They're still incredibly competitive. So you've got this situation where college football says, we want to be more like the NBA in terms of the money that it draws and brings in. My response to that is, be careful what you wish for, because the NBA is sitting on stacks of $100 bills right now, but the actual on-court competition has probably never been less appealing than it seems to be right now.
BA, I mean, go back to what Bunk was saying about the whole tanking, the tanking type thing, the situation. One of the biggest things wrong with college football is the collusion, the tampering, and all those things. Saw earlier this week, the other day they were saying that they're going to start coming down harder on teams for doing that. How are they going to do that, D?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence because I saw the same thing you saw. I guess it's great that you say it, because up until now they haven't even really said that.
Right.
But it feels like one of those things that's become incredibly difficult to enforce. And in professional sports, like true professional sports, where we've had tampering rules for a while, it also seems like it's getting pretty difficult to enforce there too. Whereas if player reaches out to player, that seems to circumvent the tampering stuff, and therefore I think that kind of thing goes on all the time. I think in college football, you've got this situation where you can say we're going to come down hard on tampering, but if it's team reaching out to agent, or if it's a back channel conversation, or if it's all happening through third parties, does that technically by the letter of the law count as tampering? I think it becomes a lot harder to enforce than they want to acknowledge. But the NCAA, or whatever the ruling body is going to be called, they want to believe they have a reason for existing, so they're going to try to enforce some rules. But in the case of tampering, I do believe that's just a really difficult rule to enforce.
Yeah, I didn't realize that we were going to make all the parallels between college football and the NBA, but they kind of work, so I'm rolling with it. That feels like tanking. Like, they've been tanking forever. They've been tampering forever, but now all of a sudden we can't have this anymore. We can, and maybe it's a bit more egregious. I do think that, like, a coach texting a kid in class is maybe a bit further than you would have gone 10, 15 years ago. I do think that the Jazz trading for a great player and then giving him a surgery maybe a little further than you would have gone in the past.
Sure.
How much do you think gambling and that money being infused into the sports atmosphere is leading to these leagues coming down harder on this.
Well, I'll answer that, but let me also say this too. When it comes to, if you want to stop tampering, you just need better contracts. What your team, Washington, I'm not a lawyer, whatever they had with DeMond Williams was just a better contract than what Duke had with Darian Mensah or so-and-so had with whoever. You just need better contracts. That's the prevention.
That is one thing we can hang our hat on, Randy. We got great lawyers.
Just better,
we haven't won a national championship since '91, but we got great lawyers.
But to go back to your question about gambling, the way in which gambling, I think, is becoming infused in the college football conversation and all of this is it's honestly robbing us of what we got on Sunday. Because on Sunday, it's Americans cheering for America because it's America. Whereas in the gambling world, what you end up having is all of a sudden now, I'm betting on Washington. I've never even been to the Pacific Northwest, but on this particular Saturday, Washington's my team. And I don't believe there's anything wrong with that necessarily. But man, the flip side of that, when you're like, I was born and raised here, this is my turf, this is my home, and I'm cheering for this team because it's my home. That's always been what's made college football special. And as a traditionalist, that's what I don't want to see depart from the sport. Whereas, like say, the NFL, it's all about fantasy football, and obviously a lot of that's gambling. And once again, I'm in favor of all of that, but boy, I really like the thing that we got on Sunday of I'm cheering for America because it's my country.
I think some people might have been gambling on Sunday.
Yeah, there may have been some of that going on.
But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I saw the date for G-Days coming out, B. Now, is it going to play more like the past or the recent? You're not going to, because you don't want anybody to catch your film or watch it on TV.
So the one thing we know we don't have this year is there is no spring portal window.
Right.
So
Right.
theoretically, that makes it a little easier to have G-Days or spring games. And several programs have announced they are having more traditional spring games this year, probably a little bit more of that this year than a year ago because of the portal window. However, I don't necessarily think it's going to be around Georgia, but I think this absence of a portal window, essentially saying you can no longer transfer, I think this is ripe to be challenged. And I think a lot of programs, maybe it's Georgia, certainly other places, they're still going to be a little cautious of, we can't act like that we're completely in the clear of if so-and-so sees where he is on the depth chart, therefore he's looking to bounce on and go somewhere else. We can't be too sure we're in the clear on all of that because somebody somewhere is going to hire a lawyer and challenge the right of, you say I can't transfer, but go meet me in court and let's find out if that really is true.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's like, it's probably going to happen. I kind of hope it does just so they can clear that hurdle.
Mhm.
I just hope it doesn't. It's not my school.
Yeah.
Like with the DeMond Williams
Exactly
thing, you know
right,
what I mean?
exactly
What
right.
did you make of the Kirby Cristobal roast last night?
I'm
that they had?
amazed at how funny these coaches are, right? We've all sat through a million corporate meetings or, your local HOA or just wherever sitting in, people aren't this funny, generally speaking, but coaches, even though it's not part of their job, are pretty funny. You can see the, video here. Both Kirby got his zingers in. Cristobal got his in. I guess it's kind of interesting. Mario is joking in such a way that certainly makes it seem like he actually won something this past year. People should remember they lost the national championship game. That's a lot of bass in your voice to have for someone who technically did not win anything.
Turn down your mother-loving voice.
Let's just make sure we keep this clear, is that Mario's got a lot of jokes for somebody who didn't win anything.
It is true. They were definitely kind of going back and forth and I'm sure they're friends and they're friendly and all of that. Yeah, but Kirby, he's got the ultimate hammer if he wants to throw it.
That's all.
Both guys very funny though. I'll give them both.
No, they
credit.
did. They did great. And I know. I mean, that's probably recruiting and all of that. They're both very good at recruiting. That probably comes in handy with that process. BA, thank you.
Appreciate you,
as
Vince.
always. Brandon Adams there.
TMBA.
Yeah.
Troublemaking Brandon Adams.
I only read a couple of the tweets too. There's a lot.
He
of
was on a roll.
He was on a roll on Sunday morning. He was really enjoying it.
Always fun.
I don't know if the American goalie knows what hunker down means, but he's hunkering down pretty well right now.
That's a Georgia football reference
you brought
right there.
it all home right there. Thanks, BA. All right. The AMA is next. Any question, any topic, phone lines are open at 404-726-0929. Load them up. Ask us anything. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Make Whole Foods Market your Lunar New Year headquarters, full of Asian-inspired ingredients to celebrate deliciously. You'll find it all, from centerpiece mains to plants that make for excellent gifts. Find sales on whole fish and shrimp and enjoy savings on Du Breton ground pork, perfect for making dumplings. Bring the joy and beauty of the new year into your home with orchids, jade plants, money trees, and more. Or help spread it by giving them as gifts. Celebrate Lunar New Year with Whole Foods Market.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta and BobbyJonesGC.com. I know Randy told you about it earlier, but I wanted to remind you that Thursday, March 5th, you can join Sports Radio 92.9 The Game for a full day of fun at Bobby Jones Golf Course in Buckhead. We'll be broadcasting live all day long from 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. You can join all the fun with buckets of range balls on sale at $9.29. And after you're done at the range, you can join us inside the bar at Boone's for flights of beers for $9.29. Get it? 92.9, $9.29. Hit golf balls, have a couple drinks. It'll be good, and we'll all be there as well. That's a full day of fun at Bobby Jones Golf Course in Buckhead, Thursday, March 5th on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And, of course, as always, you can stop by the course and hit balls any day. The range is open right now, and I know the weather is going to get better as the week goes on, and certainly as the month goes on as well. So for more information, head over to the website at bobbyjonesgc.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Insurance companies are friendly at first, but if you get hurt in a wreck, I swear they'll wrestle you to the ground for every penny.
In this corner with tons of dirty tricks under his sleeve, Big Boo Insurance. And with 45 plus years of experience, the one callizer, Ken Nugent. They start and Ken wins again, getting a maximum settlement faster. Oh no, Big Boo is crying.
One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Call Ken.com.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog's the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. Playing is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. And they've got all the teams and all of your favorite players. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Go to Underdog right now. Have you downloaded the app? If you have not, download it today. Use my promo code DUKES, DUKES, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES. Get in on all of the action right now on Underdog. I'm having so much fun following the NBA. They've got, again, all of your favorite sports, but you've got to download the app today. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $74 a month with a 2-year agreement. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city in Peachtree style.
Alexander Walker, nothing but net from the corner.
March 7th, the Atlanta Hawks host the 76ers at State Farm Arena for Peachtree Night.
Jalen Johnson's going to cruise home and windmills it.
This is Hawks basketball.
Ricochet sliding to the rim.
All energy, all grit, no let up. Peachtree Night, Hawks versus 76ers, presented by Global Payments. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/ticket.
Look on your roof. You see that black streak? That's not dirt, y'all. You know what it is? It's an airborne fungus that feeds on your shingles. That's right. I said fungus. Ew. I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash, so I had my roof treated to get rid of that nasty junk, and they use this soft wash, never high pressure, and it safely removes that organic buildup and protects the shingles. That's a big deal. You know why? Because you need a multi-year roof treatment warranty for your insurance. It's real simple. Log on, get a free estimate, wiseguysprowash.com. Mention me, get $100 off.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
We're queuing up your questions with the Middays AMA.
Ask me anything. Glad you asked on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by Right From The Heart and rightfromtheheart.org. The AMA to wrap the show up every single day. Final hour of the show brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Book an appointment for a convenient time at reliableair.com. Bunch of phone lines available if you want to jump on hold. 404-726-0929. To Adam in a minute. Do you have something?
No. You're good.
Okay.
I was just reading up on something.
All right.
But we mentioned it already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adam is in Watkinsville. Adam?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Adam.
Hey, I don't know how your YouTube stream is going or anything like that, but I'll never know, even though I tune into the show almost every day traveling or staring at these screens at home. But I was thinking maybe we can get a GoFundMe started where we can get the music back. I really
Adam, thank you. Here's my suggestion, and we've gotten some listeners that have done this. I know we have a lot of talented people out there,
yes,
right? Listeners, and a couple people have sent me some of the music that they've done. Send it over. We can use that. I think if they give us credit and all that, I guess if we can't, we'll ask for forgiveness after. But yeah, we've had a few people send some music, and we would love if this turns into the midday show, like bumper music is all created by the listeners, then that actually ends up being pretty cool.
Yeah,
that would be really cool. So if you got some fire out there,
you got
send it over.
A beat machine at the house.
You know there's some people listening. All right, maybe the career didn't take off like you wanted it to.
And we're not talking about sitting your ass at the table with your boy recording you on his phone with you beating on the table.
No. Yeah, you got to have like some sort of...
Have something.
You had to pay for some sort of software that you downloaded or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, put something together, send it over.
And they need to be instrumentals.
And they need to be instrumentals.
Oh, please. Yes,
Don't be rapping on there, okay, or singing. This isn't a tryout.
Yes, no, we're not. I know we're in the same cluster as V.
No,
but they're not going to hear.
It's not going from us to Big Tigger.
It's not going over there.
It's not going on Greg Street.
Yeah, it's not going.
But if it's good, we'll use it and we'll shout you out too. Like that would actually end up being pretty cool if that's the way that it goes. I do love, because they got 41 home games in the NBA and they got 81 home games in Major League Baseball. Like, not every anthem performer is going to be
on.
And then my favorite ones are when they have either like a instrumental, like the saxophone guy always kills it. Or like the children's choir. That's always really fun. You got like a church choir, little kids or something. That's pretty cool. But I do always like it when it's the tryout. Like somebody's like, this is my chance.
Oh, yeah.
If I just belt it out.
Somebody's
listening.
Somebody's in the crowd right now.
Yeah.
Because that's what people probably found like
There's a talent agent in the crowd right now, and if I hold this note a little longer, do one more little scale up, a little run,
but
I'm getting signed up.
That's always a fun day because I bet every year we've ever been up at Franklin, because this is when we get to interact with a lot of fans outside of bid. We always get somebody coming up to us and asking us for a job or how they get a job. Or do the Falcons have this? Do the Falcons have a media person or a media And you're like, I don't know. Do they have anybody that? Okay, how do I get your guy's job? How do I get in the? Do I have internships? I know we used to have a lot of that stuff.
We don't have internships anymore.
Yeah, I know we used to have,
which isn't too bad because that's a good foot in the door.
Stuff.
Yeah, that's a good foot in the door. I don't know how you do it now. Honestly, if I was trying to start in radio right now, I would have no idea how to start. Because when I started, I got an internship.
Yeah.
And then I just didn't leave, even though they wanted me to. I was like, sorry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying forever.
Chain myself to this door.
I'm going to sleep on that couch. All right, Steve is in Brookhaven. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. Anyway, as a long-suffering Hawks fan, I've got...
Oh, man, I felt like that was going somewhere.
Yes.
Ja is in Atlanta. Hey, Ja.
That's a long summer.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Ja.
Who has a bigger, I would say, who needs to have a bigger offseason? Is it, I think, Ansi for the Hawks, or is it Ian Cunningham for the Falcons? Being, where both teams are at a crossroads. You know what I mean?
Ja. That's a good question. That's a segment right there. Write that down. Let's use that in April.
Like crossroads it's always like it's different because I think they're both at different stages of their job.
Definitely.
And so you say crossroad, do you mean like if they don't get it right, they get fired? Or like Ian Cunningham's going to be here at least 2 years.
At least 2 years.
At least 2.
Yep.
Hopefully longer.
Hopefully way longer.
Hopefully way
Hopefully
longer.
30 years.
Hopefully way longer than
Yep.
that. The thing with Zig, what am I about to call his man Ziggy?
Who needs to have a bigger offseason, though, to me, is Ansi.
Yes.
Because he's been here a little longer,
Yes.
and he's got an all-star, and they traded Trey, so they made that decision, which had been lingering for a while. But the problem with Ansi's offseason is he's at the mercy of ping pong balls.
Yes.
Like, the biggest thing that can happen for these guys in the offseason is that pick conveys to number one.
Yeah.
And then they get their pick, or 2 or 3 or whatever, and they get the right guy. I know they have a bunch of money, but that hasn't mattered historically because people have to want to come here.
I mean, you took words right out of my mouth. Do people want to come here? How can you make this an attractive destination for players? I don't know, but you winning helps.
Winning,
also, obviously,
it's the only way.
Yeah, but
it's the only way.
The only thing with Ian is like,
what are the NBA cities that are attractive destinations to players that aren't winners?
I don't know.
Because people are always like, New York. No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. Miami. Nobody goes to Miami.
Nobody goes to Miami.
Nobody
Yeah,
goes to Miami
they went to
anymore.
Miami when Dwayne Wade was there, like, and LeBron, and they teamed up.
Yeah.
Like, I
Like,
mean,
when
LA,
well,
I guess maybe, but I don't know.
But it's LA, so yeah, they want to get in the market. All that.
But
crap.
even still, like, LeBron went to LA, but all those other guys they drafted or traded for. You know what I mean? Like,
does Dallas become that?
I don't know.
With Cooper Flag,
You'd have to believe that you can win with him, but it didn't become that with Luka.
No.
Like, they traded for some guys.
They traded for guys,
but
but guys didn't just go.
No one just flocked there. I know that's a misnomer about the NBA, is that that's what happens. And it has happened. I'm not saying it hasn't, because obviously the example we just gave in Miami, and there's been some others, obviously what Katie and Kyrie and those guys try to do in Brooklyn. Occasionally guys will team up. But by and large, you draft a great player, and then you build around him either through trades or other drafts. And it's really hard to do. Otherwise, everybody would do it. Yeah. But I think Ansi is the answer that I would give to that one.
Okay, because the thing with Ian is the thing that hinders Ian is the salary cap, his draft picks that he's inherited, the quarterback situation
that he inherited.
So I mean, it's a rough for him.
Yeah,
too.
it is.
Yeah,
it is. Like, really, when you dig into it, like,
yeah, man, it ain't.
They're gonna have to do some pretty impressive stuff this offseason to have next year be good. Tim is in Atlanta. Hey, Tim.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
It's a question for both of y'all. Randy, in football, how did you handle pressure in the clutch moments? And Andy, what was your biggest break in radio?
Oh, okay. Thanks, Tim.
All right.
How do you handle pressure? Go play.
How would you like?
There is no.
You tell yourself.
There is no
pep talk.
No, no. Because every play is pressure. You got to win. So yeah, I never worried about that. No sweaty palms or anything.
That drive against Tennessee, all those catches.
Nothing.
You're not whispering some extra,
singing a song in your head or anything.
Doing like a lucky wristband. Nothing.
You ever have trouble sleeping the night before a game?
Nope.
What about after?
Best sleep you get. Best sleep you get.
My biggest break in radio was Mike Bell blowing out his vocal cords.
Thanks to me.
Thanks to Randy. And it just must have been divine intervention because we ended up together in this show.
Yeah.
Because when Mike blew his throat out, blew his vocal cords out. I was doing part-time stuff, and they needed to fill in for 3 weeks. And I
was in the Philippines.
Right, you were busy.
I was in
because you had a life.
Yeah, I was in the Philippines.
I was the only one who had nothing to do for 3 weeks, and so I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Yep.
And so I filled in for Mike for 3 weeks on Dukes and Bell, and Carl was like, "That guy's not half bad.
Yeah.
That bunker kid's not half bad. Get him in there." And the rest is history.
Yep.
So shout out to Mike and Carl for that. Seriously. Travis is in College Park. Hey, Travis.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Instead of the Pro Bowl, what if we did a Team USA versus Team Canada?
In what?
What you guys think about that?
In what?
In what?
Football, NFL.
Do they have? Who do they got?
They got no. I mean,
we just take their best players, just their best players versus our best.
We will beat the dog hell out of them.
All right, Travis.
Well, we just beat them in hockey.
Travis, we
beat them at their sport.
That's
so
not
let's
the
get them
same.
on
It's not the same,
sport.
Travis.
They don't have. Thank
we
you,
will
Travis.
beat that. I know, like in the Canadian Football League, they have to have a certain amount of Canadian-born players on the Canadian roster and all
Right.
this everything. And there are some Canadian-born players. I think Bergeron is Canadian. And I think
right,
Bergeron's
Matthew Bergeron.
Canadian.
Yeah.
But we will. Our best American player, we will beat the hell out of them.
Right, but also the best American hockey player is also one of the best hockey players.
Yes.
Right? Like
Yes.
it's not the discrepancy
Yes.
between
Unless-
talent. Canada has more, but we got a lot of good guys.
Yeah, unless I don't know, unless Caleb Williams is because he doesn't like Drake, unless he's like Canadian or something. We'll beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, you never
Who's
know.
a
There might
Canadian
be a
quarterback?
random
Who's a Canadian quarterback? Who's Canadian?
They called Doug Flutie back up.
Flutie, but he's not Canadian.
Oh, he wasn't Canadian?
He just played in
He just
Canada.
played in Canada.
Wrong idea.
I think he's from. I don't know where he's from, but I don't think he's from Canada. Yeah, no, I mean that would be.
That would be an absolute beat.
Now maybe the whole world. Is there like a world football team?
We beat them down too.
I think so. Like I mean, who's the international quarterback? Is there one? I don't think so. Tua's from Hawaii.
I thought he was Samoan.
I think
it's all the same.
Yeah, but Hawaii is a state,
Yeah,
so
it's
we
all
get
the
to
same.
it. Unless we're just going to do like the World Baseball Classic, and it's like if your grandpa was Italian, you could play for Italy or something like that.
What about what's his name? Cutlets. Cutlets he's of Italian descent.
All right,
something like
so
that.
he's their quarterback.
Yeah, he's their quarterback.
Best you could do, huh?
So we win.
Yeah.
Or actually,
Fernando Mendoza, Cuban.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. He played
the
for
U.S.
team.
actually has lost football games in international competition.
No, they have not.
Not with like real
No, they have
guys,
not.
Bro,
No, they
they
have not.
send the bummiest team possible
Right, exactly.
and still normally win. But I think
I'm
they
saying.
did lose to like maybe it was Japan.
It was
or
Japan.
a couple
But
years
that
ago.
wasn't-
There was nobody
that wasn't the
There was
guys.
not a person that you could identify.
No, those were like
on the-
D3
They
collegiate
sent
players.
me over there,
Yes. Okay.
and they still almost won.
Okay, so just stop. They almost did happen.
All right,
Whatever.
Phillips and Canton. Hey, Phillip, final call, most likely, unless it's terrible.
Oh, I got in there. What's going on, guys?
Hi, Phillip.
When's the next time you guys gonna be at Twin Peaks of Kennesaw?
Friday the 6th of March.
Cool. Quick question: why don't we try to throw some players towards the Giants to try to get Jameis and some money?
I'm all for it. I'm all for it, Phillip. Thank you.
I think he's the best fit. He's still got a lot of tread on the tire, and I just think it'd be a good fit.
Even
Thanks
if he
for
does,
taking my
even
call,
if he
guys.
doesn't, it'll be an entertaining ride. He wants us to make a trade for Jameis.
Do
it.
Yes.
Great. Now I don't know what that costs. Hopefully not much.
And the Giants aren't going to let Jameis go.
No, they want him.
Yeah, they want
backup
him
quarterback.
to be the backup
Yeah,
quarterback.
I mean they got because Jackson Dart's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
The way he plays, unless he changes, which probably not.
Yeah, he's going to get his answer. Yeah. I mean, he's going to miss some games. We understand that. Unless all of a sudden you just like, okay. Yeah, he had one of them off seasons where he just automatically like on the beach with his lady. Like, all right,
I got to change my
I gotta change the way
change
I
my
gotta
ways.
change my ways.
If I want to make this career last.
Yeah, because you know
he thinks he's right.
Yes,
that's the great thing about Jackson Dart is he thinks we're crazy.
Yeah, this is why I play.
Yeah,
I play. I understandably, dude. This is how you play.
Fair enough. Got him this far.
Got you this far.
Hard for me to tell him he's wrong.
But the thing about it is, you're wrong.
I would selfishly, I would love nothing more than Jameis Winston being one of the quarterbacks in Atlanta.
Yes.
How much fun would that be?
It'll be. I would try to get a you know what? How they have a player segment every week?
Weekly.
We would have to do weekly with James.
We would have to.
Yes.
It would be the greatest thing of all time. All right, let's get to takeaways of the day.
As our show heads into the final stretch, it's time for the takeaway of the day.
So many achievements.
On Andy and Randy, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
BA doesn't like ice with his bourbon.
That was a pretty good line.
Yes.
That's how much he doesn't care about hockey. Randy's face doesn't rest, ever.
Hey, man, tanking teams don't win championships. They just don't.
They don't.
TBMA, and then trouble making Brandon Adams.
Don't start stuff with Brandon on Twitter. He'll end it. That's the end of our show. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 11. See ya.
Watch out now! Wednesday morning on the Steakhouse, Steak and Sandra asked the question, the Braves kind of screw up their offseason pretty bad. Also, this guy just won the best burger in America at the South Beach Food and Wine Festival. He's from Atlanta. He's live in studio. It's a great story. Don't miss it, 9 to 11 on the Steakhouse on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins for well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Life is a circle. At Emory Healthcare, this circle contains the first breakthroughs that bend fear toward hope. Echoes that become second chances. Love regained, tomorrow reclaimed. Emory is driven by first because second chances matter to keep life's circle moving forward. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Hi, everyone. Andy Bunker here. As a longtime Spectrum Internet customer, I can tell you Spectrum is the real deal. My home is covered with fast, reliable, fiber-powered internet with plenty of speed for streaming, watching sports. They even covered me when I worked from home for a year and a half. From my own experience, Spectrum has always been super dependable. And best of all, it's available at a price that actually makes sense. Switch today and see what Spectrum can do for you. Go to Spectrum.com and learn more. Spectrum Internet is powered by fiber and delivered to the home via HFC.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from The Game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Look online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's all. Ken.com.
The Atlanta Braves have reportedly agreed to an extension with ace Chris Sale. The deal is worth a reported $27 million with a club option for $30 million in 2028. This agreement will make the 36-year-old the highest-paid Braves player ever in terms of average annual value. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning live from the NFL Combine, and he confirmed that tight end Kyle Pitts would receive the franchise tag from the team. He also confirmed that quarterback Kirk Cousins will be released on the first day of the league year. I'm Garrett Chapman.
It's 2 o'clock, and you know what that means.
Hey, man!
It's time for Dukes and Bell, the best sports talk duo breaking down the hottest topics in the ATL.
Wait a minute.
That's huge, big. We like our sports like we like our brew. Fresh and crisp to the last out.
Yeah.
Carl Dukes.
You're not listening.
And Mike Bell.
Give me a freaking break.
Are about to take over the airwaves.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Here's Carl Dukes and Mike Bell.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We will get a chance to talk to our head coach today. That is Kevin Stefanski, and he is at the Combine along with the rest of the Falcons front office. And today, Mike, we got a chance to hear from Ian Cunningham, our general manager, which we'll play a little bit for you. We'll play the full interview coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. But I'll tell you this, man. Look, every time he speaks, and it's only been a couple of times, I feel like he's saying the things that I've been wanting to hear.
Yes.
I don't look, and I don't want to tell you guys like this is the general manager that I wish we had for the last 10 years. But I do think his experience with straight shooters, whether it be with the Ravens or the Eagles, has him coming here and knowing exactly what he wants to do. And that doesn't mean that Matt Ryan, again, isn't having a say in this. But you hired a GM, you let a GM do GM jobs. You let him do the things that GMs do, Mike. And today, he didn't beat around the bush, guys. Told you straight up what's going on with Kyle Pitts. Told you straight up what's going on with Kirk Cousins. Told you straight up what he's trying to do in building a relationship and put the pieces around Michael Penix so our quarterback can be successful. I like what I'm hearing.
Right. I mean, not to say that the previous couple of general managers are full of crap, but they spun it. A lot of spin. You know, a lot of, corporate, when I say corporate speak, I mean, telling the ownership what they want to hear. And sometimes maybe telling, but maybe not giving it to the fans. And I'm with you. I'm not trying to say you kind of down here reinventing the wheel, but it just seems like there's a frankness that you haven't necessarily gotten in the past. And when he talks about, Caden Ellis, sounds like, no, not a guarantee Caden Ellis is coming back. I mean, it doesn't help Jeff Ulbrich, big lovable meathead that he is, goes, it'll take 2 guys to replace what Caden Ellis can do. Did you talk to your general manager? Because sounds like he maybe not bringing this guy back. So that was one thing that was kind of interesting. Basically said, Kirk Cousins will be a March 11th release, and he's not being re-signed. And no, he's out. So that we got some clarification on that, because you and I were saying maybe, just maybe, they come back to it and thread the needle. So you're getting real answers, on questions that sometimes we don't get answers for here.
I can appreciate that. That's all I think as sports fans we want, especially as Falcon fans. Sometimes we feel a little bit like I don't know, Mike, you're not trying to hurt our feelings by saying what needs to be said.
And sometimes this is where the football team is. This is where the organization is. And it just needs to be said. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. While we're talking about Ian Cunningham, let's hear some of the things he did say today. First and foremost, the Kyle Pitts information. And again, Steakhouse today getting our general manager on. The full interview was on the way. But here's what he said about the confirmation. Because, right, that's what you've been wanting to hear. Mike and I yesterday said sources are telling us.
Right.
Okay, here's the general manager.
Our plan is to put the franchise tag on Kyle. That should get done today. Obviously had some really good conversations with Kyle and David, his rep. Confident that was the right move for us right now, and look forward to seeing how that plays out.
Next question. Okay, yeah. well, what about, how you're going to evaluate Kyle Pitts? I mean, you guys obviously don't want to lose him. So what about the evaluation process? And no, he did not cuss in this soundbite, okay?
That was a software glitch.
Yes.
The man was not out there like, and another thing, you mother. No, he didn't say that.
He did not use foul language. Here's Ian Cunningham talking about the evaluation of Pitts.
Obviously a talented player coming out 5 years ago. Had a really good rookie year. Actually, I was with Chicago when he was actually injured at Mercedes-Benz. Obviously, he was trying to come back from those injuries, and then he put together a really nice season last year. And ultimately, what it comes down to is, you get this job on a little bit short notice. You have to make some decisions. This is a way for us to use the mechanisms that are provided by the league to allow ourselves a little bit more time to evaluate. Right. We didn't want him to go into free agency next week. We're not in the business of letting go, really good players. And again, it just buys us a little bit more time to make some decisions and to evaluate the roster and him as a whole.
He's 25.
Right. I love that. See, isn't that funny? Because you and I, we've been saying this for the last couple of weeks. He just said it. Yeah, he got injured. He kind of put him behind the eight ball. They said it, Carl, they need more time to evaluate, but they recognize the talent, right?
Yeah, and again, I say the 25 thing because it's a big deal. If Kyle Pitts was 30, we wouldn't be having this conversation. 25, he hadn't even hit his prime yet. And if you sign him to a long-term deal, you're going to get him in his prime between 26 and 30, Mike. And so, you look at those things and you go, how much more improved can our football team be, and how is that going to help a guy like Kyle Pitts? I like the fact that they're not giving up on him. I hate the fact that he was underachieving under the previous staffs. Right. Because we didn't get a full evaluation, and there wouldn't be any questions about whether or not he could do the things we need him to do. But Ian Cunningham is right. You missed 2 seasons? You missed two seasons.
We talked about the injury in 22 continued into 23, and he just was not effective. And, that was Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith out the window. And we bring in Raheem, and we talked about, there are glimpses where this guy looks like he can be one of the best players in the league. And there's times where you want to, throw a brick at the television because, the effort's not there. So how the coaching staff works with him, apparently, and we'll get into it a little bit later, Kyle Pitts in tune with social media and what people are saying about him.
You think?
Yeah. So as you say, I used to, Carl dragged me to the point where I say, these guys don't listen to what we say. They listen to everything. You're right. They listen to everything. But I love, to your initial point, what we're hearing from you, because Ian kind of was just basically telling you like it is.
There's no him and hawing.
Right.
You're not hearing him go, we there's none of that. I'm being direct as possible right now. You know why?
Because they had to be said.
Needed to be said. We had these conversations. I know where we're going. I know you guys don't trust this. I know what we're about to do. Here's our general manager squaring the situation up with Kirk Cousins. Where are you at?
I've had a good conversation with Kirk the other day, and then Mike, his representation as well. I let him know that, our plan would be to release him the first day of the league year. Obviously, the contract structure allowed for that to occur. Again, out of respect for Kirk and for Michael, felt like that was the best decision, and the timing was right to let them know that our intentions and our plans.
Now, look, everybody assumed that this was going to happen. We had Joel Corey on weeks ago, our capologist, who said this was going to happen. This is a numbers game. This is simply the money at hand and what we're going to – you need and have to do this. And so as our general manager is saying in Cunningham, the mechanisms, Mike, allow us to do this, and that's what we're going to do because from a money standpoint, we have to do this. It is not smart to continue this relationship as it is. Now, we got into it today on our pre-show. It's online, by the way. Check it out, Behind the Curtain, because Day was like, man, I still feel uncomfortable not knowing that Kurt might be here. Owen said the same thing, and you shut it down by saying, he's done.
I really did. I kind of pulled the stake. No. I'm pulling rank here. He's gone. Day, Oren, we must turn the page. Now, we like Kirk, and I kind of prefer the idea of Kirk playing out the whole season here. Not going to happen. They're moving on. They moved the money. The previous regime had the mechanism in place, and they're going to see it through. So now, again, is there a chance that, again, you never say never, if there's something that happens where one of our guys gets injured or something goes haywire with what we've got in place and Cousins gets no traction in free agency, then maybe they revisit it. But by all accounts, he is no longer a Falcon, and he won't be anytime soon.
As soon as the first day of the league year, the new league year starts, that's when that will go into place. All right, last thing, and we got plenty more on Cunningham. We're going to talk to Kevin Stefanski coming up at 4 o'clock, our head coach. Stay tuned for that. Last but not least, here's what's interesting. So he, again, comes from places where they believe the more picks you have, the better off you are. The more currency you have, the more you can maneuver. And we had 5 picks this year. So our GM was asked about having 5 picks. Listen to what he says.
This is the hand that we're dealt, and that's fun, right? That's the fun part about it. You know, whether or not we sit here and have 5 picks come April, or whether or not we're able to manufacture more. Trust me, that's been on top of mind. Trying to find different avenues in order to acquire more. That's part of my job, and we're going to continue to do that. But like I told our crew in the draft meetings this past week, this is going to be the last time we'll ever have 5 picks. So it's important for us to have as many swings at the plate, and that's going to be our philosophy moving forward.
I like it. Something the Patriots kind of started back in the day. And, it's a contact sport. The more chances you have to make contact, the better your odds. So I like it. And so he has marked that down. Last time we're only going to have 5 picks.
Yeah, I love it. And again, it's more than just having the picks. You can maneuver and make trades.
Right. But the building blocks of any good franchise. Again, when the Rams said blank those picks, they already had Aaron Donald. They already had Cooper Kupp. They had those pieces in place.
Rare. Yeah.
But you still got to have, just like, augmenting your roster with the transfer portal in college. You still got to have your base foundation.
404-726-0929. You can let us know what you think in regards to what was being said today. And again, even though it's not a surprise, confirmation is always nice, right? When you get that confirmation, oh, I am sitting in this seat. Great. I know exactly where I'm going. It's nice to hear, and we can move forward with some of the things that we've been wondering about. And, as far as Kevin Stefanski now and Tommy Rees, Mike, with this Kyle Pitts thing, you're franchise tagging him. Whether they get a deal done or not, it's going to be a Falcon. That's what they're telling you. He's going to be a Falcon, right? If he's for 1 year or if it's going to be for the next 4, he's going to be here. Now, what do you do to get him more incorporated in this offense? And that's going to be left up to these offensive minds that are going to be game planning and running the offense, day to day.
And now we just wait and see about, Michael Penix's recovery. According to Ian Cunningham, we'll talk to Kevin Stefanski about, the mental reps, breaking down film, his impression of Michael Penix Jr. But right now, unfortunately, he can't do the things physically, and we'll just have to let everybody else wait and see. Now, I think the Falcons have a pretty clear-cut idea, Carl, of what his timeline is.
I do too.
But we're just not privy to it.
Yeah. Everybody keeps thinking that he may or may not be ready for the season. I think he's going to be ready for the season. I just don't think we're going to see him before the start of the season. And that is going to be the hard part, right? Mike talks about preseason. Probably not happening. You're not going to risk that.
Right, and that's the thing. Like last year, I wanted him in preseason to get all the reps that he needed because he had only started, a couple of games before that. And now it's a completely different argument. Now, no. I don't want extra contact for a guy on 2 bad knees.
Yeah.
But you can't put him in bubble wrap. And we've got, that's why I think for some Falcon fans, it was funny, real quick, I was telling Carl and Day before the show, I was like, reading some of the reaction on social media from some Falcon fans, it's like, I think this general manager grasped the reality of the situation. The reality? The reality is we've been 1 game away from the playoffs the last 2 years. The reality, as if we're gonna go really gonna have to blow that. No, we're not blowing anything up, man. I mean, he just because he didn't sign off on Caden Ellis doesn't mean we're not gonna have a solid linebacker next to Devon Diablo. So, I mean, I just think I think some of these guys have been cowed into expecting the worst case. I didn't take anything from his press conference to somehow say, wow, Ian Cunningham really gave us a reality check today.
I didn't either. I don't think he said anything that made you that you should insinuate that this timetable is that far off. One day a few weeks ago, okay, I'll take blame for it. I was in a dark place, and I came on and I said, this is probably 3 years away. And I was in that spot coming off the James Pierce Jr. incident, Mike, where I felt like, okay, you got this setback, you got the quarterback controversy issues going on, and how healthy, and I'm going through all this stuff and processing it, and I came in, so blame me. I did say that a few weeks ago, but I've turned.
Right.
And I've turned because of the way that this front office is going about its business. Guys, I'm not telling you they're not worried about the James Pierce Jr. thing, but I got to be honest. It's on the back burner. There's nothing they can do when it comes to that situation right now. So you know what you got to do? You got to get your team better. You got to find ways to get your team better. And that is what Ian Cunningham is focused on. That's what Matt Ryan's focused on. That's what Kevin Stefanski's focused on. Want to hear from you guys as we get a big Tuesday show started. 404-726-0929. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes and the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow this radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on, guys, in the world of sports, including the Braves' new TV deal. What? Have you heard? We're going to talk about
how much is this going to cost me?
It's a really good question. We're going to talk about it as part of our daily download next.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The San Antonio Spurs beat the Detroit Pistons last night 114-103. Last night's win gave the Spurs their 5th win over a team that holds the best record in the NBA at the time of the game this season. If Victor Wembanyama can stay healthy, Wemby could win the MVP, and the Spurs will win the championship. I'm Chris Black.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy Frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate Frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROME. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tonight as our Hawks take on the Washington Wizards.
Tip off at 7:30. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy. Fun can't lose.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on 12-pack cans of Coca-Cola or 6-pack bottles of Pepsi or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hello?
The faucet in my house is dripping again.
It's 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's your Saturday. I'm here to take it away. I brought a clogged toilet and a tenant who lost their keys.
Stop letting your properties own you. If you've got a couple or a few rentals, you aren't an investor. You're a 24/7 maintenance man. It's time to get your life back. At Renters Warehouse Atlanta, we've automated the entire property management experience. From our revamped powerhouse maintenance department to high-tech tenant placement, we handle the headaches while you collect the checks. One stop, everything automated. All for just $115 a month. That's a massive ROI on your sanity. Go to rwatlanta.com for a free rental price analysis or call 404-662-2322. Renters Warehouse Atlanta. We track everything, you do nothing.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What's it say? Oh, Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fixer-Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became the best-selling trucks in America. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. The best-selling trucks in America for 49 years and counting. Based on 1977 to 2025 calendar year industry reported total sales.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headline. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The NFL confirmed today that the Detroit Lions will play in Munich, Germany as part of the international initiative to grow the game abroad. The Falcons will also play an international game in 2026, but have yet to receive their designated venue. The Atlanta Braves topped the Baltimore Orioles yesterday in Game 3 of spring training. Ronaldo Lopez will make his first start today for the team in nearly 11 months. I'm Garrett Chapman.
Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It's time for Dukes and Bell's Daily Download.
You've got mail. All the stories you need to know about the world of Atlanta sports in bite size.
Brought to you by QC Kinetics on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You ready to watch the Braves on Braves Vision?
Can I ask how, Sway?
Good question. Braves announced today that they're launching Braves Vision, a multimedia platform owned and operated by the Braves that'll produce more than 140 games in addition to pregame, postgame programming. The reason why it's 140 and not 162, you throw in the national games and then the local games that are going to be on Gray TV. All of that, you get to about 140. Nevertheless, Mike, select number of games will be broadcast over the air, free, again, via Gray Media across the Southeast. Okay. a lot of people are comparing this model that the Braves are using to the Texas Rangers model, where they have multiple, TV providers that carry the games. But all those deals are still being finalized. But we at least know there's going to be something. Now, to answer your question, I'll bring in Oren. Because, Mike, you bring up a valid point when it comes to how much is this going to cost you?
Right now, I was one of the guys that has, right now, everyone has either satellite, different cable providers. And as we know, there was a problem with FanDuel, with Xfinity for a while there with Comcast. I never had an issue, but DirecTV now doesn't carry FanDuel. It's kaput. So, Oren, how am I watching this now? What am I got to do? What do I got to do?
You got some options, Mike Bell. If you want to do just a straight Braves Vision purchase, it's $19.99 a month.
$20!
Or you do the whole year for $100.
Okay, hold on. April, May, June, July,
keep going.
August, September. Okay, 100.
Keep going.
120. Wonderful. All right. I don't like that. What else?
But wait, there's more, guys.
Okay. All right.
If you would like to do the MLB, if you already have MLB TV, they have the blackout rules and apply.
But you know what? Why would I have MLB TV when the Braves have been free?
Right.
Well, forever.
Just saying, if you have MLB TV and you want that option right there, you can be sort of grandfathered in. You can pick up that no blackout for $100 just to watch the Braves.
Okay.
Or you can do $200. You get to see every team in Major League Baseball.
Plus
the Braves.
I don't care about the
But you get to see them all, though, Mike.
Yeah, $2 bills to never watch Aaron Judge.
I'm already paying for center ice in the NHL, and ironically, the Rangers suck this year. That's the funny thing about the guy who's
it's true.
The Olympic coach is the Rangers coach. Ranger fans like, can't you do something with the Rangers?
He doesn't have all the
anyway, but yeah, so I'm already spending. I'm out of pocket on so much stuff as it is. DirecTV, I got the sports package, so I get the ACC network, SEC network, your ESPNs, all that. So it's just the a la carte thing. I got to be honest, $199, and there's no way, no how. So I guess I got to figure this one out, because I said to you earlier today on the pre-show, I go to about 6 to 10, depends on the season, games at Truist Park, Carl. I don't want to just get my Braves by watching a highlight package, but there gets to be a point where there's a pay threshold, right?
Decisions have to be made. No, look,
I do not watch United on Apple. I got Formula One. I got to watch Apple now, so I might as well. But the idea that I'm going to pay extra, the paying extra part, and again, we've got the means, and other people that listen to have the means. There's a lot of people that don't have the means, and there's a lot of people, older audience, that this is very uncharted territory.
No,
for them.
It very much so is. The paywall for Atlanta United is no longer there.
Right.
You have Apple. You're able to watch all MLS games now, including our Atlanta United, which is fine. That's what it should have been from the jump, instead of trying to jack us for another X amount of dollars.
And they hurt them. Now, they made more money. The owners made more money, but I think you lost viewership.
You did. So this is going to be interesting, but what they're finalizing is the TV providers. So to Mike's point, if you have DirecTV and the Braves are going to have a deal with DirecTV, then you'll be able to get some of these games. If it's Comcast, you'll be able to get some of these games. We're waiting to hear what that final thing, with the TV providers is going to look like. But the bottom line is you're going to pay.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you're currently paying, whatever it is you're paying, and Mike, here's the deal. I don't know, to your point about, having the means, I'm not sure. This is why everybody talks about cutting the cord and doing all this stuff, and a lot of people have. But even when you cut the cord, okay, and I can speak to this, you end up still having 5 streaming services that cost you what ultimately cable was costing you per month. It's just what it is. And you're not watching Peacock every night, okay? You go there when there is something that you are interested in on Peacock. This is where they get you, Mike.
Right.
It's not included. You're paying an additional $29 or whatever dollars to have it. You're not watching Paramount Plus every night unless you're going there specifically for something you absolutely love, or there's a new show and then you go check it out. And guess what? You don't go back there again until something new comes out. That's how this works. Disney Plus, I've talked about it, got me that way. This, though, at least we love the Braves. You want to watch them, to have access to every game, which is something that we have not had access to. When you talk about, direct access to all these games, that may be intriguing enough for people to buy in. Either way, you guys can text us, because I'm curious to know what you think about this. We were all saying, what are the Braves going to do? Well, they have a plan. Let's see how this is going to be executed, Mike. Don't know what the pre- and post-game shows are going to look like. Let's be honest. It's irrelevant. What you care about is the games. You want to see our Braves, and you want to see our teams play, and this is our connection. And unfortunately, where we are, I think they're making it harder for us to make this connection to what you're saying about the commitment that's involved. Whether you're saying, "Oh, it's $100, Dukes, it's a big deal," or $299, whoop-de-doo. Okay, whatever.
Again, it's the free milk and a cow argument. I mean, that's the thing for so many generations of Braves fans out there. You've always had relatively easy access. As you said, even though you don't think about it, yes, of course, you are paying for your cable bill or your satellite bill, but it always feels like, it's just part of the package. Yeah, I mean, just off the top of my head, the streaming option is probably the best for me. But it's just, like I said, it's a whole new world. It's just, now here's the thing. You better dazzle me with the content. I better be saying, I better.
You think they're going to do that?
No, they're not. But I was joking around with Day before the show. I better see Tom Glavine and Chipper, and even though Chipper hates me, and everybody else, Carl, from those legendary Braves teams every other week on that broadcast. For $19.99, I want to see Brandon. And I want to see CJ spinning plates.
Chipper,
class act as always.
Yes, he is. Even though he claims he's never been on the show.
I want I need 3D glasses. I want to.
You want it coming at you
for $19.99. Do I get? You better send me a coupon for free popcorn.
All right, text us, guys, and let us know what you think. Find us on social media. Tell us what you think. 404-726-0929. But this is new news, and then we'll find out who the TV providers are, and once that is all finalized, we'll be able to tell you. Meanwhile, Mike, the other big Braves news: Chris Sale signs a 1-year, $27 million contract extension that includes a $30 million option for 2028. So basically, guys, it's a 1-year deal with the option. If he pitches like he did when he won the Cy Young,
right,
you bring him back because it's still way cheaper than it would be to potentially go and sign him in free agency if his contract would have ran out. So the Braves are risking this. They're taking a chance, Mike, with a 37-year-old Chris Sale.
Right.
37.
27. Now, again, it doesn't seem that much when you think about, every year it was like Charlie Morton for 20, right?
Right.
And with all due respect to Charlie, who was a great warrior for this team, Sale's better, but he is coming off a season where he missed some time. You and I were worried about him, just wanted to shut him down at the end of last year. Remember that?
Yep.
But Chris he wants to go. He wanted to try to get back out there. So again, it's hard to believe that's one of the highest paid Braves contracts of all time.
It really is. To say, he's going to make 27? Like that sounds
in the Major League Baseball world we live in today.
Yeah, when guys are making 40, 60, 80, a bunch of money. Hey, man, tonight, Hawks host the Wizards. Mike, are we going to see Jonathan Kuminga tonight?
Well, he has been seen holding a basketball, dribbling it, and shooting one at the facility over at Emory.
Where is
Jonathan Kuminga? Where is he at, man?
Yeah, man. I mean, Kuminga, Hakuna Matata. I want to see him out there, man. Let's get him out there. I want to see what he looks like with Jalen Johnson. Create some mismatches in the half court. Now, again, you don't have the true point guard to distribute. I understand some of the fundamental flaws with the team right now, but still, you put some athletes on the floor, you should be able to get some results.
Yeah, I agree, man. Look, and by the way, Quinn Snyder was on the Steakhouse and said that Zachary Richache needs to be more impactful on the rebounding end, and that's one of the reasons why, maybe that they're asking him to be a little bit and do more than what he's been doing, which is now coming to play with his playing time. And so, when we talk about Richache, I didn't think I'd be in this corner with Mike, but this is starting to look like a bust.
Yeah,
this is what it is.
It's his second year. His minutes are going down. His 3-point shooting is abysmal. And again, I don't know. I mean, everyone praises, we talk to Anseh Saleh and you hear people in the organization, Quinn Snyder doing an amazing job with Okongwu. Okay, great. Big man floats out to the 3-point line. We don't rebound. But now, I mean, can Quinn Snyder help Richache be better? I mean, because everyone talks, we had Anseh on, he talks about developing, and they're committed to Quinn. He's not going anywhere. I got off that. I mean, I wanted Mike Malone. That's never happening. They're committed to Quinn Snyder. But how are you going to help your first overall draft pick get better?
So that's the real question, Mike. And again, when I say this is looking like a bust, hear me clearly. I didn't say he is, because he's so young.
But it's not trending the right way.
No, not at all. And when you say, and I tell you guys this all the time, like what a player looks like at 19 and 20, Trae Young, versus what Trae looks like at 26, 27, it's two different things. Yeah, they can play, but do they understand what their abilities are, how to play, Mike, understanding the game a little bit more? I mean, so I'm not giving up on him, but this is not trending the right way, to your point. And that's the problem that I'm having right now. When you have a number 1 overall pick, it should be steady and slow this way. The graph is moving up. Mm-hmm. And we get to a point where, Mike, it peaks, right? 5, 6, 7 years in, and you're like, dude, this guy's the best player in the league. That's what you're hoping to get from the number 1 overall pick. I don't think we're going to get that.
Again, playing professional basketball in Europe is not the NBA, but I always thought it would give him a leg up on somebody coming out of college. after a semester and a half. And it's just been and last year we saw a couple of efforts where he did look like he could take over a game.
Yep.
And then that's a long time gone now. Can't even remember the last time I've seen Rhys Sachet look that good, maybe about 2 months ago. So we're just curious because remember, the big debate pre-draft, him or Sarr, Alexander Sarr, Alex Sarr. Alex did not want to play for the Hawks, and they figured, okay, no sense in poking the bear. And what is he now, 17-10 a night? 16.5? It's respectable what he's doing up there in D.C. It's not bad.
I take that in a heartbeat with Rhys Sachet. And on this team now,
combined with Okongwu, that'd be a pretty nice package.
Yeah, but with the amount of shots with Trey not being on this team now, what's up, Trey? He could do those things. Like that's not unreasonable to think he could give you 15 and 10.
Right, but as you said, it's not we're saying he's done, but it's Rhys Sachet is not going, as you said, not trending the right way. Good way to put it.
All right, brother. Coming up, we got a lot more with the Falcons, who have 10 people, including Kevin Stefanski, who's going to join us at 4 o'clock, Matt Ryan, and others there to interview the prospects and guys they may be interested in this upcoming draft. We're going to tell you about it coming up on Sports Radio Tiny 92.9 The Game.
You had the green light, but the other driver ran the red.
Think you can handle this alone? That could cost you thousands or your entire case. Don't play defense. Take control.
Call attorney John Voy and Associates today.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Hey, Andy Bunker here for Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta and BobbyJonesGC.com with a message to golfers of all skill levels. Playing a high-quality course and keeping your game sharp all year round doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg. Bobby Jones Golf Course is a course open to the public where you're going to get a first-class experience, but at a reasonable price. Whether you're looking to get out and play, you can check out Bobby Jones's unique reversible course that's open to the public, or you only have time to practice. The range is open to everybody. The putting course is super challenging. A great way to help save some strokes when you get out on the course. Or you can work on your short game on the Cups Links, their 5-hole par 3 course. And if you're just thinking about taking up the game, Bobby Jones is a great place to start. They've got a bunch of PGA certified teaching professionals that can get you started with the fundamentals that'll make golf more fun. So whether you're looking to stay sharp, get better, or take up the game of golf, Bobby Jones Golf Course is a great place for you. For more information on Bobby Jones Golf Course Atlanta, visit the website at BobbyJonesGC.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you.
The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees, and when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
It is Dukes and Bell. We are going to go to Indy at 4 o'clock and head up there to talk to our head coach, Kevin Stefanski. Falcons have, again, 10 folks up there front office-wise. And, again, the medical folks are up there. There's a big contingent. And all teams have their people there, Mike, as they get ready to talk to some of these prospects and, you know, get ready to see what they can learn about some of these guys. And they'll come back and they'll do more work. And then we'll have, you know, free agency start and all of that stuff. And then some of these pro days, Mike, after the combine's done. And look, I think they'll be locked in and ready to go when the draft rolls around in April. But it's a fun time, man. And with the Falcons planning to release Kirk Cousins, as Ian Cunningham confirmed, does this prioritize the QB2 conversation in regards to what they'll do or maybe what they'll look for late in this draft?
Always kind of felt that Flacco would be the guy. I know we've debated because of the familiarity he's had. He's already done it, man. Technically, Carl, Flacco was a Pro Bowler.
That's true. That's true.
2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on Stefanski's squad last year. Wichita or Sanders. You can look it up, sports fans. You can look it up. But Flacco, to me, because he seemed like he wouldn't have a problem being that guy. And you're like, hey, I'm chill. What do you need? Give me, $5 more million. Because we talked about the money's not even a thing.
No.
Based, compared to other quarterbacks. Because, guys want us to trade. Oh, go get Mac Jones. Well, you got to give up something. We don't have a first rounder and don't want to give up our second rounder this year. And then there's other unproven pieces like Malik Willis. Not sure what he is just yet. Not willing to do that, right?
No. And he's not going to be cheap either.
No. And so you get into that sort of tier where I know it's not sexy by a long shot, a Jacoby Brissett type level quarterback. And so that's where we'll be living. So that's why I think, to me, you go with the guy that knows what this coach and this staff wants to do, and that's Joe Flacco.
Yeah. Stefanski speaking at the podium, and he's going to join us at 4, talking about Kyle Pitts, saying, I can see it on tape, and, we're excited to work with Pitts, basically, in regards to Pitts being tagged. And look, I still think, it's easy to say he fits this offense and all of that. We felt that way with the guy that drafted him. We felt that way with Arthur Smith. Oh, he loves tight ends. He's going to work.
Right.
Show me. I got to see how this is going to look, Mike, and how much you are going to incorporate this unicorn. Have we seen the true unicorn yet, by the way?
The Tampa games. Every time he plays the Buccaneers, he literally is it's like Tony Gonzalez incarnate. You know what I mean? That's when he uses his athleticism. For some reason, he just, I don't know, they always joke around about being back on Florida soil. But anyway, but you see Pitts, and it's things we've talked about. Use your athleticism to get the push, to get separation from the players that you're bigger and more athletic than. You got a smaller safety or corner. A linebacker should never be able to cover you. And that's why we always felt we'd be able to generate so many mismatches. Unfortunately, Drake got hurt. And ironically, when Mooney and Drake weren't, anything, teams couldn't take Pitts away. Pitts had big days. So we know he's capable of it. Does he check out when he doesn't get the rock early enough? Ooh. Well, the excuse on that is they threw the ball to him on the first series against the Colts in Berlin, man. I know I harp on it because it happened. To me, it's like one of those plays where, come on, man, that's a drop that cannot occur. He doesn't block particularly well in the run game. I don't think they'll ask him to do too much of that.
I don't either.
In this regime.
I really don't. By the way, Tori McElhaney saying that Kevin Stefanski also was talking about those 5 picks. You just heard Ian Cunningham say, last time we'll have 5. Well, Kevin now saying, quote, well, only 5 draft picks right now. Sounds like they're trying to work and get some additional picks, Mike, and how they're going to do this. We'll wait to see. But both of those guys basically putting their foot down going, yeah, we got 5 right now. But we're not done. This thing's just starting.
Well, we're never going to only have 5, he said, going into a draft, which is great. Now, to your point, there's really not much you can do because you don't have the rights to Algier if you wanted to trade him. I mean, he's a free agent. There's a lot of guys, and we talked about Mooney. There's really no market for Mooney. If you want to trade him, they'll probably just cut him. And when he was asked about Caden Ellis, just a few days ago, Ulbricht's like, it takes 2 guys to do what he does. Don't say that. Okay?
Jeff Ulbricht did say that.
Don't shh. It's like when Arthur goes, Julio will be a Falcon for life. You got to take some of the negotiating and the leverage away from your GM. But as far as Caden Ellis, sounded to me what I heard in the soundbite is they'll let him explore free agency. He might not be back.
Caden Ellis?
Caden Ellis.
Okay.
I mean, we'll get into it, but it just sounds like he's not, unlike other GMs, the way we started the conversation at 2:00, he's just telling it like it is. Maybe you've got to dial some of that back, but he's been very forthright.
Yeah, and look, I'm not telling you there are not other options when you talk about Caden Ellis. But I also think he is a big component of what this defense is. It doesn't mean he can't be replaced. Don't get me wrong. But I'm like, again, don't create more problems for yourself if you don't have to. You got some voids to fill already. I am curious to see what they do there. Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. More on the Falcons coming up. We'll talk more about what Quinn Snyder and the Hawks had to say earlier today as the Hawks get ready to take on the Wizards minus Trae Young. 4th and 1 is on the way here in less than 15 minutes. But let's laugh a little bit, shall we? Mm-hmm. Because last night, speaking at the Steve Spurrier Awards in Gainesville, Mike, we heard a side of Kirby Smart that I don't think we've ever heard before.
We know that these guys have personalities. Carl mentioned it earlier today on our pre-show on Twitch and YouTube. We know guys that played for Nick Saban. Nick Saban is not a robot. He is a human being. Believe it or not, Belichick even has a lighter side. We've talked to guys who played for Belichick and coaches. But in this case, to see Kirby, and it's funny because, in addition to, Kirby letting his hair down, there were some sharp barbs, certainly, at guys that he thinks, and, maybe he feels aren't doing things that maybe you should be doing the way he does it, the Georgia way.
Yeah, and by the way, Kirby was there. If you guys are not familiar with this, and I know many people are going, there's a Spurrier Award? Yes, there is. He was there for defensive back Ellis Robinson, who was being honored as Freshman Defensive Player of the Year. And so, obviously, his family's there, Kirby's there, and other coaches who were being honored are there. That's where this is all, so just imagine that's going on. And then, he takes the microphone. Kirby talking about Mario Cristobal. And this is getting the most run, by the way, between him and Cristobal and the jabs, Mike. That's pretty much getting the most run out of this whole thing that went down. All in fun. Please understand, Dog fans, these guys were on the same staff at Alabama, okay? Right. Lane was there. Cristobal was on the staff. Kirby was there. These guys are actually friends. I know it's hard to believe, but that's why you can do some of this stuff and have fun with it. Here's Kirby taking a shot at Mario Cristobal, Miami's head coach.
We probably sponsored that trip with all the NIL money we spent, so I promise you that's a good, safe bet. But that's all right. They deserve it. Mario's right behind him, and if it had been up to him, he would have paid a lot more NIL money because it came down to us, too, so I don't like you being real close to Mario right now. You know what I'm saying? He's still got another year left. Got to be careful around Mario. Sometimes he'll take your players, if you know what I mean.
And he's talking about, obviously, Ellis and Robinson. Mario sitting behind him. He's like, I don't like him being that close. Just jab after jab. And it went back and forth. And Mario had some shots of his own. Listen to what Cristobal had to say about Kirby watching from home this year.
You got to give a guy like Kirby credit. You know what I mean? When you have all that time to sit at home watching us play on TV throughout the playoffs, when you don't take care of business, but congratulations on the SEC and the championship. That's awesome. We were 5-0 against the SEC. I don't know what you were, but
we went 5-0 against the SEC. I don't know what you guys did.
That's funny. That's funny.
It is.
Now, again, it's pointed. I mean, people letting their hair down. I'm not saying everyone's getting their load on, but it's a fun, loose environment where guys letting the zingers fly, and I thought it was great. Kirby asking Spurrier, your daughter, he goes, your daughter does real estate right here in Gainesville, right? He goes, man, they sure keep him busy with all these coaches because he talked about all the different coaches that have been in Gainesville since he took the job in Athens.
It's true. He's 4 or 5 guys now that have come through since Kirby's taken the job at Georgia and not been able to get it done at Florida. I like this. And what's crazy, Mike, is 20 years ago, you could never do this because guys would have taken it so personal that you were claiming I'm cheating. Guess what? It's legal.
Right.
Everybody's doing it. So now you can take these shots and everybody's like, ha ha, oh, that's great. That's funny. Couldn't do this years ago because you'd be like, oh, is he insinuating that Kirby is cheating? No. Who's going to pay the most NIL money? And Kirby's basically saying Mario Cristobal's Miami team was there this year because they paid more money for a lot of the guys that he had. The crazy thing is, Mike, Miami's sending a lot of guys to the draft. They got a lot of dudes that are going to go in this draft.
Since Kirby's been on, I'm going to take the interims out, but remember the old shark humper, Jim McElwain?
That's right.
There's that video of a guy that looked just like Coach. He still maintains he was not the guy humping the shark on the boat. Then you had Dan Mullen. Then you had Billy Napier. And now John Summerall.
Okay.
So you had some, interims, Billy Gonzalez, Greg Knox, Randy Shannon.
After those guys got fired
mid-season, right.
Wow, that's a lot. 404-726-0929. More on this coming up. We just had to laugh for a second. It's Mike and I were cracking up today because this is what you want to see, man. I mean, we don't get a chance. The average fan doesn't get a chance to see these guys when they're in their most private moments, Mike, when nobody's around and these guys are playing golf or they're on a boat somewhere and they're like, damn kid asked me for $3 million. Can you they have those conversations?
And it's funny, though, because you had cameras there. Obviously, camera crews were there, and people had their phones. Ray Goff used to tell stories. I think I told you about, the Nike events they do. And, Johnny Major's got his load on, and he's yelling at Spurrier, because Spurrier's always taking shots at UT and everything else, and Goff's in the middle. So, yeah, now this stuff was out there. Yeah, but I will say, though, you don't think that what happened with Florida and the way Miami, the way Miami's spending money, and the way things are going, like Vanderbilt, you don't think that gets under Kirby's skin? So it's fun, and yet it's telling at the same time.
It is. Cristobal also said, and this was the one that I think a lot of people went, oh, snap. He said, let's give it up for Kirby Smart. If it wasn't for all his years of pre-NIL, we wouldn't have NIL nowadays. And everybody's like, oh! Because, again, the insinuation is long before Kirby was doing – and it's not. You know what? He was out recruiting everybody.
Right.
That you weren't paying for all these players back when. You were just going out and getting the best players and Mike putting a team together, and that was the fundamental difference. Now Indiana, you can literally go buy your team. Ohio State, you can literally, I hate to say it, Texas, go buy your team and go.
Yeah, I would say right now, there's teams that, Miami, either you love them or you hate them. Texas Tech is kind of the guys we said earlier this year, the guys in the black hat, the way that they're outspending, even like Texas, which is kind of crazy. But now we're going to see, this is the year where the rubber really needs to hit the road. After all the jokes and hardy har, what does Kirby do this year? Do they have the skill position guys? We talked about it with Connor Riley last week. Are you good enough in the trenches? Your defense should probably be a little bit ahead of everyone else in the SEC.
Yep.
Never as good as the defenses you had in your natty years. Maybe it will be. But this is where, the if you want to call it the old school business model, where you're not relying as heavily on the portal, it's got to pay some dividends, win another championship. Because we've seen the Big Ten now go 1, 2, 3. 3 years in a row in the new business model.
Yeah, and they're putting.
You really think I'm going to answer that question?
Come on, Kirby. They're putting a lot of guys in the NFL this year too. We're talking about the Big Ten skill position guys. The Big Ten has always put offensive, defensive linemen in the league. Mike, they put DBs. The skill position guys, go look at that from the Big Ten, and that's really what's come up over the last few years and why they've had this kind of success. All right, man, we got a lot more to dive into, as we mentioned, coming up, the latest of what's going on at the Combine. There was a lot of news coming out of the NFL Combine. For example, the Jets now say they're going to tag Breece Hall. And that is interesting because he's one of those guys everybody said, oh, well, he'll probably end up in free agency.
That surprises me a little bit.
It does me as well. He says the tags are an option. This is Darren Emoji, who says this, the general manager of the Jets, talking about their running back in Breece Hall. And then, other things, Mike, like the Cowboys saying they're going to potentially tag Pickens. I don't think that's a surprise, but everybody's like, okay, they're not going to pay two wide receivers the way that they're going to wait on Pickens and have him prove it another year.
The same everything we've said about Kyle Pitts, you could say about Pickens. Now, in Pickens' case, Dallas just had a one-year audition, but, he was, effort is uneven guy in Pittsburgh. He was a bit of a pain in the butt. How many times does you not get 2 feet down for the Steelers? Steeler fans still talk about it. So, yeah, I'm not ready to give him that big guaranteed money, just like we shouldn't with Pitts. Look, I understand the tag, why the players hate it, but it's perfect for the Cowboys in this case, certainly perfect for us.
Yeah, I think so, too. All right, we'll get you caught up on all of that. There's a lot of stuff coming out of Indianapolis, and rightfully so, because everybody's there, including our Falcons front office. All right, 404-726-0929. As we mentioned, 4 o'clock, Kevin Stefanski will stop by, and we'll get a chance to talk to the head coach and see where he's at, Mike, in this process. How much, by the way, just curious, is he truly leaving all of this to Ian and Matt and just sitting back, or you think he's totally involved with everything that is being done?
I think he's involved, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I'm not saying that to tell you guys he's not. I think there might be this perception that, again, Matt, because we love Matt, is just sitting there and going, you do this, and Kevin, you go. He's not.
Look, I know we always get hung up because it got weird, or at least trying to figure out just what the pecking order was between Dimitrov and Quinn. And subsequently, every time we hear collaboration or a collaborative effort, most Falcon fans like us roll our eyes. But it's a fresh start. And again, so far, I've liked everything I've heard from the guys. Now, again, guys on the
they're hating.
Some of you guys, we didn't say Ian Cunningham is going to be the next Bill Polian. We're just saying Ian Cunningham he's been refreshing in basically keeping it 100%, keeping it honest. No, by the way, I was talking to you about real quick the quote about Caden Ellis.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, and again, it doesn't mean he's not bringing Caden Ellis back, but he did say, asked if Ellis is a guy Atlanta wants back, the GM, he's a guy that we're obviously evaluating and thinking there's a lot of linebackers in this market. And I feel like we've got to really look at our cap situation and our roster moving forward. So that's not he's coming back. That's not, but that's also not, what his coach just said. Ulbricht's like, it takes two guys to do what he does. Okay, yes, Caden Ellis is good. We love him. But he's not going to lock in on that because he's right. We don't have all the cap space. We got about average, Carl, cap space. Could you find a cheaper option to do what Caden Ellis does? They may explore that.
Yeah, look, I have no issues. I'm laughing because of the soundbite. Now, that's GM talk. Because that is, we love him. But he's not to a point where we can't play without him, right?
I mean, he is, as Oren said in my ear, he's the guy with the green dot. He is the defensive captain, but, there are we've got guys. Could Jalen Walker take over that job?
So, projections for Caden Ellis. I'm looking at this. 2 years, I was looking at all this stuff today. 2 years, $19 million. 2 years, $19 million at 31 years old, okay? You're signing him. Think about this, Falcon fans. It's a 1 year deal. Right. You can get out of it, okay? Right. But 2 years, that's what it would be on the books. You pay a majority of that up front. So whatever he made in year one is really what you're paying him. But that's the projection. If you wanted to just throw it out there, Devin Lloyd is considered to be the number one linebacker in free agent market. He's 27 years old. He's looking at 4 years, $76 million. We're not in that market.
Look, there's nothing to say about Pitts. Pitts is tagged. The die is cast. Now, as far as Caden Ellis, he's not showing his hand. Now, he's not being disingenuous. He's just telling you, he's
and I'm cool with that.
And that's also a mark.
I'm fine with that.
Yes, I'm going to back up the Brinks truck for Caden Ellis. Is that what you wanted him to say? Is that how it works?
All right, man. Coming up, the latest from Indy. What about Mike Evans and his pending free agency? Is he done with the Bucs? Also, the GM of the Texans says slow down on your quarterback controversy, or at least the criticism of our quarterback. We'll get into it coming up.
Hey, Andy Bunker here from the Midday Show with Andy and Randy, coming up at 11 a.m. on Wednesday. We'll react to some of what Kevin Stefanski had to say to Dukes and Bell, and we'll talk about Trey's return to Atlanta, even though he didn't play in the game against the Hawks. We'll talk about it all starting at 11 a.m. on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. Enjoy 24-hour access at most clubs when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
Planet Fitness is the official fitness center of the Atlanta Hawks.
See club for details.
Find seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on sustainable wild-caught Chilean sea bass fillets with Prime through February 24th. Grill this delectably flaky fish for a light but satisfying main. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
You get badly hurt in a wreck, and I tell you, things get real bad real fast.
From the moment you arrive at the hospital, your medical expenses start mounting. And you have no job, no paycheck coming in.
You need your money, and you need it now.
You need Attorney Ken Nugent now.
We work fast, we work smart, and we go hard for every penny you deserve.
We don't call him One Call Ken for nothing.
Wait, what? One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Call Ken.com.
I have a gift for every homeowner in Georgia. Whether you need new windows now or sometime down the road, this message is for you. Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort. People tell us all the time, Ray, don't waste my time. I already had one of those big national window companies out here. You know the ones. They sit at your kitchen table for 2 hours, and the price is so high it feels like you need a second mortgage. And that's exactly why Window Comfort was built differently. We go factory direct, no franchise fees, no brand tax, no bloated commissions, which means higher quality windows for you at a fraction of the price. Our mission's simple: make high quality windows affordable for everyday homeowners. And right now it's even better. We're doing buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And for a limited time, we're adding free installation and no payments till 2028. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. Go to windowcomfort.com today.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city in Peachtree style.
Alexander Walker, nothing but net from the corner.
February 26th, the Hawks host the Wizards at State Farm Arena for the Black History Month game.
Jalen Johnson's going to cruise home and windmills it.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, all grit, no let up. February 26th, Black History Month game. Hawks versus Wizards, fueled by Georgia Natural Gas. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kalshi. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio, 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight against the Washington Wizards, and it will be the first time that the Hawks will take on their Eastern Conference rivals since trading Trae Young to them back in January. But the star point guard will not play tonight. Coverage starts at 7 o'clock on 92.9 The Game with tip-off at 7:30. The NFL Combine continues in Indianapolis today with general managers and head coaches taking the podium. Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the steakhouse this morning, while head coach Kevin Stefanski will join Dukes and Bell at 4 o'clock. I'm Garrett Chapman.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
Y'all smoking the competition. Tell me how that feel, baby.
Stop it, Rick. Stop it. Ricky Rose. I'm going to do my Ricky Rose.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell. Coming up, we will react to what Quinn Snyder had to say. Hawks back in action tonight. We got the Combine going on. We'll get you caught up on the latest of all the things that are happening up there. A couple of quick tweets. One of them from Smiley. Is it Smiley D? Smiley ID, I think it is. Talking about the Kirby stuff. He says, Dukes, man, you drunk if you think UGA wasn't paying players back then. Look, we all speculated that all schools, at least the ones who were competing for national championships, were probably doing some, back then, illegal things. They weren't paying players to the degree they're paying them now. There is a big fundamental shift in college football, more than we've ever seen. So I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong because I don't have the proof. I don't have receipts. But everybody speculated, Mike, and we had this conversation. When your SEC team was successful, what did we all say? Oh, they're paying players. That's what it was.
I mean, if you really think that they were paying players, because people are so good at keeping secrets, these days. The same Georgia where Todd Gurley had to go sell some T-shirts with his autograph on it and some jerseys. Come on, man.
I mean, got suspended.
Come on. The NCAA, that part of the reason, we've gone down this road is we had all this crap. Come on. They wired $500 to a kid under Jim Herrick and they got nailed for it. So if you think that Georgia was getting away with paying players, you're out of your freaking mind. Now, if you are at a school where people look the other way, I know that some Georgia fans feel the AJC's had a gotcha mentality with them over the years, going all the way back to Jan Kemp. So I can't truck with that thought. Maybe it's again in the world of Twitter sphere, they were paying their players. You're a moron. Okay, you're a moron, and everybody rats everybody out. I mean, remember back to Scam Newton? Remember that nonsense with Auburn?
Everybody
because
does.
Miss State couldn't bag it, so Auburn's paying him.
Yep.
All right, show me the receipts, okay? Worst kept secret in college football. Nobody's had the expose. Nobody's written the book.
No, so it's been fairy tale stories, Mike.
Correct.
That's what I said.
Look, I am not a conspiracy nut. I don't buy this stuff. I mean, prove it. Show it to me. Yeah, we'll see it.
I'm not telling you $100 handshakes didn't go on. They did. I lived it. But I'm not telling you that guys were getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, over that fact, millions of dollars. You know what guys used to get? Cars. That's what you used to get.
Well, remember, Day-Day, remember there was a defensive player in Alabama, and I forget where the connection was, but the alumni were paying, and we're going way back. This is pre-Saban.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't, everyone thinks it happens. It doesn't.
Not to this degree.
Albert Means, great pull.
That's when they served Fulmer at the SEC.
That's right.
SEC meetings. Right.
You got served papers at SEC media days.
How silly does that look now, though? Like exactly. You think back to that, and you're like, everybody was in a frenzy about.
Now again, if you want to take it back, as you said, to the Pony Express days, the Southwestern Conference,
different deal,
different animal. And yes, it was probably going on in the SEC at that time, but the world has changed, and now there are no limits. Now it's like, what's the line? Like giving away speeding tickets at the Indy 500.
It really is. Appreciate the text, though. You can find us, Mike Bell, ATL. I mean, put them up. See Dukes. Ed says, Dukes, man, pretty simple. If you want to pay Pitts, quote, which I still believe is a mistake, you might have to let Caden Ellis go. Same old Falcons loving shiny toys.
All right. Caden Ellis he may come back. Guys, first off, Caden Ellis hasn't left yet, okay? He's going to explore free agency. The general manager, when you franchise tag a guy, it's pretty plain and simple. They have no intention of giving him a long-term deal. He's going to play for the franchise tag anywhere between 16 to 16.5 mil, right? That's what we guesstimate. But in the case of Ellis, there will be a negotiation with Ellis. So there's no reason for the general manager to go, man, I got to get Ellis back. Even if he feels that way, he's not going to say that. So, I do appreciate his openness and honesty about Cousins. Cousins is gone, right? What about Cousins? Gone. He's going to be released March 11th. We talked to his agent, and he's not being re-signed. So you have clarity on that. But in the case of an ongoing negotiation, why should I sit there, as I said before the break, and just say all of a sudden, Cade Nellis is the only linebacker you can have play the position?
Yeah, it's a slippery slope when you start talking about your defensive coordinator saying you let him go and you got to replace 2 guys. Puts a lot of pressure on your front office to say, well, thanks. And so that is where I think Ian Cunningham is with this. We'll see where it goes. Right now, though, let's get to 4th and 1.
It's time for 4th and 1 on Dukes and Bell.
First down, let's get this right now.
All the NFL news and notes you need as we drive for the touchdown on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
All right, couple of things going on, and we mentioned the Cowboys looking to tag George Pickens. I want you to hear Stephen Jones again. He is obviously Jerry's son and totally involved in all the decisions with the Cowboys. This is news because, again, everybody's like, is Pickens going to be in the free agent market? Here's Stephen Jones.
Once you have a tag, and, we know George is going to be here. That's where we are.
Is there a downside to the tag, whether it's $28 million or whatever the number is? Is it flatly
we
against
know
your
what
cap?
it is.
And you can still shop and do everything.
We can do everything we need to do.
Okay. And basically, because wide receiver tag is huge.
Yeah.
That's a different animal. Like, we're talking about Cade Nellis, 2 years, $19 million. The wide receiver tag, Mike, the average of the top 5 wide receivers, you're getting them $30 million now. You start talking about, and that's why they're saying, okay, you're going to tag Pickens and pay him that, and you're still able to do all the things you can do. Stephen Jones also went on to say, look, we want Pickens here. He proved himself last year.
We want Pickens here. Think the world of him. Want him here, love him. And I think he wants to be here, so all that's a plus. We've had people play under the tag, and then we've made deals with people, that have a tag and can go either way. So we'll just, continue to really analyze the situation and see what's next.
Remember, if you do a long-term deal with anybody that is tagged, it saves your team money.
Right.
And it gives you flexibility with your cap moving forward, which is why the team would prefer to do a long-term deal if they can. A lot of times, though, the agent, Mike, and the player want more than what the team's willing to offer, and so you just say, screw it, we'll stay right here.
Right. I just think, you said it, wide receiver 28 to 28.8. It's
a lot,
for 2026. The guy hit us up on the text line going, why are we doing this with Pitts? Guys, because it's the same reason the Cowboys are going to tag Pickens. You're excited about the upside, but there has been doubt. There's been some questions. It hasn't been smooth sailing for 5 years. There's been injuries. In Pitt's defense, he had 2 bum quarterbacks throwing him the rock, and then he had an offensive coordinator, which I still don't know if they maximize it. And then there's always the component, which apparently nobody in this town ever wants to address, Carl, which is maybe Pitts could do better. Maybe Pitts could put more work in. We're not saying that makes him a bad person. Like, I'm lazy. Sometimes you got to put the work in, man. So that's why you tag him. So it's another audition. And if he balls out and you can't come to terms next year when we have more money, bye-bye. Tag him again. Yeah. Or you tag him again.
Yeah, either or. Like, if he doesn't live up to the expectation.
Right, but if that doesn't happen, then it's it.
Yeah.
And you're out $16 million.
I agree. Kevin Stefanski on the way at 4 o'clock. Let's hear from Nick Casario. He is the general manager of the Texans. Do we think C.J. Stroud took a step back? Do we think
situational element is probably more magnified and more pronounced? Third down, red area, and the game and a half situations, those happen more in our league than they do in college football. I mean, you can go look for them in college football, but a quarterback a lot of times isn't really put in those situations. But if you have the ability to evaluate them and through that lens, then that's certainly valuable. But there's a certain level of retraining how you play the position. And look, the reality is, the quarterbacks are going to play under center in our league. So in college, I don't know what the percentages are. I'm sure there's a bunch of data out there, but the majority of them are playing not under center. They're playing from the gun. So there's a little bit of a transition there that takes place. Some can handle that. And again, there's technique, there's footwork that's involved. How do you position your feet, your stance? How do you get away from center? Those are all relevant. It might seem like minor things, but those are absolutely, relevant to playing quarterback in this league. So there's an adjustment period. Look, I've said this publicly. It's the hardest position to play in sports. And it's not like, what you did in college is automatically going to translate over.
He's right. He's talking about evaluating the quarterbacks. He's talking about his quarterback because he caught a lot of criticism, C.J. Stroud. He said the Texans have no plans to trade C.J. Stroud, right? We're going to hear all kind of stuff this offseason. He was terrible in the postseason this year. They do not plan to trade him, but he also goes into this evaluation of college quarterbacks. Sound familiar?
It's everything you just heard him say. The same thing that Penix Jr. is working with. If for some reason they want to get him out of that comfort zone and try to do the things. Look, you nailed it. C.J. Stroud's awful. How awful? In the 2 playoff games, He averaged 51.9% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 5 picks. And again, the Patriots game was just, I mean, look, they're lucky they the Steelers game, the defense did everything. He was horrible in that game. So you go back and you look at what's the problem here? He had Bobby Slowick, who was a hot commodity for a minute, and then he cooled down. They got rid of him. Nick Caley was the OC. So he's had 2 different OCs, and maybe this guy's not the right guy. Maybe he's got to go through a third, but they've got to get this thing right. Because he did not pass the 19 touchdowns and 8 picks, as we said. That's like 1978 numbers for a quarterback.
Yeah, it's ugly.
But he's hearing. But the thing is, the GM is hearing all this chatter.
Yeah,
because look, there's no way you can put lipstick on the pig. He was just god awful in the playoffs. Got to be better.
Meanwhile, a couple of other things. Andrew Berry, general manager of the Browns, says he wants to see Shedeur Sanders continue to grow. Nobody's committing to Shedeur Sanders as being the starter. He's just saying,
you know why?
We want him to grow.
You know why?
Why?
Racist.
We want him to grow. Jason Light update says Mike Evans pending free agency. We'd love to have him back. We'll see how the process plays out. Also, the Chiefs, Mike Brett Veach, the general manager, and this is all GM stuff, guys, because that's who's up there evaluating a lot of these players. Says we'd like to get more explosive in the running game. They have both of their running backs who are free agents, and then he also said we'd love to have Kelsey back. We've not heard whether or not Kelsey's going to be back, but don't you feel like he's going to be back?
Well, I mean, I would have thought it would have leaked out if he was going to retire by now, don't you?
I feel that way.
Unless he's going to be a total media WH, you get the idea. I don't think I see him doing that. I think he wants to come back and
you think he's told them and it's just been okay.
I think he wants to come back. I think they've got a plan for the future though, because he has diminishing skills. That whole offense was discombobulated. The offensive line, they got to put some money into that, and they already got Patrick Mahomes to restructure his deal. He's done that every year. Mm-hmm. But I think you would have heard it leak if he was going to retire. Did you hear what the GM for the Dolphins is saying about Tua?
What they want to trade him.
Everything is on the table.
I bet it is.
See, now that's a lie, But again, why not? If you can get some sucker to trade for him, which no one's going to, because they all pretty much right. General managers, but maybe there is a general manager who can get played. The only reason you would say that in a press conference, everything is on the table.
Yeah, look,
we're evaluating the entire roster. He said,
nobody's trading for that contract. There's just no way. Mike, they're going to have to eat it. I mean, honestly, and when I say eat it, I'm saying basically take the cap hit.
The $99 million dead cap charge for this year. Man. So, yes, why would anyone trade? Why would anyone trade for him? And again, the new GM is John Eric Sullivan.
That's right.
He's hyphenated. And he was talking, like all the GMs, as you mentioned, up at the Combine, saying he's talking to his camp about a trade, but I couldn't imagine, as we said, there's no reason for that.
John Spytek saying Max Crosby will be with the Raiders, too. I mean, that's bold. Yeah. We got a lot of offseason left.
Crosby sounds like that bridge was burned, doesn't it? The way he was talking?
Yeah. Spytek told reporters he anticipates Max will be with the team for 2026. Okay. I guess Tom Brady told him that. Hey, every Wednesday night, join Damian Day Lewis for Prep Sports Nation, a comprehensive look at the teams and athletes making news in high school sports across the state. It's brought to you by Ingles, guys. Low prices, love the savings. That's Prep Sports Nation. Wednesday nights on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Quinn Snyder joined the Steakhouse. What did he say about Zachary Richardson and this team? By the way, can we truly make a push to get into the top 6, or is this a pipe dream?
Pipe dream?
Stukes and Bell.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
The Kansas Jayhawks bounced back last night, beating Houston at home 69-56. Darren Peterson had 14 points in 30 minutes. Peterson's availability from game to game has been one of the biggest storylines to follow this college basketball season. I know this, if Peterson plays, the Kansas Jayhawks will be dangerous when we get to tournament time. I'm Chris Black.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Saturday, Atlanta United faces San Jose Earthquakes.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
Atlanta. Come out to the Showcase Atlanta Workforce Expo, March 5th and 6th from 10 till 2 at the Georgia World Congress Center. Come meet employers preparing and hiring now. Businesses and residents register for free at showcaseatlanta.com. Click the Workforce Expo link at the top of the page.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay, but an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from the game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Book online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
The 3 o'clock hour has been brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
Get any size furnace for $59.99 a month and ask about clean air upgrades. It's Carl Dukes. Get your free consultation by visiting ReliableAir.com. Guys, we all need help, right? And Reliable wants to take care of you. 0 down, low monthly payments, and all future repairs, maintenance, and even filters, no additional charge. That's comfort as a service. Ask about it. It's an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Reliable Heating and Air with 24/7 service, next day installation guarantee. Call them today or simply go online at ReliableAir.com.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy, fun can't lose.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
Atlanta Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham joined the Steakhouse this morning live from the NFL Combine, and he confirmed that tight end Kyle Pitts will receive the franchise tag from the team. He also confirmed that quarterback Kirk Cousins will be released on the first day of the league year. In the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are set to take on the Washington Wizards tonight at State Farm Arena. Coverage on 92.9 The Game starts at 7 o'clock with tip-off at 7:30. I'm Garrett Chapman.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So if we could just, go on like a, 6, 7, 8 guy, 9-game win streak. Sounds impossible for the Hawks because they've not done it all season long. It's Dukes and Bell. Quinn Snyder came on the Steakhouse today and was talking about where the team is, Mike. We currently sit at 28-31. Look, and I'm being serious. We are 3 to 4 games back from potentially being where the Sixers are in the 6th spot, right? Different animal.
4 games back right now. That's it.
Yeah, different animal than being in the 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th spot, which we currently sit in the 9th spot. Tonight we play the Wizards. They're terrible. And
Trey's not playing.
Correct. This should be a win unless they play down to their competition. Why are you clapping, Orrin? Trey's not playing?
Yeah. Orrin, we had a big debate if you missed yesterday's show about if you should or should not have a video tribute for Trey.
No.
If he returns, this is the first time back in the building, but he's not in a Wizards uniform. But wouldn't you rather get the tribute out of the way now and then not do it next year when he comes in and drops 45 on you?
Well, you know what, though? I mean, honest. Would you sit down, Orrin? Here's Orrin standing in there. He's giving a standing ovation. Look, what do you guys want? What do you guys want? Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome back to the arena he built. Wait, what?
Yeah.
No! Let's not get carried away, okay?
But there's going to be a tribute. There must be a tribute.
You know what they're going to do?
What are they going to do?
They're going to dim the lights, and then they're going to have that snowflake effect.
They're going to do a whole ice tray thing?
Ice tray.
They're going to do a whole ice tray presentation. They get the Wizards again, by the way, Thursday. So you're talking about 2 back-to-back wins, Mike. Just stack the chips, man. Here's the issue, though. The issue is, what is up with Zachary Richache? For all the positives that we've talked about with this Hawks team, and there are a lot, check that. Dyson don't shoot no more threes. But I love Dyson Daniels' defense.
Right.
I love the versatility of Jalen. And here's the deal. Jalen, we talk
Dyson Daniels has got to stop dribbling.
He's got to stop shooting these threes. He can't shoot threes. But Jalen's versatility, Mike, and every week or every game it feels like we're talking about a triple-double. Those have to translate to wins. We can't continue to talk, and I will say this, and you guys might not like this. Jalen, I'm sorry. You know it's true. We talked a lot about Trey not translating to dubs. When Trey would have these games, Mike, he'd be like, look what he did, 29-16. Hawks lose. I feel like some nights we're doing the same thing with Jalen. Jalen's having an amazing year, but he gets 28, 15, and 10. And you go, yeah, man, what a game. Hawks lose. Those things have to translate and affect winning. And I'm not saying Jalen's not trying to win,
right,
but we're having that same conversation right now when we talk about where Jalen is and he's doing all these wonderful things. And used to talk about Trey the same way, Mike, but we just didn't win enough.
Yeah, I'm looking for trends here. There's a couple where he got 28 in a loss to Milwaukee. There's a couple 30 in a loss to Toronto. So yeah, I mean, but then more recently, he has been solid. He had 31 in a loss to the. I mean, that was a horrible loss. The 126-119 loss to Charlotte was brutal before the All-Star. But anyway, since then, 32 against the Sixers in a win, 16 in a loss against Miami, 26 in the win against Brooklyn. Brooklyn game never should have been that close, but hey, it is what it is. They pulled it out. Without a true point guard, even if Kuminga does come in, and that's the argument I have when I talk to Hawks fans. They say, look, you shouldn't have any expectations there because we don't really have that point guard. McCollum's not that guy.
No.
He just shoots, and he can shoot.
He can.
And he'll take, not many shot he won't take. But but that's the thing. We don't really have the point guard. So what's the ceiling, even if you made it into the play-in game to get your brains beat in potentially by the Celtics, just for argument's sake, or the Pistons.
And there is a chance, or the Pistons, you're right. And there's a chance for the Celtics that they could get Tatum back. They're talking about how look, most people counted them out this year. This was just going to be one of those years. Celtics, we know you guys, you let all those vets go, Porzingis and Al, right? It's not the same championship team.
Right.
Tatum's hurt. Okay, we'll just see. Maybe they'll be in the play-in and they'll get a good draft pick and we'll run this back next year. Celtics guys are playing amazing. And Mike, you mentioned Jaylen Brown, guys.
MVP?
He should be the MVP. He has carried this team. And they're currently second in the East, but the fact is nobody expected them to even be here without Tatum. And so you're right. If Tatum is back by the playoffs roll around, that would be our lot in life. And go figure, right? Because then you're talking about one series and done, and that's where we've lived.
Right. Now, in Boston, they're just the writers, how just awful people they are up there. They just can't wait to see when Tatum comes back what happens, because Jaylen Brown acquiesce. Because, does Tatum have to deal with Jaylen Brown being the man? And look, I've always felt that, nothing against Tatum. He's a tremendous athlete. He got paid more money than anybody, but I still think Brown is just tougher and got more backbone, has got more clutch. Remember when Tatum, when he finally went through, yes, I was like, Garnett, anything is possible, because he knew he got the monkey off his back. But I just think, Jaylen Brown that's the guy you want in the foxhole. It'll be curious to see when he does come back. I mean, should work out well, but we've seen it happen sometimes where everything's geared towards JB right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. 404-726-0929. With Jonathan Kuminga potentially playing tonight, what's your expectations? That's what we're really talking about. And the Risache thing, guys, Quinn Snyder came on the Steakhouse and basically said, look, at 6'10", he's got to be more impactful on the boards. So he's asking him, or at least this is what we perceived it to be, Mike, he's asking him to be a better rebounder at his height. Risache, guys, is 6'10", okay? Okay, that's fine. What about getting him involved more in the offensive end and what's going on there? That would be my question to Quinn Snyder. But nevertheless, if you're wondering why his playing time has been diminished, at least that's one reason Quinn gave today on the Steakhouse.
Hey, man, more on what the GM had to say about Kirk Cousins not coming back. Right
what?
Now, yes, we're talking about the Hawks right now. GM said he's gone. He's gone, Day-Day, and he's not coming back. Forget about it. It's over. Anyway, Cousins.
Day-Day was hurt.
It's dying hard. It's
I
dying
would have
hard.
actually known that had they actually had microphones in the scrum.
We won't
people were asking questions.
We won't reset. Apparently, the press conference is like, wah, 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 wah. That's a great question. Yes, we are going to move on to Kirk Cousins.
That's exactly
wah,
right.
wah, wah, wah. But anyway, more on that coming up. But getting back to Risache.
Yeah.
He's the number one.
What is
pick.
Risache?
Well, what can you do to help him? Can you coach him up? Why is he not getting better in his second year in the NBA? Why are things?
Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name.
Risache. Rosh Hashanah, Rasachuchi, Richie Rocky.
Sound like a holiday.
Rasharuda.
It's unbelievable. If you can't say it, don't say it.
Right. Who was that?
Say it, don't say it.
Is that ESPN or was that NBA Tonight?
Yeah, that was Udonis.
Udonis Haslam.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, again.
And Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, no. Funny, right now, someone's like, funny, Risache doesn't seem Jewish.
That's right. Exactly. Oh,
but anyway, but yeah, I mean, that's why when I hear our general manager came on our show less than a month ago, and said that, they're happy with the way Quinn's developing the players. Okay, so what's going on with Risache? Is it not taking? I don't get it.
No.
Unless, like I said, that whole draft class is just a whole lot of meh. It's not like anybody's rolling from that draft class.
All right, but here
other than Alexander Sarr, you could argue they're getting more bang for the buck on a bad DC team up there with the Wiz than we are right now with him.
All right, so here's my issue though with Zach Risache, and I'm going to put some pressure on him because you go back to Ant being drafted number 1 overall in 2020, dog. Cade Cunningham, you're seeing it. Paolo Banchero, you know he can ball. Victor Wembanyama may be the future of the NBA, and we're seeing it come to life. Then we get Zachary Chachet, number 124. And then you got Cooper Flagg. And if you haven't seen Cooper Flagg play, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not talking about Duke Cooper Flagg. I'm talking about rookie Cooper Flagg in Dallas. Mike is a baller. And you're talking about the last 6 drafts of the number 1 overall pick, and the one we're questioning, everybody has grown. Everybody has slowly but surely gotten better. Even Ant-Man his rookie year, you were like, oh, he's coming. You saw it with Cade Cunningham. Everybody said, let him get some more experience. They're there now. That's where Detroit is. I'm looking at this and going, maybe this is a bust.
Well, Stephon Castle from the Spurs was the rookie. He was the rookie of the year out of that draft class, and he was picked 4th. Of course, played at UConn. And we debated, if you guys who missed it back in the day, it was Sarr. We spent like weeks on it, Sarr or Reece Shea. And the center probably made more sense, but then being Atlanta, he doesn't want to come to Atlanta. What was that about anyway? He played youth ball right here, Day-Day?
He did.
Right? He did. Played Excite? Played for Atlantic Excite? Was that what it was? Either way, he didn't want to be back here. The rest of the draft, Reece Shea, Sarr, Reed Shepard, Castle, Ron Holland, Donovan Clingan, Rob Dillingham. And Day-Day talked about it earlier. Zach Edey is probably the most solid piece, and if you could redo it right now, it would be a better piece for us.
Yeah, it would be.
And we thought he was like, Frankenstein. The footwork was a bit, slow, but he's athletic enough. He's competing.
Yeah, Memphis is, look, they're going to retool. Big picture, they're going to be a completely different, and they already have traded some of those pieces away.
And Sarr wanted to be the 5.
Who's that?
Sarr wanted to be the 5, not the 4. I still think he's a better center than what Okongwu would be, just based on upside.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, though.
As a true 7-footer.
If and when, and I guess it wouldn't matter to Anthony Davis because he can play both, but wouldn't you put Anthony Davis at the 5 with all these injuries now and all the stuff that's happened? Like, Sarr is saying that, and I get it, but like now, if this comes to life, and we don't even know if it will, hell, the Wizards may be a different team next year too. Everybody's assuming Trey and AD are going to be there, but like, scoot over, bro. AD is going to be the center. He's going to be the guy that's the legit 5, and you can drop it in there to him, and he can score if you want that. Either way, that's not our lot in life. We don't have that. We have a guy right now that is very inconsistent, and we're just wondering what's going on. And Mike, look, we are saying a lot of this is on Zachary Chachet, but I think a lot of it is on the development part of this. And that gets to the Hawks staff and Quinn Snyder, and everybody's got to do their part. But at some point, you know what? Maybe he's just not that dude. And that's what we're trying to figure out. At what point do you just look at this and go, okay, he's going to be a below-average player, and we took him number 1.
Yeah, again, it's just it's going to be talked about. Now, we will hopefully, knock wood, ping pong balls fall our way, that number 1 pick that we get from the Pelicans. And by the way, we'll talk about, talk about the pendulum swinging. We spent a lot of time on what's going on in Kansas, and we will get into it because a young man who looked like he was dogging it goes from being the bad guy to now he's the victim. The media is piled on and bully Darren Peterson. Have you seen this, Day-Day? Now it's gone the other way. His camp said, you got to say something. He's like, I want to be out there every damn game I can, but sometimes I get sand in my, it's just, he's trying to spin it because he got the heat. His camp got, at least he got the message to the young man. Act like you want to play, son. You're getting paid millions of dollars by Kansas Collective.
Kevin Stefanski is on the way, guys. Falcons head coach in less than 20 minutes. Stay there. We'll come back. What's on Day-Day's mind is next.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Tonight in college basketball, number 23 St. Louis, a 5.5-point road favorite at Dayton, and I'm going to take the 5.5 points with Dayton. Dayton has won 3 straight games. Dayton has been awesome at home this season, and even if Dayton doesn't win, I like Dayton to keep this game close, so give me Dayton tonight, plus 5.5 against St. Louis. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
Guys, I'm not sure if he's going to play tonight, but I am looking at Luka. 31.5 points as the Magic visit the Lakers tonight. I say that because, well, he's played, but you and I both know he's not played. You got to keep up on these things, and Underdog Fantasy can help you guys. They've got all your favorite leagues there, and with fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties back, all of the action is there for you to get in on right now in the great state of Georgia. Playing is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. It's just that easy. What about Kevin Durant? Yeah, you know he's now with the Rockets. Yeah, I'm looking at Durant's numbers too. I want to see what he might do tonight. Guys, go to Underdog Fantasy. Download the app today and use my promo code DUKES, D-U-K-E-S, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES, Underdog, where you can make picks and win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
100 grand is what you could win over and over again. You could win big every time. Go play Keno. You pick 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20. The more you match, the more you win money. Win 1 time, 2 times, there's no limits. Up to 100 grand every 3.5 minutes.
You like winning over and over again? It could happen with Keno. Go play in the bar, at the store, or online.
Go play Keno.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep. Nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, 16-ounce packages of 80% lean Kroger brand ground beef are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hello, it's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Coach is on the way. We're talking about Stefanski.
Just telling Carl, a couple of reporters, they asked Ian Cunningham today. He had a media scrum, and he was on the Steakhouse. You're going to hear that in the 5 o'clock hour right here on Dukes and Bell.
Yeah.
On your home of the Falcons. But we're not going to ask Stefanski about Pierce. There's nothing to say. Just like with Ian Cunningham, the guys who were asking, what can he say? It's a legal matter. Any team, any organization is not going to comment on ongoing legal situations, so you're not going to get any of that. I'm looking forward to talking about what he thinks about Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
And what this offense is going to look like.
No, I agree. I want to know, and this is what I hope you guys want to know, about the things that we are actually going to get a chance to witness and see and how things shake out. There is a lot of stuff that's going to play out between now and the start of next season. The JPJ thing will work itself out. And, to Mike's point, if you guys are expecting us to grind him on that, it's not happening because there is nothing we're going to get or he's going to say. So you're right.
We can ask about Flacco.
Absolutely.
We can talk about him because, again, guys, today at Day, it's over. Kirk Cousins will not return.
Would you stop killing Day-Day's dreams? Day-Day was like, all right, fine.
Me and Kurt, we had a bond every time he came in there.
No, look, there is some insecurity to
Kirk.
this.
I like you know me. I'd rather have Kirk for a full season if that was if I ran the show.
All jokes aside, that's
not an option.
What's that?
I said all jokes aside, that's what it really
because he made a
is.
mistake. Now it's time to erase that mistake.
Okay. You blaming Terry, huh?
The greatest mistake in the history of NFL general managership.
It was a bad move, but
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just.
No, guys, it wasn't.
I had to kill Bob Morton because he made a mistake.
How they managed it was bad.
Okay, that's a good way to say it.
The premise was fine. We got a young guy, he's supposed to learn. You go like that. How they managed this is how they screwed it up.
You can't keep getting away with it.
But Mike, you
No,
killed his
because today,
dreams.
I mean, we do this pre-show on Twitch, and we're all in our four squares because there's four of us.
You killed
with
it.
Oren and Day-Day. I was like, forget it. I just went over the top. I pulled a steak. I was like, forget it. Clean out your headgear. He's gone.
Get it out your head.
And the sooner you accept that, the better we'll all be.
Didn't he? I was sitting there like, damn. I was like, oh, okay.
I had to kill Bob Morton because he made a mistake.
But the GM talked about it and said that, Pitt, again, when it comes to Cousins, he will be March 11th. He'll be released. He's gone. Talk to his agent.
And by the way, look, as limited as we may think, and I think there are very few options. Check that. Good options. We all got options.
Right.
But are they good options? And if you're Kirk Cousins and you're going, what are the good options? That's where I think, Mike, he's going to run into some issues with where he's at in his career. He's not, again, he's not a young dude. He's not willing to just go somewhere and play. He's trying to look for the perfect spot.
Yeah, but I mean, anywhere they're looking for a QB potentially. And again, the Dolphins said they're, it sounds like all indications are Tua is done. You go to the Jets. I mean, I don't know. Some quality quarterback play. I mean, they've got some pieces with the Jets. I feel bad for Aaron Glenn. I don't know if he's in a bad spot up there. Seems like that owner meddles. It's just a bad spot. Where would you go that you could have a playoff run?
That's the question.
You could argue if you came here for a full season and we catch a few breaks. But again, we've been a game away from the playoffs the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he gone.
I look back at that. It's just me. Sorry. I look back at that 5-game stretch a few years ago when he threw 9 interceptions.
Right.
A 5-game stretch where he threw 9 interceptions. We forget why he got benched.
We almost lost.
Forget how to play quarterback.
Oh, jeez.
We almost lost to Desmond Ritter in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Remember that? It was Monday Night Football.
It was terrible. He was terrible.
That's when, I mean, again, I still think if you had a Gardner Minshew or your garden variety backup, Cousins could go to coach and go, hey, man, I'm banged up. And takes 2 weeks, and he's right back. It got worse. And
so what you're saying is if there was some self-responsibility, this could have gone a different way.
Yes, and last time I checked, Reem had 2 eyes and a mouth. He could watch, see what happened, then make a decision, but he was incapable of doing it.
Yeah.
Until it was too late.
But seriously, I just want
we're talking about 2 years ago now.
Yes. But that's why he got benched.
Right.
It wasn't like we didn't like him. We didn't think he could do the job. We went through a 5-week period where we were leading this division. This hurts to even talk about it. And then it went completely down the toilet. 9 in 5 games?
Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, and you think about the Chargers, that's where I think that's where you get into, was Zach not ready? Did they just not have Penix ready to go?
They did.
In the Chargers game at halftime.
They didn't expect to have him to be, he was going to have to play.
That's where it needed to happen. Halftime of the Chargers. Anyway, we've way gone through Day-Day's segment. We've cut into Day-Day's time.
Oh, is it Day-Day? My bad. Day-Day, I'm sorry. We started reminiscing.
Yes.
Mike then, he went on his whole,
Sorry.
I run my unit how I run my unit. I apologize.
Listen, your guy, as Steak would say, it's your name's on the mind.
Yeah, well,
all right, you've got 6 minutes of funk. Let it bring.
What's going on, man? What's on your mind?
So how about this fun note? Did you guys see this? Hacksaw Jim Duncan, the WWE, former WWE star.
I never knew he played for the Falcons.
Yeah, he posted his Falcons check stub. He played in 1977, 1 year, but apparently injuries early on in his career within that year derailed, and he decided to go ahead and get into professional wrestling. But yeah, he posted his check stubs. One was for net pay, $1,948.92, and then another one was for $1,100, $1,112.25. That was 1977. So some people on Twitter actually did their math wrong. I think they looked at the stubs wrong, and they put they tried to do what that would equate to in today's time, and they had 98,000. I was like, that's not right. So I think the problem was on one of the checks, how the check was printed back then. You don't see a decimal. So in actuality, the first check would have been, both checks, it would have been between $10,425 to $10,500 today.
Okay.
If he was a player today. But yeah, Hacksaw Jim Duncan played for the Falcons, 1977.
That's cool.
That was really cool.
And the old school check, the old data, was it dot matrix or how everything was printed
yeah.
out? Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter.
Yeah. And last thing, guys, if you did not watch it last night, Spurs might be the one. Spurs might be the one hosting up the Hardware. Great game between them and the Pistons last night, but it was the Spurs that came out on top, 114-103 in that one. Wemby, 21 points, 17 rebounds, 6 blocked
That's what generational
shots.
first-round overall picks will do for you.
Thank you, for reminding us.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he didn't play great, but controlled the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you know he's going to be great.
Yeah. And real quick, we didn't get to it. Tom Glavine's son. Did you guys see that? His son, Peyton Glavine. He signed with a minor league deal with the Braves. He's assigned to AA Columbus. Like father, like son. Shout out to, what's his name as well? Phillip Rivers, his son, Gunner, signing to NC State. So a little like father, like son moments there. So that's all I got.
All right, man. Good stuff, Day-Day. We are going to come back with head coach Kevin Stefanski on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, it's Allie Mack, and coming up, it's Which One Wednesday, flats or drums, Mike Vick or Deion Sanders. But John had to answer them, and we'll see what he, Mike, and Bo say as well. Starting at 6 a.m. with the morning shift on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
This weather's crazy. I mean, it is. It's hot. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. Reliable Heating and Air understands our weather patterns, and they've been in business since 1978. They offer heating and cooling services, plumbing, electrical, exceptional reliability, and customer service. Those are the things I know about Reliable Heating and Air. The thing you should know is if you're in need, they can help you. 770-594-9969. No matter what the weather patterns are, guys, they'll come to your home. If you need a maintenance, they'll take care of it. You need a repair, they got you. If you need a new system, ask about Comfort as a Service, which helps on those big ticket items, guys. I'm talking about generators, water heaters, cooling or heating systems. Yeah. And everything's taken care of. The cool thing about Comfort as a Service, even filters, no additional charge ever. They have an unbeatable lifetime warranty. If you are in need, just remember, Reliable Heating and Air has you covered. Again, go online at reliableair.com. Mention my name. Hey, Dukes told me to give you guys a call, 770-594-9969. He told me you can take care of me, and they will. It's Reliable Heating and Air.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken? Flawless. Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What to say? Oh, Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fixer Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $74 a month with a 2-year agreement. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city.
Jalen, down the lane, tomahawk that baby.
March 1st, the Atlanta Hawks host the Trailblazers at State Farm Arena for Next Gen Night.
Johnson to Okongwu with the throwdown. And Nickeil pokes it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, no let up. Hawks versus Trailblazers, Next Gen Night. Presented by Novellus. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The 3 o'clock hour has been brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come on here, dominate these boys. This is our house. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCTC Atlanta, WCTC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, NFL Combine going on. Lots of info coming out of the Combine. The reason is simple. Super Bowl happened. Offseason starts. And this is the first time that we get a chance to get everybody, and I mean everybody around the NFL in one place, Mike, as everybody gets ready to start their evaluations. So you've got GMs, you've got head coaches, you've got other front office executives there, and all the GMs are speaking and all the coaches are speaking at different times between today and tomorrow. So, for example, today, Joe Schoen, Giants general manager, at 10 o'clock was speaking at the same time. Ian Cunningham, our general manager, and Elliott Wolf from the Patriots was speaking, and Omar Khan, who's the Pittsburgh Steelers general manager. They were all speaking at different podiums, different locations. But, Mike, that's what's going on. And so we're getting a lot of information about these teams, and everybody cares about what's going on around the NFL, and that is what's interesting right now.
Right. I know that we're going to see if Kirk Cousins, a lot of guys were asking about Kirk Cousins earlier and what's a good option. You just mentioned Omar Khan saying Aaron Rodgers, they're open to his return in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And again, guys, I mean, I know that it's funny because some guys are like, good riddance to Kirk Cousins. Other guys feel that it might be a better option to have him for an entire season as opposed to a stopgap. We'll ask Kevin Stefanski when he joins us in a second about the possibility of Flacco coming in.
So this just in. The Vikings are not ruling out adding a quarterback.
Hey, there you go. Can you ever truly go home again, though?
Look, I don't know, but I do know this. J.J. McCarthy's not ready.
Nope.
And here's the thing that they're going to have to, again, we talk about what our promises might have been. What are they willing to promise if that's an option for Kirk Cousins? Again, we're only bringing this up because Ian Cunningham today basically said we will be cutting him. He made it official, and that Kirk Cousins and his people know. But the Vikings could add a quarterback, be in the quarterback market, despite having J.J. McCarthy on the roster. I think they have to, number one. Right. They got to go get a quality backup just in case. But I still don't think J.J. McCarthy is ready to do the things that everybody thought he was going to be ready to do.
A lot of guys hitting us up, and again, we don't know. If you missed it earlier, we said we believe the Falcons have a pretty good idea of the timeline, dealing with the medical staff with Michael Penix Jr. According to reports, he's been doing all the work up there. We'll talk to Kevin Stefanski about that. His interaction with Mike, because all Mike can really do is mental reps right now. That's right. Film and talk about the plan. But, do you feel, could we catch a break? Who knows? Guys, we're not orthopedists, but if he could start week one, we've always been up playing off the idea, playing off the sheet music, Carl, that he's going to be like week 3, week 4, or beyond. Maybe we catch a break.
Maybe we get lucky. Yeah, because that's really what we're saying. Like, the luck part about this is the rehab in his body heals a lot faster. He's way ahead of the game, and maybe, Mike, he's throwing and running way before we know. And then when we get to camp, he's available to go through the workouts and the drills you need him to really prepare himself for the season. The setback, guys, is going to be missing camp. If he misses significant time at camp, and I'll say this, you guys that have been to camp, right, Falcons camp, where guys are injured. Last year was Jalen. Jalen Walker's on the side working out, right? He's not in the drills. He's on the side. You're getting your work in, but you're not. And the point is, as a quarterback, you got to get the work in.
Right. And you talked about Mooney. Like, Mooney didn't get a chance to have any kind of chemistry with Michael Penix. You're lucky you got what you got from Mooney when Penix was out there before Michael Penix Jr. got hurt. Because we were all, Carl talked about it. We're standing right there on the sideline. Woof, he lands funny on that shoulder. Later find out it's a broken clavicle, collarbone. And he misses a big chunk of the season. Then after that, he had all sorts of lingering issues. So Mooney's a guy that we don't know specifically, but it sure sounds to me, and I think you agree, that they're going to move on from Mooney, or he's coming back for a lot less if he's going to stay here.
I just don't think it's financially feasible. There are some of these situations where you go return on investment, Mike, ROI is not what we should be getting. And if I can save $12 million, there's very few guys on our roster where you can save that kind of money and move on from them. You save $1 million here, $1 million there. That really doesn't add up. So that's another reason why I just feel like that's probably a situation that is going to play itself out. But to your point, if they were to bring him back, it's certainly going to be at a lot less.
Because one thing for certain, if you did move on from Mooney, it's Drake London, and then it's a lot of just dudes. I mean, we talked about, David Sills had a couple of big catches, also had a couple of big drops this year. We mentioned, Drake's the man. Kaderil Hodge got benched for special teams issues. Then you get in all these guys like Chris Blair, guys been kind of hanging around the team back and forth from practice squad to the active roster. So we have a deficiency at wide receiver right now. So we may have to, and that may be something we spend a little bit of free agency on just for some depth. and some guys that got some experience, because we don't have a lot of experience in that room right now, other than Drake London.
Well,
unless you think that Pitts is just by virtue of his game, he is just a de facto wide receiver.
Well, remember last year while we're talking about this, and we're waiting Coach to call, and he'll be on with us in just a sec here. But remember all those guys in camp who had really good camps at wide receiver, but Mike, they really weren't NFL quality type wide receivers, right? Mm-hmm. They're guys that in the preseason look really good, and again had some standout moments. But they weren't guys you were going to count on week in and week out when you throw them into the mix. And that's part of this. That there are guys who do have really good camps and end up making teams. But are they studs? Are they guys that you can rely on week in and week out? And that's what you're saying. We got a couple of guys,
right?
But nobody really, when you go opposite of Drake London, that you go, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Darnell Mooney, David Sills, this is everybody not named Drake London.
Correct.
Dylan Drummond, Devin Tompkins, Chris Blair, Malik Heath, Casey Washington.
And Chris Blair that's who I was thinking about.
So Chris Blair, showed out at practice. So that's an area. I mean, we don't really think about it, but yeah. If you move on from Mooney, who's playing wide receiver? You don't have a lot of guys.
No.
Sills had a nice game, 10 catches for 78 against the Bucs in that game where everybody had some stuff against the Bucs.
Yeah, the free agent wide receiver market is interesting, but again, I don't want to get into any kind of bidding war with potential other teams.
And that's the thing. We had fans mention earlier, Falcon fans saying, if the general manager, he's not being lukewarm when it comes to Caden Ellis. He's just not going to say, yeah, I'm going to give Caden Ellis a blank check. Caden Ellis, at this age, it's not like a big contract, but he may get some more money in free agency elsewhere. But I think most Falcon fans would rather see us give Caden Ellis the money to play alongside Divine Diablo for at least one more year than to give it to a free agent wide receiver, which is a roll of the dice in itself.
It really is. You guys can chime in 404-726-0929. Plenty of conversation about the Falcons as the Combine is underway. And, the first part of the Combine is this. It is teams talking to their fan bases and talking to the media, Mike, about where they are and the things they hope to accomplish. The rest of this week will be about workouts. Guys in shorts looking good, right? And going, wow, you see his 40? He put up 225, 85 times. There will be some Combine warriors that get a lot of love, but then some of the guys who are not working out. For example, the projected number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, is not throwing at the Combine. So, for all the things that we say, we'll see. He's going to throw at his pro day, and we've seen that happen. I don't think that's as big of a deal as it once was, Mike, when guys go, I'm not going to work out at the Combine.
Right. I mean, the thing, and guys always say, because, in the old days, the writers, what's he so afraid of? Well, it's money, man. It's a big money. And if you're throwing to dudes that you've never thrown a football to, who don't know, again, it should be simple, but it ain't. But guys don't want to be out there with guys they don't know who might make them look bad. Part of it. And then there's some quarterbacks we've seen at Combine who look just god-awful, and the timing is terrible. So you want to be in the controlled environment of your indoor facility at your university, and that helps you out a little bit. And then there's some guys who are trying to come up they're trying to come up the totem pole, so they will throw, and they'll take on all comers. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I understand. I mean, for guys who poo-poo guys not doing stuff at the Combine, you don't get it.
I used to be like, wow, what is he hiding? They're nothing. They're not hiding anything. And I also feel like, this gets to the conversation, and we're a ways away. We're a few months away. But the NFL draft, everybody used to want to be there. And, Mike, you and I both know that the worst thing is to be there for that first round, not get picked, and be in that damn green room all night. And they got the cameras on you. So, you see more guys say, nah, I'll be at home. I'll be with my family,
I'm trying to think. The first one I remember was Brady Quinn. Remember Brady Quinn kind of sitting there watching everything go by? And then there's been a couple other QBs that have had that embarrassing moment where you're like, he'll be back tomorrow. No. You're not going to wear the same suit, are you?
No.
Yeah. I mean, who was it, Oren? Who was the quarterback? Geno. It was Geno. Geno Smith. Yeah, it was Geno.
Oh, Geno.
Geno was not a day one guy and was in the green room the whole night. It was awful.
It's tough, man.
And then you get the report, we found out that Geno has left the green room. It's like, ooh. Tough.
It is. It's brutal. Hey, man, coming up, we'll talk to Kevin Stefanski. That is on the way. Also, you will hear from Ian Cunningham, the general manager of our Atlanta Falcons. The full interview in the 5 o'clock hour as we're kind of talking about all the things that are being said about our Falcons and where this team currently is. What do you think the hardest decision is, by the way? Because the Cousins thing has been done. They just made it official, okay? That's been done. What do you think the hardest decision that this particular front office now in their first season is going to have to make, Mike? Because we talk about all these decisions. The draft guys, again, what positions we know kind of where we want to be. But if they're going to take the best athlete, I'll just wait to see where that's going to go. But what's the hardest decision that this team, this front office has to make?
I think they've kind of made their determination on Algier, so that's kind of gone. We talked, Caden Ellis. I mean, you got a guy who's really good with Ulbricht's. Ulbricht's raving about him. Takes the job, does the job of two men. Jeff, simmer down. But and he does. He's really good. He's the defensive captain. But maybe the Ulbricht decision is tough. Is we don't know how Bill Callahan and these guys evaluate Ryan Newsel, what's available in free agency, what would be available, and what's the draft class look like for interior linemen. And would you be comfortable starting a rookie and have Michael Penix Jr. depending on a rookie center, unless there's some guy that's available it's a tremendous value somewhere in the second or third round. So that's just, because we've talked about Newsel maybe being a little bit undersized. They've already made the decision on Pitts. That was a hard decision. Maybe not so hard. Franchise tag. Let's get more out. Let's see how he fits Stefanski, and we'll move on.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, these decisions that we felt like, that's going to be. It's not. They have come to a decision, and immediately, they're moving on to the next thing. By the way, Tyler Algier, guys, if you're wondering, ranks about 69 or 70 overall when it comes to free agent rankings. Here's what's interesting, though. The projection for him, he's 26 years old, on a one-year deal, Mike, is $5.2 million. $5.2 million.
Yeah, you see, I don't know how they budget, because right now we looked at it, and again, some moves coming up, more moves to come, but right now we're right in the middle of the road. Literally right in the middle, 16, 17, 18 as far as projected cap. Of the 32 teams in the league.
And that's not going to be enough. And here's why.
That's because you can't find that kind of force, that human
for
bowling
that
ball.
Money.
And also knowing that, first off, he's a great guy. With Algier, Algier explores free agency, see what's out there, and then maybe you catch a break and he comes back.
But I
still think he's going to wind up starting for somebody, or he'll be part of a tandem, a running backfield tandem. Maybe a guy like Sean Payton, perhaps, with the Broncos.
The guys that are going to get at this position multi-year deals. Breece Hall, we already told you, and part of that is he's 25 years old. Part of that is, and he's a stud. We've seen it. Mike, they're projecting 4 years, $50-some-odd million. Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP. Whether the Seahawks keep him or not, he's another guy projected to get a 3 to 4 year deal. All these other running backs, guys, Algier, J.K. Dobbins, Michael Carter with Kareem Hunt, and Hunt's 31 years old. They're all projected to get 1 year deals between the $4 and the $6 million range. Right. My point is, Tyler Algier is not going to be an expensive piece if you truly wanted to try to keep him on a 1 year deal. The problem is, if I'm Tyler Algier, I don't want that.
Yeah, you got to try to get paid, and you also want to play. I'm not saying that he's going to be I've always used the analogy because he's not Michael. No, Michael the Burner Turner was a special athlete, but I do think in the right system, Tyler Algier is capable of doing another 1,000-yard season. Think about this: he rushed for 1,000 yards, and I want to say that was that Mariota?
Second year of Art?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's right. So, think about how anemic the passing attack was, and he still rushed for 1,000 yards.
Yeah, it's true. 404-726-0929. Just talking about a variety of things, because when you say what's the hardest decision this team and the front office needs to make, I think they made them. I think the Pitts situation was something they needed to figure out, and they feel comfortable about it. Okay, we're putting the franchise tag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Mariota. It was 22. It was the Mariota season.
So it was the second year. And then the Cousins thing, this hasn't been a very hard decision. I think they've handled this fairly easily, and Mike, they're putting the information out there. Is it going to be, to your point now, what do you do? What's the biggest improvement that you need to and how do you go about that? And is that going to be draft or free agency? And if you've got limited money, you got to be smart about how you're going to spend this money. That's the other part.
But like I said, it's not like, no blank Sherlock. But, when Carl and I was just giving Carl the list of our depth chart on wide receiver. If you don't renegotiate Mooney, or, they may say Mooney's just, he's damaged goods and that's it. There's a lot of, aging, there's veteran wide receivers out there. A lot of guys hit us up immediately and said, go get Mike Evans. But Mike Evans, he's a future Hall of Famer, and he's been injured, and he's older. He's 32. He'll be 33 when the season's going. And as much as I'd love to see it, that's probably a bad way to go, money-wise. That just makes sense.
No. Mike Evans, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, that's a different animal. Now, not so much. All right, we're going to talk to Kevin Stefanski here as we've been waiting for Coach to give us a call. It's been a busy day up there at the Combine.
You know who's a free agent? Funny, because he was here and he was gone. Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah, and he's actually played well.
He's worked well in Chicago. Yeah, with Ben Johnson. It's just a thought. It's one of those names you remember from back in the day on this roster.
Yeah, he got better as he progressed in the league. All right, let's talk to Coach Kevin Stefanski here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell. And, Coach, appreciate the time today. I know it's been busy up there. Combine's always kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is always kind of crazy. There's a lot going on. You're getting pulled in a bunch of different directions. There's so many meetings with players, and then the fun part of this also, you get to catch up with a bunch of old friends and people you work with. So there's just somebody always around the corner that you haven't seen in a while. So it's been fun.
We always feel if we were like the coach, it would be like a kid at Christmas. I want this. I want that. When you were with Cleveland, would you just kind of tell the GM, if I could, I mean, how much input do you have, and how are you working with Ian right now?
Oh, well, it's going great. Ian's he's been awesome. So impressed with how he's structuring this process. And to your point, you know, as a coach, I fall in love with all these players, and you can't draft all of them, and certainly that's not the case. But Ian gets to hear the coaches, hey, man, we love this guy, we love that guy, and he does a great job of listening to us, and also he's the one that realizes that you have to have a plan, and that plan goes from not just the draft, but into free agency. But it's easy as a coach to fall in love when you're here.
Coach Kevin Stefanski with us here on Dukes and Bell. Coach, what is it going to take on your end? And I'm not solely putting this on you. I know you have a great staff with Alex and obviously Tommy, but teaching Michael Penix to be a complete quarterback. Coach, you probably know the stats, but 9 starts in 2025. He was under center 14 of 515 snaps. And Mike and I were talking about this and saying, what is it going to take to get him to be or become that complete quarterback?
Yeah, I think there's a lot there, and I think the number one thing is to recognize there's 2 things, I guess, here. Is number one, health is what matters the most for Mike and where he is, and he's doing a great job of getting healthy. Then the other thing to realize is these are young players that they get better over time. None of us, and certainly none of these quarterbacks early in their career, are finished products. So that's our job to identify areas, whether it is more under center, where he has areas to grow. I mean, he's had some really good moments as a pro. I think there's been a lot of really good stuff that's happened on tape for this offense, and it's for Tommy and the offensive staff and myself to put together a plan to get a little bit more out of everybody, not just Michael Penix. But I do think young quarterbacks, you have to realize that it does take time, and that's what we're here for, is to put a system around our guys, and a system not just literally in the sense of an offensive system, but a system or a structure, maybe a better way of putting it, of having a structure where these guys can develop, whether that's how we meet, that's how we practice on the field, and certainly how we play on Sundays.
Coach, you went through obviously a lot of quarterbacks up in Cleveland. We're focused on Atlanta, but you see the trend coming out of college where just guys are just not under center. Everybody's in shotgun?
Well, here's what I'd tell you. It's the college's job. It's the college's job to score points. So I don't begrudge any of those coaches for what they do. The truth is, the game is a little bit more varied, if you will, in the NFL game, and there's a little bit more under center than there is in the collegiate game. I think if you watched the Super Bowl this year, you certainly saw that. That's not to say that there's one way to do this. I don't think there's one way is better than the other, but it's no secret that there's more under center, certainly in this NFL game. But that's not the coaches in college. It's not their job to get them ready for the NFL. It's their job to go score a lot of points.
Kevin, I think running the ball, and the people I've spoken with that know you, watched you in Cleveland, covered you, said, hey, he runs the ball. That's kind of the identity. And when you had a guy like Nick Chubb, Georgia boy, you guys ranked 3rd, 4th, 6th in the league. Is that your identity? Is that what you want to do here?
Well, I think the bigger point there, and I'd love to talk about Nick Chubb, one of my favorite players ever to coach, is the big point there is play to the strengths of your players, particularly play to the strengths of your best players. And when Nick was healthy there, man, what a joy to coach. Just one of my favorite humans on this earth. And what Nick brought to the team every single day as a person was incredible. And then the things that he did on the field, just the power, the speed, making plays out of the backfield in the pass game, breaking tackles. So I can't say enough good things about the player as well. But that, to me, speaks to this playing to the strength of your roster. And it's no secret, obviously, with our running back, with Bijan just having the ability to do it all. That's certainly something that we're excited about.
Talking with head coach Kevin Stefanski, guys, live from the Combine about our Falcons. Yeah, everybody's a Bijan fan. When Matt was selling you on this job, I guess that was a good selling point, was Bijan Robinson.
It didn't hurt. Yeah, that didn't hurt. It's kind of like you had me at hello.
Now, what about another guy we found out is going to get franchise tagged? We've been watching we've probably spent more time, Coach, talking about Kyle Pitts than any other Falcon. We just think the potential is there for him to be a superstar. And how do you see him fitting in your offense?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited about Kyle. And listen, you saw it on tape. You guys saw it live, what he's capable of and the plays he's capable of making down the field in the pass game. He's got versatility to what he does. So we're very excited about what Kyle can bring to this offense because it's another dimension. It's a guy who can you can deploy him downfield. You can get the ball in his hands underneath, and he can make a lot of plays. We've had a lot of success with tight ends over the years, and the truth is they're all different. There's some guys that are better adept at running certain routes in the intermediate zones. There's better guys that are underneath. There's certain guys that can run routes outside the numbers as like wide receivers. Some guys better in the slot. So there's so much versatility to that position. And I think that's something that Kyle certainly has in spades.
Kevin, take us behind the curtain, if you would, a little bit. You've been doing this a long time. You've been at the Combine now for many years. These player interviews, do you think you can truly learn something about a guy that makes you want to draft him, or vice versa when you guys do these interviews? Because I've heard tons of stories over the years about these damn interviews, and I'm like, well, do you really get what you need out of it to make you feel comfortable about a particular player?
Well, it's a little bit more nuanced, and I say that because we know a lot about them already. Right. Our scouts have done an outstanding job, so we know about them. You certainly know the tape. That you don't need to know the person to know that. But then it's a quick window into who they are as a person. It's a quick window into how they learn. Now, that's not to say that you don't do another Zoom with them later on. That's not to say that you don't bring them into your building to visit with them. But you're just trying to understand what makes them tick. So it's the total body of work when it comes to selecting players. This is a small piece of it. But for us as coaches, let's say we do take that player. Now we go into it armed with, hey, this guy, his football intelligence is at this level, and we're going to help him get to this level. Or, hey, he was really good on the board. He's going to be, not a problem at all. He's going to be able. We'll line him up all over the formation if it's a wide receiver, for instance. So it's allowing us to maybe have a head start, knowing the person, knowing the student, so that when we get them, we can hit the ground running.
Talking with the head coach of your Falcons, Kevin Stefanski, is with us here, guys, live from Indy. Another superstar you got is Drake London. Talk about him and how he fits, because we know he can also run block, which is important for your scheme.
No, I love how this guy's wired. Spoken to Drake a bunch of times, and just good person, man. He wants to win. That's what he cares about. He's obviously a great player, and it makes so many plays for this football team. But just I like how he's wired. I like the physicality he brings to the game, both as a runner and a blocker. When the ball's in his hands, I mean, he's a reckless rack guy. He's trying to get downfield and gobble up yards. And I love that he is willing to do whatever it takes to help this team win.
Coach, you rejuvenated? We hadn't had a chance to see you since the presser. I'm just curious, like, for you, your family, coming out of the situation you were in, with all that entailed, like, how do you feel coming here to Atlanta, and what's the sense for you in the position you're in now with this new front office and this new opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very, very excited. Now, I don't say that as a slight to anything from the past. I could just tell you I cannot wait for April 7th. I can't wait to get my hands on the players and coach them and stand in front of them and get to know them. This is why we do this, and I can't wait for you guys, and I can't wait for our fans to get to know our coaches. I want you guys to understand what makes them tick. I want you to understand the people that we're able to bring up to Flowery Branch. This is I think it can be a special group of people. Now, having said all that, all we're going to do is work. I don't think you're going to hear from me and our players all these bold proclamations and those type of things. We're just going to promise you guys we are going to put in the work.
Right. And speaking of the work, it's got to be so frustrating. We know Michael Penix Jr. He's a good kid, and they love him. He's a leader on this team, and he was on his way. How does he work now? Is it mental reps? What does he do with you guys and with your coaching staff?
Right now, it's all rehab. That's really all that matters, and truly, that's all we're allowed to do with him. Okay. We're not allowed to do football right now, and that's okay. We'll have time to get to football once April 7th rolls around. But for right now, it is rehab, around the clock, and he's doing awesome. He's doing a great job.
Kevin Stefanski, I was surprised, maybe I wasn't the only one, when you said in the first presser you won't be calling plays. And I know you've talked about this, but can you explain to our audience and Falcon fans again why? Because a lot of Falcon fans said, wait a minute, Stefanski's got experience. He's done this. What is the decision process there to not call plays?
Yeah, calling plays to me, it's important. I don't want to make it seem like it's not important, but what's more important to me are the meetings and the time spent Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday putting together the game plan. That's what's most important. The calling plays is a very, very collaborative process. That's something that when I was doing it, and now as Tommy does it, you're including a lot of people in that decision making. Bill Callahan is a huge voice in that decision making on Sunday. I'm going to try to do my very best to help Tommy. So it's not like a one man show type of thing. I've had Tommy call plays for me. I know the why behind his plays. I've seen the flow in which he does it. There's a little bit of art. There's a little bit of science to it. I'm very, very comfortable with him doing it. But I also make the point that he's not doing it by himself. There's a bunch of people helping him. And those meetings throughout the week are more important. The play itself and the design of the play is more important than the time in which it comes off the call sheet and when it gets read and sent into the quarterback. That's important. But I place more importance on those meetings and putting the plan together.
And, Coach, we know you had a relationship from your time in Minnesota with Kevin Stefanski. That option now looks to be off the books. It seems to be from us doing talk radio that Flacco seems like a perfect fit. Would Joe be amenable to being spackled in there one more time?
Listen, we're working through everything right now when it comes to decisions on our roster. Obviously, Joe's a guy I have a lot of history with, love the person. But as it relates to any decision, those things we're going to have to work through all of it.
Gotcha.
St. Elmo overrated?
No.
I know. I love it.
Prime rib.
I'd say it's properly rated.
There you go.
See, I think prime rib. And finally, Coach, we didn't get a chance because it was the big media scrum at Mercedes-Benz. You are a big Pearl Jam fan, I have read.
I'm a very big Pearl Jam fan, and we need them to hire a drummer so they can go on tour.
Yes. Well, maybe hearing this, they will.
Yes.
Maybe hearing this, they will.
That's cool.
If I have that type of power, I'd be shocked.
Very cool.
Look, you'd be surprised. Kevin Stefanski, we look forward to seeing you. Again, April 7th, guys, is when the Falcons can get started and the offseason workouts can begin. Enjoy your week up there in Indy, and we appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Good stuff.
Cool beans.
St. Elmo, guys, is a steakhouse up there. That's why.
But again, if the best thing, honestly, to the menu is prime rib.
It's good.
That prime rib is the money.
That's good. All right, man. Good stuff. We're going to come back and talk about what he said. Look, he's saying Penix can only do certain things. Mm-hmm. They're not allowed to work with him yet. Right. He is on pace to get to where they need him to be. And we'll talk about this identity thing. It's Dukes and Bell.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Combine week is here, and that also means that playing nice season is here too. Now, the Eagles want to keep A.J. Brown, and the Raiders want to keep Max Crosby. Of course they do, until they get the right offer. The Eagles and A.J. Brown clearly had their issues last season and would be best off moving on from each other, and the Raiders would be better off tearing it all down and getting whatever they can for Max Crosby. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROME. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
40,000 people can't be wrong. Wait, I want you to understand what I'm talking about. It's Carl Dukes, and when I talk about 40,000 people, I'm talking about the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. I'm talking about QC Kinetics. And 40,000 people who said, stop before you replace my knee or my hip, before I put my life on hold for months. Let me see what QC can do. And that is the difference. There have been things that have come along and you go, well, I'm not sure if I believe in it. 40,000 people, let that sink in. That's a small crowd. That's a small city, guys. The nation's leader in using cellular level treatments to revitalize joints and joint tissue naturally is QC Kinetics. Patients who thought they were out of options, I can't do it, surgery is my only option. No, it's not. Call 770-285-8026. The truth is surgery isn't always the answer, and QC Kinetics is right here in Atlanta using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. So Why don't you call, get your free consultation today? 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, do your research and call QC Kinetics today.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Traffic is building in Sewanee because of an accident on the northbound side of I-85 near Highway 317. Looks like a couple of lanes are blocked. Avoid it by using Satellite Boulevard. That's a great alternate. An update for you in DeKalb. A crash that we were watching on I-20 westbound at Wesley Chapel Road is gone. The lanes are back open again. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tonight as our Hawks take on the Portland Trailblazers.
Tip off at 6. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Need electrical repair, a chandelier hung, or a panel upgrade? Get expert electrical repair backed with 100% satisfaction guarantee and no service call fee with approved repair. Reliable. That's reliable heating and air. Limited time offer. Keep your home safe with a 79-point electrical system inspection that identifies loose wires, worn breakers, or outdated smoke alarms for only $49. Real peace of mind. No hidden fees or extra charges for after hours or weekends. Same day service available with reliable heating and air.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Kevin Stefanski for stopping by, coach of our Atlanta Falcons. He said you play to the strengths of your football team. Thank you, Coach. I like that. You've got great dynamic wideouts, Mike, and you got a quarterback that can deliver the rock, you throw the football. You got a running back like Nick Chubb, who, when was healthy, was in Cleveland one hard dude to stop. And we love Nick Chubb as well, but he was talking about the player and the person, but he was like, that's easy. We ran the football because we had Nick Chubb. Mike, we're going to run the ball because we got Bijan Robinson. That is where this will all start, and then everything else will work off of that. But it just feels like, okay, we ask this question all the time. Even last year, this offense has been somewhat dysfunctional. Right. Even with the stars of Drake and Bijan, you go, what is our identity? And everybody wants to say it's running the ball. Okay, well, I want to see where Kevin goes with this.
I think you're going to run the football. I mean, what we thought, take it all the way back to what we thought we had with Arthur Smith. Because you had bad quarterbacks. Once Matt Ryan got traded to the Colts, it's just you run the football. They got to respect the run, then the play action, then it opens things up. Boom. That's time immemorial. Doesn't matter if it's West Coast or whatever offense you're running. That's the K gun, Carl. Doesn't matter. Play action. You got to respect a good running game. So you've always got to peek your head in. That's why being under center is so important. And again, believe me, Kevin Stefanski is acutely aware of what has been said, what's been written, where it has to go.
For sure.
And he was saying, look, it's true. A college coach's job is not to prepare a guy for the NFL. I mean, not a quarterback. He's trying to win. They see the field in the shotgun easier. Boom, boom, boom. But in the pros, you can't. You can't do that. Unless you get to the place where you got a veteran like Matthew Stafford, right, in your offense, and like the Rams, for instance.
Yeah.
Which is what, unfortunately, Zach Robinson was basing everything on.
True. I also still think, though, for Matthew Stafford or anybody who ultimately wins Super Bowls, right? This goes for Jalen Hurts, who people say, oh, he runs, he does, but he won a Super Bowl in the pocket. Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl in the pocket. Mike, you still have to be a pocket passer. You still have to be able to deliver the ball. That element is under center. That element is still happening in the pocket. And I think, we get caught up with all these high scores and, everybody plays Madden or whatever, and you just throw the ball down the field. I love the dynamic of having a quarterback, and you've said this all throughout the playoffs, who can run for a first down. Great. But when it came down to it, you still got to deliver the ball in the pocket. And I think that is something where Michael Penix, when I asked the question about becoming a complete quarterback, it's a complex question. But there's a lot that goes into that. And part of it is, Mike, the footwork. There's a lot of stuff. Like being under center is just not as easy as everybody thinks it is, especially when you got all this motion and stuff going on and guys. And I got to know where everybody is. And then on top of that, Mike, I got to know where to go with the football within 3 to 4 seconds.
Right. And we talked about plays where there were times where Michael Penix Jr. would make the right diagnosis and somebody was out of position.
Yep.
Where it would have been Pitts or it could have been Mooney, could have been some of the backup wide receivers. So there were times where, Michael Penix Jr. did what he was supposed to do, but the play, if you're watching at home, like, wow, Penix, what's going on there? Look like he's ready. Look, I asked the coach about Flacco because I know he can't answer that. He is a free agent, so it's not like you're tampering.
Tampering, yeah.
But it sounds to me like, and you heard the relationship he's got with him, it would make the most sense. Again, unless we catch a break and Penix Jr. can be ahead of schedule with his rehab.
Still need a backup. Oh, we got one, right? We got one.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I not that I'm I should have known this because I do this for a living, talking sports with Carl. But yes, this wide receiver room is a concern for me. I'm all ready to cut Darnell Mooney, but there ain't a lot of guys who can catch the football on this team right now.
So you're ready to keep him?
Let's see what Plan B is.
All right, Falcon Report is on the way. Mike, what do you got coming up in Guy Talk?
We'll get back on track, guys. Ran a little bit long with Coach Stefanski. We'll get some Guy Talk. Everybody's asking. People are wondering. We've read the articles. How much is it going to cost you to watch the Atlanta Braves play some baseball this year?
Don't make me mad, son.
And as one guy suggested, can't they have their own channel and run lots of Andy Griffith reruns? Coming up next.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
In Sewanee, big delays because of a two-car crash on the northbound side of I-85 at Highway 317. It looks like multiple center lanes are blocked. You can steer clear of the busy area by using Satellite Boulevard. And some backups in Henry County. A crash on the northbound side of I-75 before Jonesboro Road blocking the left lane. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by Kelsey. Trade on anything. The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kalshi. The State of the Union is tonight. Will new policies be announced? What will the president say? Trade on the outcomes live on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, trade on anything.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Dial Pound Law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
100 grand is what you could win. Over and over again. You could win big every time. Go play Keno.
You take 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20. The more you match, the more you win. Money win 1 time, 2 times. There's no limits. Up to 100 grand every 3.5 minutes.
You like winning over and over again? It could happen with Keno. That's right. You could win 100 grand playing at the bar, in the store, or online. And there's a new game starting every 3.5 minutes. So why win big just once?
100 grand is what you could win.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Hey, Georgia, looking to win a ton of cash? Pick up a scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. You know, there are almost 367,000 scratcher winners a day. That's over 2.3 million winners a week. Just go to your favorite retailer to get your hands on a scratcher today.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at GALottery.com.
Look on your roof. You see that black streak? That's not dirt, y'all. You know what it is? It's an airborne fungus that feeds on your shingles. That's right. I said fungus. Ew. I trust Wise Guys Pro Wash, so I had my roof treated to get rid of that nasty junk, and they use this soft wash, never high pressure, and it safely removes that organic buildup and protects the shingles. That's a big deal. You know why? Because you need a multi-year roof treatment warranty for your insurance. It's real simple. Log on, get a free estimate, wiseguysprowash.com. Mention me, get $100 off.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Green, happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready?
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy. What's this TV deal with the Braves going to cost me? How much a la carte TV does a man need? How much can a man afford? What about a working man, Carl, with kids? mouths to feed, college bills to pay. How much is too much? Look, it's not the Braves' fault. Unfortunately, the Fox Sports Network became FanDuel and then eventually, imploded. And so they're just trying to cobble something together. But we got the word today that, they are, they're moving ahead and they'll have their own channel. Just a matter of how we're going to get it, how much it's going to cost. And it looks like, and you and I were talking about this earlier with Damien, our producer, Day-Day, and Oren, if you're looking for some guidance on how this will work, is how the Rangers Sports Network down in Texas kind of functions.
Yes.
Which is a combination of linear or regular TV, which could be DirecTV. Perhaps they'll be able to get a deal with DirecTV, and perhaps that's I'm thinking only strictly about me. But again, for you guys, whatever your cable provider is, there is a streaming option. And right now, it would be it looks like $19.99 to stream the Braves per month.
Okay.
And I presume that now, Oren, you can jump in here as our consumer reporter.
What you want me to say?
That's a standard price though for every team that's gone direct to consumer. It's $19.99.
I know. Can I do it a la carte? Can I start April and I get disinterested and then I come back in July and then I watch it for the dog days of August.
Meter on your TV that just kind of measures
I don't
how
know.
much you watch.
Like anything else, it's like Carl and I. What is that? There's the app for your phone. I think it's not Rocket Mortgage, but it's the Rocket app.
Yeah.
That tells you how much stupid stuff you double down. It's crazy sometimes to realize how many things you're paying twice for.
That's true.
And so I found this out. I was paying twice for Peacock. I paid for my Peacock thing, and then DirecTV added a Peacock into my movie thing.
I think, Mike, to your point, when we talked about the Disney thing a few weeks ago with Day-Day, I think I was paying twice, and then I had to pare that down and do the bundle thing. Because thank you, folks, for helping me out. Because people were like, "This is what you need." Apparently, I had a Disney Plus that I was paying for, plus the ESPN. So to your point, you got to figure this out. But $19.99 a month is what you're telling me this is going to cost me.
Oren, is that what we're hearing for the stream?
That is for the stream. Yeah, that's that standard sort of direct to consumer that all MLB teams are doing right now. So it'd be $20 a month, $100 for the season.
All right, because if you watch the MLB network thing, right, they black out the Braves.
Yes,
if it's not a sellout, right? So and it's. There's other options. They're going to have some games over the air TV, presumably through Gray TV, I guess. Some guys ask, and it's funny, guys ask us all the time, and I get it. That ship has sailed like decades ago. No, they're not going back on TBS. It would be great.
It would be great.
Not the way it works. It was a different time. Ted Turner had that deal in place, as Carl said. First time you got to watch WGN and watch the Cubbies or the Braves, it was like heaven. As ESPN was just getting started. But no, that's not an option, guys. They're no longer not remotely affiliated with that. So there's other tiers to it, but if you want to look for some, you can Google the Rangers. They have a multi-platform approach. That's kind of what the Braves are doing, direct-to-consumer streaming. Victory Plus is their streaming app. They got DirecTV. They also work with some of the local cable partners. So that's basically where it's at right now.
Yeah, look, and as we've said, more information is going to come. So if you're like, but what about me? Like to Mike's point, once they get these deals finalized, then those announcements will be made, and you'll be able to know with your particular provider whether or not you will have to pony up more or not. And look, am I for this, Mike? I'm for watching the Braves. I'm not for having to pay an additional cost, but I think this is the world we're living in, unfortunately. And as I said to you guys this morning, look, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, Terry McGurk, or anybody that runs the organization, but they should have done this 10 years ago.
Right. They should have gotten ahead of it.
They should have done this 10 years ago. And I say that not the streaming aspect of it, but to realize, hey, these regional networks had been struggling to begin with. And you know what? We're such a big entity, Mike. We can handle it. And you've seen it around the country with
the
other
full
teams.
Power of Liberty Media.
Absolutely.
Because Liberty, they've got the companies that they were involved with. Just like, as I said, the one thing about the Braves, they've always cried poverty over their TV deal. And now's a chance to really, hopefully for them, maximize some of the revenue. I get it. For older listeners, as I said, look, it's convenience and there's force of habit. And now what do you mean I got to stream? You got to put look, the good news is everybody, I've got Aunt Matilda, down in Naples. She streams she's big Tigers, big Red Wings fan. She worked in Motown. So, and if Aunt Matilda can figure it out, you guys I can figure it out. It's just like I said, it's the price point, and that's just the thing. You're getting to a point where maybe you sacrifice if you're on a budget, you say, okay, well, I'm pulling that out. Maybe I'm done with Disney, or maybe I'm done with Paramount.
Something else.
It's like there's just always every channel has the one show you want, like Landman. I don't want anything else from Paramount. I don't need anything else. But unfortunately, that's why they developed that programming. Anyway, stay tuned on that. If we get more information, we'll tell you about it. Speaking of baseball, the umps are taking a beating, Carl, with the automated balls and strikes. Already, I was watching earlier online today some of the Red Sox game down at Fort Myers, and the ump was wrong on the first 3 challenges, 0 for 3, which now turns the umpire behind home plate basically into a hat rack. You know, you're just standing there. You know, you could have like a little, like, you know, they have it at drag races, a little Christmas tree, they call it, right? Red light, green light. Red light's a strike, green light's a ball.
It's true.
And that's all you need. And then you could just, in the review, you can review a play. It's a bang, bang play at the plate. Boom. Right now, because umpires have screwed it up. And look, I get it. It's super hard. When you're talking about pitches in excess of 95 to 100 miles an hour, breaking balls, etc., compressed strike zone. But the umpires, guys, they created this mess. When we were kids, Little League, knees to the letters, Carl. And then somehow along the lines, Major League Baseball strike zone became like the Holy Spirit. Nobody can exactly put their finger on it. We know it exists, Carl, but where is it and what is it?
It's tough. And by the way, this should be helping out. But this is why they're doing this in spring training, because when we get to the season, Mike, it's got to be all these kinks got to be worked out.
These umpires, a lot of ego. And the players' union, I said the umpires' union was getting their power back after getting it stripped 30 years ago. Sorry, guys. I get it's a hard job. We just want to get it right. Anyone watching at home can tell it's a ball or strike. And when you have some of these egregious egomaniacs like the Angel Hernandezes of the world and all those others, who's it? A CB Buckner?
Yep.
Horrible. So now these frauds are being exposed. It's a tough job, but, you know, maybe there's somebody at another level who's better that they should bring up to do it. Either way. All right, man, moving on. One of the coolest videos I've seen today, I just posted it at Mike Bell ATL. We don't call it X, say Twitter. Snoop Dogg, I didn't realize this last summer, bought a minority stake in Swansea, the Welsh soccer team. Now, celebrities are all doing their thing now, getting in on soccer. We've seen Ryan Reynolds and his guys all do it. Yeah. Well, guess what? He finally got to go to a Swansea match. They had to stop the warm-ups because the crowd was losing their minds.
That's great.
People going bananas. He's waving the towel, hanging out with the mascot. Right now, I believe they're tied. For those who don't follow it, it's a great way to do professional sports. The worst three teams drop down. The top 3 at the next level come up every year. Pretty cool. So they're not in the English Premier League. They're in the EFL Championship.
So they do the relegation.
They're
thing.
in the AAA. So his team is in the middle of the pack right now, Swansea. So it doesn't look like they're going up to the English Premier League, but he's put some of his money where his mouth is, and he's bought. Snoop Dogg gets an unreal reception on his first visit to Swansea. Men in Blazers tweeted it about an hour ago, and the crowd just goes bananas, taking pictures, signing autographs.
Very cool.
That's kind of neat how these guys have kind of diversified their portfolio, including sports teams.
Yeah, and look, if you can get in on a soccer team overseas, Mike, I'd do it.
Yes, I would too.
I'd do it. So, but no, look, Snoop, I think, Mike, he might be bigger now than he was at the height of his music career.
Right.
Like, he still does music, don't get me wrong. But he's on everything. He's everywhere.
He's the ultimate crossover.
He really is. And I will tell you, when for those of you who are remember, when Snoop came out, you would have never thought 20 years later, 25 years later, that Snoop would be involved with all the things he's involved with. Right. There was no way that there was going to be that crossover appeal because he was so authentic. But that's the reason. He is who he is.
Think about like the news, gangster rap. Think about like the news headlines like 30 years ago.
It's crazy.
To basically being one of the most bankable brands on Madison Avenue.
That's right.
The connection with Martha Stewart. Remember they had him last year in the Summer Olympics, hanging out with the team, Dream Team.
Yeah, the NBC paid him to go over there. Yeah.
And doing his thing, man. So anyway, we've had some great interviews with Snoop over the years. He never disappoints. Well, anyway, the video's out there. Check it out at Mike Bell ATL. All right, man. How tough are things right now in the world of college sports?
How tough are they?
Well, Florida State is $437 million in debt.
That's a problem, Mike.
Yes, it is, Carl. I'm doing my part.
That's a problem.
Hey, I'm for what it's worth, they got my $2,000 this year.
Put that towards the bill, will you?
Tallahassee Democrat, that's the newspaper. Don't think it's political. Says the athletic leadership is insisting that the $437 million debt is planned debt, not survival debt. They put money into the stadium, $250 million went into the stadium. They're not alone. Penn State is technically in trouble themselves. Penn State has a $534 million in total athletics-related debt.
We are
Penn State. So apparently, universities borrow. That's why there was that thought about bringing private equity in, which is cool as long as you don't have to have private equity make all the decisions, in which case you won't have a pot to pee in. But either way, it's not alone. But it did make the headlines down in Florida today that FSU is a little short right now.
A little short. Need a little bit of help.
Little help.
Let me hold something.
That's why when they said that Tiger Woods' son Charlie was coming to Florida State, I was like, can he give FSU a bridge loan of about $400 million?
Yeah, Tiger, he ain't coming out of $1 billion to help that.
No way. All right, here's a disgusting story I thought I'd say for today. We didn't get to it yesterday.
What's that?
Well, we do have the USS Gerald Ford strike force, which is making its way eventually towards the Persian Gulf.
True.
It was in the Med, and for our Navy, we have a lot of, obviously, military that listen to our show, and thank you for your service. But apparently, they've got a poop problem on the USS Gerald Ford.
What are you talking about?
Well, one of the Navy's newest aircraft carrier is experiencing, quote, chronic severe sewage system failures in its current deployment. Averaging daily maintenance calls, they apparently had to make port at some harbor in Crete to apparently try to flush out the poop issue.
Send them boys home. Come on, man. Really?
Apparently, the vacuum collection holding transfer, or VCHT system, has narrow pipes prone to clogging, causing widespread recurring toilet, shower, and laundry disruptions.
Didn't they know this when they built it, Mike?
Well,
change their diets.
I guess more fiber, less protein. I don't know.
Small pipes.
Apparently, and this has been an issue, and you can be Googling this story. And if you are a Navy man, feel free to comment at Mike Belly. He'll give us some more background. But yeah, apparently, you want to get him over there for whatever's going to happen potentially with Iran. But apparently, they got so many issues there. Again, everybody's flushing at the same time.
Yeah, but that's the last thing you want to be worried about.
Right?
He's a backup. That's the last thing you want to be worried about, is sitting on the pot, and the next thing you know, uh-oh.
Right. I guess, what if you're the guy who's infamous for maybe stopping things up?
You just see him going to the bathroom, like, uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Roger Turd Burglar, you're on final. So I don't know. It's I'm not leaving plunger. I'm not leaving my wingman.
I tell you what, man, that is not something I want to be cleaning up. I'll tell you that.
Day, do you think this is because of baby wipes and they just don't flush?
That's what they say.
They really should be using dude wipes. Those are a thing now.
Right.
No, they should be. I agree with that. But those pipes don't hold up like that.
Yeah.
How soft is the military going? They're using baby wipes now, guys. What are they doing?
But again, the vacuum tubes for the poop system apparently can't have
my
baby
military
wipes.
guys using one ply.
Wait a minute. What do you want?
That sandpaper stuff? Grit. That builds character.
Okay, you want a leaf.
And rashes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I recommend Tux pads, but I still would never flush one. Especially if you're at a hotel.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that guy.
No.
That's right.
And now a lot of hotels will tell you, do not use stuff while you're staying. And that's embarrassing because they'll charge you.
Pilot's on final. The blanker's full, Clark. It's a vacation reference right there. Anyway, military, we think you're number one. Just lay off on those number twos right now.
Yeah, that's not a problem I expected to hear today. I'll be honest with you. That's just not.
I just Googled it. Another story. Breaking point. Why USS Gerald Ford sailors are ready to quit after a year at sea. It's been an extended deployment, too.
Can you imagine that?
A lot of Febreze, man.
You call your wife, I can't take it anymore.
Sorry. I know it's a tough gig out there, man. But yeah, apparently it's been deployed since last June. So they've been out there at sea with lots of issues with the pooper.
Okay.
There you have it. There you go.
I clean up that thing. Yeah. Hey, man, coming up
in the Navy.
Yeah, that's what we were singing the other day.
Sail the seven seas
in the Navy. Ian Cunningham. What did our GM say today at the Combine? You're just tuning in. You're like, Dukes and Bell, what did I miss? I'm glad you asked. Also, we'll recap our conversation with Kevin Stefanski, the Falcons' new head coach, all coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
Hey, it's Chris Thomas Turtle coming up on a Tuesday. Now that the Falcons have franchise tagged Kyle Pitts, what is next for them as their big offseason continues? I'll tell you, starting at 6 on 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
In Sewanee, big delays because of a two-car crash on the northbound side of I-85 and Highway 317. It looks like multiple center lanes are blocked. You can steer clear of the busy area by using Satellite Boulevard. And some backups in Henry County. A crash on the northbound side of I-75 before Jonesboro Road blocking the left lane. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Ken Nugent Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
Insurance companies are friendly at first, but if you get hurt in a wreck, they'll wrestle you for every penny. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. We fight to get you the maximum settlement possible. Faster. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go! Call Ken.com.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Have you ever thought about what if Jurassic Park really existed? Woo, scary. But you know what? You would need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. Think about it. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else, whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps. When you're lost, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is here for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. And now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. Taxes, fees are extra.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just 1 visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. 404-793-0000, 12600 Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's time for the Falcons Report on Dukes and Bell.
Looking, shoots it for the end zone. Intercepted, A.J. Terrell.
All the highlights and interviews you need from the Dirty Birds.
Did he hit the pylon? He did. Touchdown Atlanta.
The best the Falcons have to offer right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You shall not pass.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It's been an interesting day, to say the least. We heard from head coach Kevin Stefanski, and Mike and I will recap that conversation for you coming up in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned as Coach stopped by the show from the Combine. Everything's coming from the Combine from the NFL standpoint this week. We will talk more about the Braves and Braves vision. And because people are asking all kinds of questions. Look, we don't have all the answers. We'll just give you what we have. But Mike and I have been having this discussion, and it's been ongoing. And look, I'll tell you, a lot of folks are just hitting us up going, I don't like it. There's nothing we can do. We're just passing on. Don't kill the messenger. We're just telling you that this is the new world that we're living in. And Mike, you said it. There are a lot of Braves fans who have grown up and said, wait, I have never paid to watch my Atlanta Braves. Right. What are you talking about? So this is going to be a new place for a lot of Braves fans. Also, the Hawks play tonight. We'll tell you, Jonathan Kuminga, game time decision. Oh, that's what they're talking about potentially with Kuminga tonight.
Hey, all right. I just want to see the guy on the floor, man. I mean, I presume that he is in part of their future plans. I mean, we think.
Absolutely.
Sally's got a good relationship with him from his time at Golden State. But
got to see him play, though.
I want to see. And again, we don't have a true point guard, so we are a little discombobulated. Some guys say get off Snyder's back because he doesn't have a full team right now. But still, I mean, like to see, now McCollum just shoots. That's fine. But yeah, man, because Jalen can bring the rock up, I guess, for the time being, right? Continue it that way.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. That's why he's been averaging all these assists, which he's capable of if that's what you want to do. I just think, again, and it's a long ways away, you get in the playoffs, we're taking that away. Like, that's what all I'm saying. You got to have other guys that can create. And that's why Kuminga, having him on the floor would be great. We'll see where that goes. Let's hear from Ian Cunningham, though, because he stopped by the steakhouse. This is our new general manager, guys, at the Combine today. And first thing Stakey asked him was about the status of Kyle Pitts.
Our plan is to put the franchise tag on Kyle. That should get done today. Obviously, had some really good conversations with Kyle and David, his rep. Confident that was the right move for us right now, and look forward to seeing how that plays out.
Tell us the process to reach this decision. Tell us, there's been every conversation. You haven't been here, Ian. We've been talking about this guy for many, many years. What was the thought process, and where do you think you are with Kyle in his career right now?
Yeah, that's fair. Obviously a talented player coming out 5 years ago. Had a really good rookie year. Actually, I was with Chicago when he was actually injured at Mercedes-Benz. Obviously, he was trying to come back from those injuries, and then he put together a really nice season last year. And ultimately, what it comes down to is, you get this job on a little bit short notice. You have to make some decisions. This is a way for us to use the mechanisms that are provided by the league to allow ourselves a little bit more time to evaluate. Right. We didn't want him to go into free agency next week. We're not in the business of letting go, really good players. And again, it just buys us a little bit more time to make some decisions and to evaluate the roster and him as a whole.
Do you worry about the fact many players obviously not happy with being franchised and want the long-term deal? You worry about that in terms of Kyle and how this thing moves forward?
Yeah, I think you just have to communicate, right? You just got to have open, transparent communications, and made it a point. Kevin's made it a point. Matt's made it a point since we've been here is to have those conversations. Unfortunately, the guys aren't around as much, so I've had to do it through text and do it on the phone, but look forward to having some more dialogue when we get to see him face to face here in the next few weeks. But don't worry about that. Again, just this is part of, I hate to say the business part of it, but again, I think it allows us a little bit more time to evaluate the situation, and look forward to getting to evaluate and get to know Kyle a little bit more.
Ian Cunningham with us, general manager of the Falcons on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Frustrating for Falcon fans that we don't have as many picks maybe as we'd like and don't have a first rounder, but you educated us in the press conference that Bears had the same deal. They only had 5 picks, I think, your first year as assistant GM. Next thing you know, draft came, you had 10 picks. So I imagine the combine is one you approach with as much veracity, assuming that you have no idea how many picks come through, and the number one could end up there as well, depending how things play out.
Correct. Yeah, you just try to, this is the hand that we're dealt, and that's fun, right? That's the fun part about it. Whether or not we sit here and have 5 picks come April, or whether or not we're able to manufacture more. Trust me, that's been on top of mind. Trying to find different avenues in order to acquire more. That's part of my job, and we're going to continue to do that. But like I told our crew in the draft meetings this past week, this is going to be the last time we'll ever have 5 picks. So it's important for us to have as many swings at the plate, and that's going to be our philosophy moving forward.
Ian Cunningham with us, GM of the Falcons. How much of the interview process, what percent of talking to Matt and whoever else was in the conversation was about going through the roster and assessing where you think this roster is, because obviously it has a huge impact on what you're going to do moving forward. But how much of those conversations did you really dive into the roster before you got the job?
Yeah, I think that second interview with Matt Rustin and the entire search firm, I'd say quite a bit of it resulted in around just talking about the roster, philosophy, you name it. But again, it's hard, as you know. It's these are people too, right? They're just not players. So you can say what you want about the skill set or how they fit in the roster, but I do believe a large part of it is how do they fit within the culture and what we're trying to build as well, and into the community. And that's the piece that I don't have the luxury to have just yet, because I'm trying to get to know some of these guys, but it's reaching out through text, reaching out on the phone. I've had some good conversations thus far, but again, I'm just looking forward to April 7th when these guys are in the building and I can spend a little bit more quality time with them and get to know them more and continue to evaluate them moving forward.
How much was the conversation in those interviews about Michael Penix Jr. and your assessment? And now that you are the GM, give us a little bit prior and now currently. Matt's talked about it. Can talk more about your quarterback.
Yeah, Michael's obviously it's been cool to just see him through the rehab process. Obviously, that question came up in the interview process. But quite frankly, we were in the market that year to draft a QB. But our main focus was on Caleb Williams in Chicago. So we did some light work like you normally would do on the quarterback market, but we didn't dive in too heavily on Michael. Because our main focus was really on Caleb there. And then, the last few days, it was nice when he came in. I reached out and said, would love to just say hello to you. He came in the draft room as we were actually in meetings, so I got a chance to speak with him for a short period of time and told him, hey, we're in here trying to find you some teammates. But, it was fun, man. It's been great to get to know him. Proud of what he's been able to accomplish thus far, and I know that he's pushing to make sure that he's back on the field as quickly and as safely as possible.
I assume you go with worst case scenario in your brain in terms of thinking about a backup and who's in the mix, and now no way rushing him back, no way having expectation. Makes your first year in the job a kind of a, I won't say dicey, but an interesting one when you really don't know the status of your quarterback, and everybody in the league knows, your backup's going to play, certainly here. It could have a bigger role, and we don't have one right now necessarily that we, may feel good about starting on opening day.
Yeah, we'll see, but that's fun. Like that's the fun part about this challenge, right? Is building the roster, and it's certainly helpful when you have somebody like Matt Ryan alongside you and Kevin Stefanski, guys that have had experience with quarterbacks, and obviously Matt having a illustrious career here and in the NFL. So I can pick his brain on things that matter to him, some non-negotiables there, but also, using, my background and the places I've been, and the quarterbacks that I've seen, I feel confident that we'll make the best decision for our franchise moving forward here soon.
Any thoughts on Kirk Cousins and the opportunity to bring him back?
Yeah, I've had a good conversation with Kirk the other day, and then Mike, his representation as well. I let him know that, our plan would be to release him the first day of the league year. Obviously, the contract structure allowed for that to occur. Again, out of respect for Kirk and for Michael, felt like that was the best decision, and the timing was right to let them know that our intentions and our plan, so that they can put a plan together for themselves. I feel like we owe that to him. I owe that to Kirk and his rep to be able to have that clarity moving forward.
Talk to us about the last 2 weeks of your life with Matt Ryan and Kevin Stefanski. I mean, I know it's a wild deal. You didn't know these guys that well. You are thrown into a marriage, an arranged marriage by Matt Ryan. He's the one who arranged the marriage. But what have you learned about these guys, and what has the process been like for you over the last period with being in Flowery Branch, getting ready for the Combine?
It's been fun. It's been a fun journey, fun ride. It's been really fun to get to know Matt and get to know Kevin. Try to be intentional about the time that we spent. Try to go to see Kevin first thing in the morning before we kind of get the day started, just to touch base and recap. And oftentimes my brain's always running, so I'm glad that he's given me grace, shown me grace, because I can kind of hit him full speed first thing in the morning. And Matt the same way. But be honest, man, I've been in draft meetings the last 2 weeks, so it feels like I've been in a dark room with our crew who's done a tremendous job. But I've been intentional about, sending Tommy and Brick and Kevin guys that excite me and excite our staff, in order for them to kind of start the evaluation process on some of these players. And it's been fun. It's as much time as we can spend with one another, the better, especially early on in any relationship. I feel like time allows you that time to get to know one another. And this Combine here, right, it allows us a little bit more time to hang and have some dinner and talk ball and again, just to get to know each other and talk the vision of our franchise moving forward.
What does a player do that excites you?
Wow, that's a good question and a broad question. I'd say, the passion that they show on the field. If we're talking like game evaluation or tape evaluation, guys that get really excited when they make a play or when their teammates make a play. There's nothing like it. I feel like this is one of the unsung things about scouting, is really evaluating the player after a big play. Like, does he go celebrate by himself, or does he go celebrate with his teammates? Do you see his teammates come celebrate with him? I think that speaks a lot. That speaks a lot about how the team values him or sees him. And then you can kind of get some insights in those little things after a game or after a play. It's just to see guys have fun, enjoying, playing with passion. Those are the things that excite me when I'm evaluating tape in scouting.
Only about 2 minutes left with Ian Cunningham. How many of these players that'll be there at the Combine are you very familiar with, having watched tape of them?
Oh, and we just got done watching I shouldn't say every single player, but majority of the players at the Combine. So there's a handful of guys that I'm excited. My brain's working. I'm thinking who could potentially be there at 48, who could potentially be there at 79 or 114. So trying to I see the buckets that we have in our draft room, buckets of players at each position, and I'm excited about seeing how they perform this week. But most importantly, really excited about the interviews that we get to have with these players. And we had several of them last night. We'll have several more moving forward. So it gives us a chance to really dive in and get to know these guys a little bit.
Okay, tell me about the interviews. Are you a personality? Are you asking about books or food or what?
It's wide ranging. Let's just say that. I don't think I've asked about the books. There's some guys that have particular interest. There's a lot of guys nowadays that like anime. I'm not too familiar with anime, but my son's into Pokemon. I don't know if you consider that anime, but so you ask some of those questions. Obviously, the video game questions. Just try to make some icebreakers to get them comfortable, because as you can imagine, you're 20 to 25 years old coming into a room filled with a lot of people, and it's a business interview. I'm sure there's some nerves going on, so you just try to make them as comfortable as possible so you can get to see their true authentic self.
How many in the room? How many are in the room from the Falcons when the players in there?
Oh, I'd say at least 10.
Wow.
At least 10 people. Yeah.
Wow.
And other places I've been, there's been more, and other places there's less. But it gives our coaches a chance to really dive in and see how they learn and see how they fit within their scheme.
Have you worked out the role of who's allowed to ask the questions or who's asking in what scenario?
Yes, yeah. We'll start. We'll have the area scout. He'll come in and he'll ask a couple questions as those icebreakers because he's most familiar with the player, and then we really hand it off to the position coach, coordinators, to do a deeper dive in terms of the football stuff. I feel like that's the most important thing for them because this is their first exposure to the players, and we've already got a chance to see them at the All-Star games, or potentially have interviewed them at the All-Star games. So this is the coach's time to really get to know the players.
Cool stuff, man. That's a Steakhouse talking to our general manager, Ian Cunningham, on the philosophy, along with Sandra. We'll talk about what he had to say, Carl. And Data and I were just saying during the interview, I think Flacco is going to be the play here. I'll stick with that one as their interim for Michael Penix Jr.
We still need a quarterback that you can count on. It's interesting. All right, we'll hear from Kevin Stefanski next.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing today at TaxSlayer.com. Add another quarterback into the mix, as the Falcons said today. They plan to release Kirk Cousins at the start of the league year. Cousins played in 24 games the last 2 years, threw for 28 touchdowns and 21 interceptions for the Falcons. Seems like a natural fit for a team in the NFC North who needs a veteran presence to battle their young quarterback, and Cousins already has a relationship with the Vikings. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Now on Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
That is great. Hey, man, Mike Bell here for D. Geller and Son. Guys, you're going to get engaged this spring? You're going to fall in love? Well, let me tell you, the folks you want to work with to get that engagement ring is D. Geller and Son. 2 locations in Metro Atlanta, Sandy Springs on Roswell Road and Barrett Parkway in Kennesaw. Super friendly folks who do things the right way. No pushy sales pitch. Nothing you're going to go, hey, what happened? No hidden costs. What you see, man, is what you're going to get. Matter of fact, get pre-approved right now with 0% APR for 12 months when you go online to dgeller.com. Guys, I went and got my engagement ring for my wife now, going back to 2012, because you get the best selection, the best value, and at the time didn't have all the loot in the world. I could always upsize or upgrade the ring, which is what I've done. Find out about financing, find out about the great selection, all the major designers. I went with Decory, but they've got so many designers you can choose from. You can even design your own ring. They've got the diamonds. They've got the best stuff too. What they don't use, that goes to like the box stores. That's not the way D. Geller operates. Why they've been in business since 1939, because they do things the right way. Jewelry and watches as well. Diamonds and gems, whether it's earrings, diamond studs, a tennis bracelet, something for everybody. But if you're thinking of taking the plunge this spring, only one place to go get engaged. That's D. Geller and Son. All the details at dgeller.com.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com. A couple of updates to pass along. A crash we had in Henry County has cleared from I-75 northbound before Jonesboro. Also an accident that was in Sewanee on the northbound side of I-85 at Highway 317 has cleared from your lanes. Looks like we have a stall and some backups now in Tucker. I-285 southbound inner loop past I-85, the left lane closed. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tonight as our Hawks take on the Washington Wizards.
Tip off at 7:30. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Make a hearty Korean-style beef bowl with ingredients from Whole Foods Market. Get 15% off bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through February 24th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $74 a month with a 2-year agreement. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not 1, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We had a chance to visit with Kevin Stefanski, head coach of our Atlanta Falcons, up at the Combine. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got Hawks action tonight. Chris has got a bridge show for an hour, and then it's Hawks Wizards. No Trae Young tonight. Pregame's at 7, tips at 7:30 tonight, and then those two teams will play again on Thursday. So, Mike, they're trying to eliminate those back-to-backs in the NBA, so this is what they do. They fly you in, you play, get a day off, and then you play again. That's kind of the new for the NBA, but instead of doing a back-to-back and then the Hawks go on the road to the West Coast or something crazy. But 2 games against the Wizards, you should be able to take advantage of that.
Jet lag's loss is Magic City's gain.
That's correct. All right, man, let's talk about what Stefanski told us and what stood out to you in regards to what we got from him from the Combine. And by the way, he said, look, this is something I've said for years. This is one component, guys. There's no guy they're going to talk to. The tape is the tape that is going to go, he leaves, and everybody in the room goes, that's the guy. You talk to him, you get to know a little bit about him, you continue the research. They did this, by the way, with James Pierce Jr., and I'm not talking about this regime, I'm talking about the former regime. And, Mike, they had questions. Yet, when we got to the draft, they still overlooked those things and were willing to take a chance. Now, on the field, he was great, but now you're dealing with off-the-field issues. Those are the things you're trying to anticipate.
Right. Every guys that were asking earlier on the text line and just now, again, Ian Cunningham can't answer questions about a guy who's got a legal matter, pending the league suspension. Same thing goes for when we spoke with Kevin Stefanski. So that's a non-starter. We'll just see where it goes. Now, if they fall in love with an edge rusher and he's the best athlete available and you take Ian Cunningham at his word, perhaps that's where we're going to go. I think, my spidey sense from hearing both Stefanski and Cunningham, I think that Flacco makes even more sense. Okay. Just because of, again, he can't say, yes, we're going to bring Flacco in, but it just seems like the price is right.
You did ask him.
I tried. Flacco seems to be the good fit because, a couple of guys are saying, what about Badgett? Tyler Badgett, the backup for the Bears, you got to trade for him.
Yes.
And by the way, Ryan Poles, all the general managers spoke today in Indianapolis. Poles is still trying to bang the drum with the NFL to get compensation for us hiring Ian Cunningham. NFL's saying it like, well, Matt Ryan technically is the guy, but either way, good luck with that. It's not going to come from us. It may come in the form as a compensatory pick, but we're not going to be sacrificing a pick for Ian Cunningham.
No, and nor should we. With the rules and the way things played out, actually, the Falcons covered their butt pretty good on there. That situation, the way they went about these interviews, and it was under the rules, and they were able to get away with it. Yeah, the Tyson Badgett thing, Mike. He signed a 2-year deal, I think, last year. I do like his game. If you guys remember watching the Bears, I think it was the first year with who's the coach that was there got fired? Was it Eberflus? I think it was.
Yeah.
It was the Bears were on Hard Knocks, and Tyson Badgett, his parents they did a whole thing with his family. Anyways, he can play, but you got to trade for him, and we're just simply talking about the backup quarterback stuff. Let's hear from Kevin Stefanski talking about our quarterback, Michael Penix. What is it going to take to make him complete? Here's what Stefanski told us.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there, and I think the number one thing is to recognize there's 2 things, I guess, here. Is number one, health is what matters the most for Mike and where he is, and he's doing a great job of getting healthy. Then the other thing to realize is these are young players that they get better over time. None of us, and certainly none of these quarterbacks early in their career, are finished products. So that's our job to identify areas, whether it is more under center, where he has areas to grow. I mean, he's had some really good moments as a pro. I think there's been a lot of really good stuff that's happened on tape for this offense, and it's for Tommy and the offensive staff and myself to put together a plan to get a little bit more out of everybody, not just Michael Penix. But I do think young quarterbacks, you have to realize that it does take time, and that's what we're here for, is to put a system around our guys, and a system not just literally in the sense of an offensive system, but a system or a structure, maybe a better way to put it, of having a structure where these guys can develop, whether that's how we meet, that's how we practice on the field, and certainly how we play on Sundays.
We spent a lot of time, too, as we did all the offseason and last year, talking about center, being under center, the play action element, how important that is. And, he wasn't going to say, he can't do it. But there's going to be a process. But they're going to definitely lean into him doing it. That's what I took. Didn't you get that from Stefanski?
I did, too. I mean, look, I think there is, and I don't want to say pressure. That may be the wrong word. But there will be an uptick of motivation to get him and the footwork and everything that needs to be done to make him feel as comfortable as possible, Mike, heading into the season. And here's the thing. We got months. This isn't going to be next week. Nobody's playing a game next month. We got time to do whatever it is they feel like they need to do. And I don't want to discredit Michael either. We're all acting like he can't do this. We are assuming because they didn't do it enough that he can't. Maybe he can. And maybe this is going to be a lot easier transition than we're giving him credit for. But we're only going off of what the previous coach told us. And the previous coach said he didn't prefer it. He was not comfortable. And that is the only reason why we're saying what we're saying about this. But I don't want to say, hey, Michael Penix can't do it, because Mike, he might be like, y'all are tripping. I can do all this.
Right. It's just Zach, for whatever reason, Zach Robinson decided they weren't going to push it. And again, a lot of the Rams do more shotgun and version of pistol than other teams in the NFL, so that's how the cookie crumbled. Just never passed the eye test. I have to remind you, you guys watched it too. Do you get the impression, does your sense tell you from hearing Ian Cunningham on with Steakhouse that they would take a flyer on a quarterback? I mean, I don't know where, again.
You mean in the draft?
In the draft. Or does that create, it's almost like you didn't draft Penix. I don't think fans would fault you for bringing a little bit of an insurance policy in. Now, again, we all know that, for every Desmond, for every Russell Wilson, there's 1,000 Desmond Ritters. Those middle late guys don't pan out. Same thing goes for, Brock Purdy in San Francisco, Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
You think that's something they may do?
Look, this is my train of thought, and I just think a lot of people who feel like, well, this is the biggest issue that I'm concerned about. Well, then address it. Do exactly what Mike's talking about. And when you were out, I said this to Zeno, and he said, you can't do that. We just did that. No, you can. What tells you can't? Why is there a rule that says we cannot go get and draft another quarterback, Mike, and feel secure about our future, but more importantly, just in case? The just in case is if something was to happen, you'd have somebody in line that you could then throw into this system, build up. You've already got support systems around that particular player that you're building for Michael Penix. But my guess is they're not going to do that. And I don't think it's the most important thing, which is the reason why you don't do it. But if you're that concerned, then go address it. And there's nothing in the rule book that says, you know what, Falcons can't do that. Now, you might call them idiots because that is where it feels very similar to what we just did. But you could go draft a guy and say, you know what, we're bringing another guy in, and now we feel like at least we have something to fall back on.
Also, we discussed this on the show, is Mooney. It sounds like Mooney will definitely get cut. That's what I read from. I mean, my sense in doing this over the years from hearing the general manager speak and some of the things that have been written is that Mooney, as you said, saves you, $12 million in cap space?
Yeah.
So, but the problem is, and Carl and I looked it up earlier, and Carl was laughing because I was like, we don't have a lot of depth. We got a David Sills, the fifth. We got the Chris Blairs, all these guys we've been seeing in all the preseason games, but they're not NFL caliber starters, at least not yet. And are they? I mean, you got to find, if you go and move on from Mooney, you're going to have to bring in a free agent wide receiver or two.
But you know what we do have? We've got Kyle Pitts.
Yes.
Who has been franchise tagged.
Bingo.
Let's hear from Kevin Stefanski about Pitts' fit.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited about Kyle. And listen, you saw it on tape. You guys saw it live, what he's capable of and the plays he's capable of making down the field in the pass game. He's got versatility to what he does. So we're very excited about what Kyle can bring to this offense because it's another dimension. It's a guy who can you can deploy him downfield. You can get the ball in his hands underneath, and he can make a lot of plays. We've had a lot of success with tight ends over the years, and the truth is they're all different. There's some guys that are better adept at running certain routes in the intermediate zones. There's better guys that are underneath. There's certain guys that can run routes outside the numbers as like wide receivers. Some guys better in the slot. So there's so much versatility to that position. I think that's something that Kyle certainly has in spades.
Let me say this to your concerns. We do need depth. We need quality depth. Mm-hmm. We don't have that in certain positions, which is why we're not considered to be a real contender around the league. Yeah, we can win this division, but Mike, the reason why the Eagles are talked about, right? And you start talking about the teams that are competing at a championship level, depth is a big part of this. Guys, the Lions went to the playoffs a few years ago. They lost like 20 guys, and we're still in the mix, right? You got to have that. And so for us, the wide receiver room is somewhere where we have to add depth. We've got to add more depth, and I think they're going to do it with the draft. Defensive line, interior defensive line, right? Mike, we've talked about Wilkinson. Guys, the free agent market Elijah Wilkinson's going to get a deal, whether it's here or somewhere else. He stepped in and did a really quality job for us.
We also, real quick, I know we got to catch a break here. We're going to tell you what was going on with Kirby in a sec. But the thing about like Tyler Algier, we looked at the numbers. I wonder if Tyler Algier gets the kind of traction we think he's going to get in free agency or not. Because I've always felt that Tyler would never be able to afford extending him and bringing him back as the perfect complement to Bijan. Maybe we can. I don't know.
You can give him a reasonable deal. It's just the time. Like how much, if you're going to give him a short deal, which is probably what would happen.
Or does he feel he wants to go spread his wings and be the man somewhere else? Try to be the man.
Yeah. All right, we're coming back. It is the funniest thing we heard last night, and we got to share it with you if you've not heard it. And it's Kirby Smart. Stay there. It's Dukes and Bell.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
In Atlanta, some police activity shutting down Lenox Road in both directions between Plantation Drive and Crane Road. What you could do to avoid the busy area is take Peachtree Street or Buford Highway. We're also seeing delays now on the downtown connector, even heavier than normal southbound at North Avenue. Word of a crash there blocking at least a lane. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by the Georgia Lottery.
Get ready for another Powerball jackpot tomorrow.
Powerball players can win millions playing in-store or online at GALottery.com. So that 5 o'clock commute to your dream estate might just make up for the time spent in traffic. Only from the Georgia Lottery.
It's time. It's time for you to take a look at your finances and realize, hey, am I doing everything I need to be doing? And if you are, congratulations. Here's what I know. Trajan Wealth can help you with those questions that you might have. And the cool thing about Trajan Wealth is you can get a free consultation, guys, at 404-390-4000. They've got offices all over the city, Alpharetta, Kennesaw, Buckhead, Lawrenceville. And you can physically go in and visit with my friends at Trajan Wealth, because they will talk to you and help you understand where you're at and maybe where you want to go. And when I say maybe is because there's lots of things that we may not be privy to that they are. They do this every day, and the fiduciary advisors are committed to working with you collaboratively to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to growing your wealth, Trajan Wealth is here for you. The simple truth is there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through the next stage. They know that. They understand it. And with me, I'm a client now. I can tell you firsthand, when you go visit them, it's all about your questions being answered. Just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Over 1 million people travel for business every day. That's over 400 million trips a year. And it seems like half of them come through the Atlanta airport. Imagine you're on a business trip and you spend all your time doing something else. That misses the purpose. That's exactly how many of us live. We chase experiences, comfort, and success, and yet forget the real reason why we're here. So why are we here? The Bible says we're alive for the praise of God's glory. Here's the truth. Life isn't about you. It's all about Jesus. Life is more than just existing or chasing after trivial things. It's about trusting the one who made us, who gave his life for us and rose victoriously from the grave. Your time on earth is a temporary trip. Before it ends, think about your purpose. Don't waste this journey. Live for what matters. Live for Jesus. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis?
which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyt Associates Personal Injury Law.
Actually, a couple today. We've been talking about the Falcons. Everybody's speaking up at the Combine in Indianapolis. All the interviews are online at Odyssey.com. You can hear if you missed it, at the top of the hour, Ian Cunningham with the Steakhouse, our conversation with Kevin Stefanski, and that's a big story. We're going to get to Kirby. The other big story today, real quick, Carl, was the Braves giving us some details about what the TV package is going to look like. They're going to do their own thing. There'll be a streaming component. Perhaps they'll be able to talk to people like DirecTV or some of the cable companies and put it out there. Not quite sure, but we guesstimated the most affordable version of it would be a $19.99 a month streaming option.
Braves Vision.
Catch it.
Yeah, man. I didn't know how I felt this morning, Mike, when I saw this pop up, and I was like, okay, great. I put it out there, and immediately people were like, get your wallet out, Dukes. Okay, look. This is where we are. And to say you want to get all the games, which I think has never really been an option, you have that option now with the subscription. So there will be some different elements to this. But again, I don't want to rush, Mike, until these deals are done. But part of this is once these deals are done with the TV providers, then we can truly tell you, yes, you got DirecTV. Like Mike, you can do it. You got Comcast. Okay, this is where you can find it. That's the part that's not done, but you're going to have access to Braves games, and I think that was the biggest question for a lot of Braves fans. What's up?
You know, the other element to this, too, is once the Hawks are done, where are they going to go? Because remember, initial reports were that the Braves were trying to maybe possibly partner with the Hawks and maybe some of the, the team out of Nashville?
Yeah, Predators.
Predators. And then I saw another report today that may have been just kind of tabled, and maybe they'll revisit that. But that's another thing.
I will say this. We can get more into it tomorrow. The Braves are a little bit more difficult because they're more regional. And when I say that, I'm talking about the southeast part of the United States. Right. The Hawks are Hawks here, right? So their particular deal may be a little bit easier to do. I'm not saying they won't partner up. Who knows? But they're going to have a year or at least 6 months or 8 months to work on whatever they want to do moving forward. But I think the Braves, from their footprint, Mike, of over the years and being that team in the Southeast and being in all these markets, they wanted to make sure that those fans, they didn't lose those fans, that all those Braves fans over the years still had access to these games. And that was a big part. On these regional networks, which now are gone, that was a big part of having those.
Right. When I worked for Fox Sports South way back, when we're talking the early 2000s, the Predators were still part of that thing. But that wasn't, and then the Thrashers came. You didn't really need the Predators. I mean, the Thrashers came then. Either way, nobody wanted the hockey element. I don't think anybody, with all due respect to Nashville, gives a flip about the hockey team. You just want your Hawks and your Braves.
I agree.
We'll ask Steve Koonin about it. I mean, but everyone's got vision's got to align and how the money. I always felt like the Braves could have done this. Carl and I talked about it earlier. When you were Liberty Media, don't they own a bunch of satellite packages and cable companies anyway? It seemed like they had their fingers in a lot of pies. It always seemed like something they could have done. The idea against it is it's always the startup cost is so prohibitive. And here we are.
Yeah. You can't run from it. All right, man, let's talk about something that's really funny. It's the best thing we saw last night. And for those who missed it, again, you're going, why were all these coaches together? The Steve Spurrier Awards were in Gainesville. And so you had a variety of college coaches and players there being honored. Kirby Smart was there, but so was Mario Cristobal. And I want to start with Cristobal because these two got into, it was a roast mic. It felt that way, talking about each other. Now, remember, Cristobal, along with Lane Kiffin, along with Kirby, they were all working at Alabama. All right, they all know each other. They go way back. But Cristobal was taking shots at Kirby, and this is what it sounded like.
It's a great piece right there to watch what a player like Carson Beck could do with great coaching. You know what I mean? No, seriously, let's give it up for Kirby Smart. Let's give it up for Kirby Smart. If it wasn't for all his years of pre-NIL, we wouldn't have NIL right now. If you reach Robinson family, great seeing you. We leave at 9:30 on the real jet. Okay. We have more than one restaurant in Miami as opposed to Athens.
I mean, he took 3 shots there.
Right. Well, Kirby returns fire. Don't you worry. But, yeah, I mean, Cristobal, and you're going after these elite recruits. And, again, if you couldn't hear because of the background noise, yes, what Carson Beck was able to do with good coaching, to Cristobal's point, there's more than one restaurant, obviously, in Miami than there is in Athens. He made a shot.
Georgia
at the Classic City.
He really did. Georgia defensive back Ellis Robinson was being honored as the freshman defensive player of the year. His family sitting there. So that is why he's like, hey, the plane leaves. The real plane leaves because, of course, he's trying to say that you can come play for me in Miami. Cristobal wasn't done, though, talking about feeling comfortable in enemy territory. Remember, they beat the snot out of Florida last year.
I never felt so welcome in enemy territory, except last year at the Swamp, 41-17. That was meant for that guy. The Georgia guy. Can we all say screw Georgia, screw Georgia?
Why are they all about Georgia? Like, Mario Cristobal had a terrific year, but here he is taking shots at Kirby. So let's jump to the Kirby here, Big O.
Because right on his dog face, play the Kirby, Dukes and Bell. I'm getting triggered.
Because, look, the thing about this is, and again, if you saw it, it's online on the video, it's all in fun. But Kirby, he's clapped back, man. Here's Kirby talking about Mario Cristobal and spending time with Spurrier and not winning ACC titles.
I was talking to Mario earlier, and he came up to me, and he gave me a Lane Kiffin joke. And he and Lane are very similar in a lot of ways. They're like best friends. And he came up to me, he's like, you ought to start getting on some protein shakes. You've had too many carbs. And I said, well, you probably ought to spend some time with Steve Spurrier because he won more conference championships at Duke than you have at Miami. So Coach Spurrier and him got to visit some.
That's hilarious.
For those who don't remember, Spurrier won ACC championships with Duke, and obviously Miami's never won the ACC championship with Cristobal.
It's so funny. Kirby wasn't done, though. He wasn't done.
But wait.
There's more. Here's Kirby talking about Cristobal stealing players. And again, remember, vision this. Ellis Robinson and his family are sitting there. And so, Cristobal's sitting there, and Kirby's like, get your hands off of him.
We probably sponsored that trip with all the NIL money we spent, so I promise you that's a good, safe bet. But that's all right. They deserve it. Mario's right behind him, and if it had been up to him, he would have paid a lot more NIL money because it came down to us, too, so I don't like you being real close to Mario right now. You know what I'm saying? He's still got another year left. Got to be careful around Mario. Sometimes he'll take your players, if you know what I mean.
And, of course, that's a Carson Beck shot, right? He'll take your players.
Right.
I mean, look, it's all fun. It was great, the award ceremonies and all the stuff that they handed out last night. But it's cool to see these college coaches in this, this setting, Mike. And I said, you couldn't do this 20 years ago. It would have been like, Kirby's cheating. Mario's cheating. Like the whole vibe of this is the world we're living in, and they're even making fun of it.
There are no rules.
It's great.
I mean, that's it. He joked around about Spurrier's daughter being a realtor and how many coaches, obviously the turnover of coaches keeps her busy as far as buying and selling houses amongst the Florida coaches. So there was a lot of good stuff going on last night. I mean, I thought it was great. So Dog Nation's got the complete video, by the way.
Yeah, I loved it too. And only because it's certainly out of character For we don't see Kirby like that, right?
I mean, he does this. We just don't see it.
No, we don't. The average fan doesn't see that. Matter of fact, you might hear him drop more F-bombs if you just roll by the Butts-Mehre building when they're practicing, Mike, than you would on a normal day. But at the end of the day, this was all in fun. Everybody got their awards. And look, the Dogs going to be good next year. They're going to be good. This coming fall, man, I'm not telling you they're going to win the national championship because you got to be healthy and you got some luck, Mike. Mm-hmm. The question for me as we move forward is who's catching the ball for Gunnar Stockton? Because all these guys, many of them are at the Combine as we speak or will be this week. Who are those going to be, those dynamic wide receivers and being able to stretch the field? That's going to be my question. They'll be able to run the ball. O-line will be fine.
D-line will be better.
Yes.
Now, will it be elite like it was with Jalen Carter? Or all the guys who win the first round of the draft, that's what we're going to wait and see. But, Kirby, and we talk about all the time about, his business model is a little more old school. Yes, you are certainly going to have to get in the portal. You're paying Gunnar Stockton. You're paying the elite guys. But he's not doing it the way Miami's doing it. And that point taken by the comments there at the dinner.
Yeah, really fun stuff, man. Hey, tomorrow we got a lot more from the Combine as we're chasing down some guests. We're bringing you the latest. The workouts actually will start, as we talked about. Everybody's not working out on the same day. You guys know that. But I'm not sure what positions you're interested in. And Mike said, if you're sitting there on the couch, however you're watching this, and you're taking in this entire Combine with guys running around in shorts, God bless you. I do want to see certain players, Mike, that may be in the ranges of where we're drafting. And that's really, I'm kind of looking at this. I'd love to see the first round guys. That's a pipe dream for us this year.
Again, if you're watching the 3-cone drill of the defensive tackles, and again, Carl said it. But no, it's just, I think you'll look at the 40 time. Again, no defensive tackle needs to be running down the field 40 yards, but you talk about the athleticism, the mixture of size. There's a bunch of players at Georgia. You and I have talked about all those guys at Texas Tech that we were enamored with watching that Orange Bowl game over, when they played Oregon. So I'd like to get, that guy opposite Farouk. Now, the best thing would be Farouk to be the guy he was drafted to be. I know I harp on that, but go get the big DT. We need a burner, too. And again, the wide receiver situation, our buddy Mick the bartender and former caddy goes, so let me get this straight. You got a quarterback with one good knee. You got no wide receivers, but otherwise things look good on offense. Well, it is, if you move on from Mooney, all of a sudden the wide receiver room is Drake London and a bunch of guys that have never played more than maybe 5 or 6 games.
Yeah. Look, I've been saying the entire time, wide receiver is a high priority for me, and you don't have to reach to get them. This is a deep wide receiving class. You're going to get a quality player in the second or third round.
Right.
If you wait it out, again, I'm not waiting to the fourth, but I think in the second or third round you address that. We got to get out of here, man, and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let Me Clear My Throat
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to Coach Stefanski for stopping by. Full interviews online at Odyssey.com. Also, if you want, .com that is, if you want to hear Ian Cunningham, go check out that full interview as well as he was on today on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tomorrow, again, more football. So much news coming out of the Combine. We'll keep you updated. More on the Braves and spring training. And obviously, what do the Hawks do tonight? As we leave you, Kuminga is active.
Hey, nice. All right.
So we might
get to see what this guy's all about.
Yeah, get a chance to see him play tonight. Jonathan Kuminga may be making his debut tonight with the Hawks. Hawks Wizard, pregame at 7, tips at 7:30. Turtles got you for the Bridge Show. Stay right there. Hey, Day-Day, great job executive producing, of course. Behind the glass, our engineer, Mike Bell. Clear throat.
Hey, man, it was kind of funny. Watch a little bit of spring training today from down in Fort Myers where the Red Sox are playing. And the umps, they're having a hard time. That's wrong. And that strike is actually a ball. And that they basically went like 0 for 6 on some of the challenges between the two teams. The umpires are going to have to realize, look, it's not personal. We just want to get it right. And you can watch from home or even at the ballpark, and you're going, what the heck is this umpire doing? Maybe this will force some of the incompetent guys that have hung on too long out. And some of the young guys could learn something too. Yes, do you really need a person there? No. You could probably just have a stop sign right behind or a traffic light with a red light and a green light. Either way, baseball with this automated balls and strikes is finally getting it right.
I want to see Zachary Richarchet do something before the end of the year that makes me feel comfortable that we did get the right guy. The number 1 overall pick should not be regressing. He should be progressing. And right now, coming off the bench and not doing a whole lot has me wondering. Forget about Kuminga and JJ. That's Jalen Johnson. Richarchet, can you do something to make us feel better about where this thing is headed? Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you actually do practice 3-cone drill.
Wednesday morning on the Steakhouse, Steak and Sandra asked the question, the Braves kind of screw up their offseason pretty bad. Also, this guy just won the best burger in America at the South Beach Food and Wine Festival. He's from Atlanta. He's live in studio. It's a great story. Don't miss it, 9 to 11 on the Steakhouse on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
We're watching a couple of incidents starting on the downtown connector. Heavier than normal traffic southbound at North Avenue. A crash reported. Also a crash reported in Marietta. Expect delays on the southbound side of I-75 at South Marietta Parkway. And a stall blocking a lane, the left lane. This is I-285 southbound at Chamblee Tucker Road. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come and go. But what if you had a reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Yeah, you can get that from Xfinity. Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Imagine that! For 5 years, all of your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you'll get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp and reliable. And most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
And we're back to Carpool Talk. Today, we're riding with attorney Ken Nugent, man of action.
You know it, Kate.
What do you say to people with bad wreck injuries?
Yeah, I say you'd be loony to take a tiny check from the insurance company. But seriously, our primary goal is to get you the maximum settlement possible. Faster. How fast, do you ask? One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go! Call Ken.com.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy. Fun can't lose.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
404-793-0000-12600. Deerfield Parkway, Alpharetta.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5! Touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Caught it off his hip, and he scores! Standing! Chips it into the net! He scores! Bang! And the Hawks have tied the game!
As the sun goes down,
The sports talk heats up. Atlanta is a sports town.
and we're here tonight to talk Atlanta sports. But not just talk at you, but talk with you.
This is our town, and this is your show.
This is Chris Thomas Tonight.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Now, here's Chris Thomas.
What's up, Atlanta? It's a Tuesday with Turtle. Here for a good time, not a long time. 404-726-0929 is the number to get involved. Let's go. We got to talk. I read something today that Kevin Stefanski said in his press conference that made me have the following reaction. What? Zoink, Scoob? I mean, that's seriously what my reaction was. And I'll let you hear that in just a second. But first, he is available! In the Anything is Possible Kevin Garnett voice, Jonathan Kuminga will make his Hawks debut tonight right here on 92.9 The Game. Pre is at 7. Tip is at 7:30. I'm excited. I think this guy has a ton of talent. He's raw, but he's athletic. He's got deep playoff experience at his time in Golden State. And it's up to Quinn Snyder to be able to corral that talent and see if he can make some lemons out of lemon or lemonade out of lemons, however the expression goes. Because this guy was a cast-off and got sent to the end of the bench with Steve Kerr in Golden State. Can Jonathan Kuminga starting tonight, and we talked about it, me and Oren broke it down like a fine powder last night. What is the best plan for the Hawks these last 20-something games? Is it to go out and just try to win as many games as possible, see if you can sneak into the 7th or, dare I say, maybe even the 6th seed? I don't know. Or is it to do what I think is the right option? And that is give guys like Kuminga, give guys like Corey Kispert, give guys like Asa Newell, Mohamed Gay, as many minutes as you can possibly give them to see what you have for next year and beyond. I think that is the best move for this Hawks team. And for me, that plan would start tonight with the return and the debut of Jonathan Kuminga. It's also the return of Trae Young. He ain't going to play, but he's going to be there on the bench. Oren, if I set the over-under tribute video length time at 4.5 minutes, you taking the over or you taking the under? 4.5 minutes. Under. Wow, a little quickie for Trae. Do you think that, is that because they're going to do something bigger when he actually plays?
Yes.
Okay. See, I was riding your wavelength there, my guy. That was exactly what I was thinking. So I'm right there with you. So that'll be an interesting
I think they do
sight.
just a quick little, maybe something, but he gets the camera on the big screen and they show him and they give everybody a chance to applaud him.
So I was listening to Mike Conti on Andy and Randy, and he had really good insight on this, and he said that they always do that, what you're talking about, first break of the game. First break in the action, Trae will get the spotlight, they'll have a package, and then they'll do like a grand gesture. Like I'm thinking exactly like you are when he finally is playing back at State Farm Arena. Or the Braves spent money today. What? Heaven can wait. What is going on? Oh, you mean it was on a player already on the roster? They didn't actually sign anybody new. They just extended Chris Sale for a year for $27 million for a 38-year-old pitcher. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, so you mean Lucas Giolito's not a Brave? You mean Zach Littell's not? He's not a Brave. Oh, okay, got it. I mean, I don't hate the move. It's fine. I mean, good. He's essentially like a default captain of the team now. He's won a Cy Young for you. He's been your best pitcher. He's held the rotation together when he's been healthy. I got no issue with it. I'm just, where is that money for now? For right now? How about instead of worrying about next season, we worry about the fact that we're down 2/5 of our starting rotation to start the year. Novel concept? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm getting really sick and tired of every day that goes by, and this team is just proving to me. Oren, do me a favor, please, as I often do on this show. One of your vital roles on this program is to remind the audience what the definition of insanity is. Could you do that for me, please?
Yes, it's repeating the same action over and over again and expecting a different result each time.
And I believe 3 out of the last 4 seasons, the Braves got their tuchuses kicked in the playoffs because they had a lack of
starting pitching.
Thank you. Twice by the Phils and then by the Padres. Embarrassed, actually, is really the way to put it. I know the bats weren't great either, but they had an average of like 2.5 healthy arms in all of those playoff series. So what are we doing, Braves? Let's go. Let's get into action, shall we? They did do something, though. We know what it's going to be. And, Oren, isn't it funny that we talked about this last night? Braves vision. Get ready, folks. Braves vision is coming your way this season. Are you ready? Can you feel it? Can you feel it in the depths of your loins, Braves? Vision out. I shouldn't do that very much.
Oh, my God, that felt you felt that one.
I really did. I went down and got that one. And then I paid the price because now I'm coughing. Braves Vision is coming to a streaming service, theater,
a screen near you in some sort of way.
Tablet,
some screen.
Phone, laptop, Coleco. I'm going to start sounding like another former.
Somebody.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm going to start sounding.
Atari 2600, Coleco Vision.
Yeah, it might be the time slot. But yeah, Braves Vision. There's no official price yet. Everybody's assuming it's going to be like, $100 for the season, $19.99 a month. You going to buy it, Oren?
I don't know.
Ooh.
Again, like I
talked about this last night.
I got a way to. No, I shouldn't talk about that. I don't know. It's just tough because I enjoy watching Braves games. I do. It's just something. It's just baseball can be mindless fun. That's not mindless fun, but a mindless sort of entertainment for you. But that's a lot to add on everything else I pay streaming.
5 out of the 7 nights a week, we're going to be here. That's the thing.
And to be honest, like I don't pay for MLB TV right now anyway because it comes through my cell phone provider. So,
but is there a blackout on local?
That's the thing. So if I want to get that blackout lifted, I can do one of two things. I can pay $100 to get the Braves blackout lifted, or I can pay $200 and get every team's game for the season.
I'm not paying no $200. Like, sorry, like it's not happening.
Sorry to Andy Bunker, but I don't have a desire to watch Seattle Mariners games during the week.
I mean, I'm a Josh Naylor stan. I saw the video with the puppies in the offseason. He's a good player, but I'm good. You're right. I'm good. JP Crawford and them boys, nah. I mean, you could miss me with that, unfortunately. All right, that brings us to the Falcons, who once again made headlines today with several things. Kirko, he gone. And not just he gone with a chance to come back. He gone. He is long gone. Like, out of the ballpark, gone. He is played his last snap as a Falcon. He can take off that Falcons t-shirt and put on a plain white tee like he did at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago when he was ducking questions from D-Led, because he is a free agent, officially in about 2 weeks, but for all intents and purposes, Kirk Cousins is a free agent. And I really like we'll talk about this a little bit more in depth tomorrow when I have the full four. The Falcons, here's a little tease, Oren. The Falcons have done 3 things this offseason that I absolutely love. And I'll tell you what they are and why I'm getting really excited about this regime, and we'll take your calls on that. But tonight, I want to take your calls on the following statement from Falcons head coach Kevin Stefanski. This is from Mark Raimondi, who we talked to just last night here on the program. When asked if Penix will be the Falcons quarterback when healthy, Kevin Stefanski replied, quote, "Yeah, not big on giving out positions in February. I think you guys know how I feel about Michael, and I'm excited about his trajectory. I also know he's focused on his rehab, which is the right thing to do." Atlanta, if you've been listening to me, I've been saying one thing over and over and over again. When he's healthy, Michael Penix Jr. is going to play. He's going to get a chance to prove that he's QB1 for the Falcons, because you can't just throw him away after 12 starts being drafted number 8 overall. But the more I read and the more I see from this regime and their nonverbal commitments to Michael Penix Jr., I am getting a little apprehensive to continue to stand on that hill. I will still say for now, I'm still going to be shocked if Michael Penix Jr. does not start when he's healthy for this team. But the Falcons are certainly not shutting the door from everything we've heard. Jason La Canfora rumors, the press conferences over the last couple of weeks. They are not committing to this dude, at least in a verbal, definitive sense. So would you be shocked? And is it the right thing to do to consider not starting Michael Penix Jr.? Let's take your calls. 404-726-0929. I would still be shocked if Michael Penix Jr. does not start. Would you be shocked? And then is that the right thing to do? If this regime feels like, you know what, he's not our guy, you cool with them just moving on? 12 starts, that's it, bada bing, bada boom, he is not your guy. Again, I would be floored. I really would, based on where you drafted him and what's happened thus far in his career. I would be shocked. You just heard Kevin Stefanski. I just read you the quote. So would you be shocked? And if they choose not to, is that the right thing to do? I got an hour or less than that now to take your calls, so line them up. 404-726-0929. Chris Thomas tonight.
This is
a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing today at TaxSlayer.com. Add another quarterback into the mix, as the Falcons said today. They plan to release Kirk Cousins at the start of the league year. Cousins played in 24 games the last 2 years, threw for 28 touchdowns and 21 interceptions for the Falcons. Seems like a natural fit for a team in the NFC North who needs a veteran presence to battle their young quarterback, and Cousins already has a relationship with the Vikings. I'm Adam O'Donnell.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Now on Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's Law Firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
We're getting word of a crash in Cumberland. That's why it's starting to get heavy on the southbound side of I-75 at Windy Hill Road. Downtown on the connector, big delays. Northbound at Langford Parkway, a crash there getting cleaned up on the right shoulder. And a stall slowing you down in Cobb County. I-285 southbound getting toward Cobb Drive, the left lane closed. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match. Saturday, Atlanta United faces San Jose Earthquakes.
Game time 7:30.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
100 grand is what you could win over and over again. You could win big every time. Go play Keno. You pick 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20. The more you match, the more you win. Money win 1 time, 2 times, there's no limits. Up to 100 grand every 3.5 minutes.
You like winning over and over again? It could happen with Keno. That's right. You could win 100 grand playing at the bar, in the store, or online. And there's a new game starting every 3.5 minutes. So why win big just once?
100 grand is what you could win.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Hey Georgia, looking to win a ton of cash? Pick up a scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. You know, there are almost 367,000 scratcher winners a day. That's over 2.3 million winners a week. Just go to your favorite retailer to get your hands on a scratcher today.
Tune in to WSB Channel 2 for your official Georgia Lottery drawing and check out the Players Club at GALottery.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. Hey, ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are. But here's the good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life full speed, and it didn't happen in an operating room. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body, concentrated them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and Andrea is back in her garden. All Real QC Kinetic patients. The sooner you start treatments, the sooner the inflammation eases and the sooner the joint damage slows down. Because no one signs up for feeling older faster. 770-285-8026. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics and the regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation is free. Call today at 770-285-8026.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Things people don't believe in. Little green aliens. Bigfoot. And that Spectrum TV combines all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. But that one is actually true. You get over $100 worth of streaming apps like HBO Max, Hulu, Paramount Plus, Peacock, AMC Plus, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be.